The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Favorites found their form at the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships in St. Louis. Reigning junior champion Andy Woodward won his first game to jump into a four-way tie for first, with defending champ Natalia Sodakova sharing first place with Jennifer Smith in the senior women's. Undefeated frontrunners are ahead in the junior girls and senior sections, with young star Rachel Lee and former champ Vladimir Akopian both in clear first in their respective groups. Players are off to a fast start, but the race to the podium has just begun. Day 3 of exciting chess. Coming up next.
Hello chess fans and welcome to day 3 of the US Junior and Senior Championships. I am at the Q Boutique inside the World Chess Hall of Fame, where if it's chess, you'll find it here. After 2 exciting days of chess, the defending champions are still undefeated. Round 3 is coming up. What's going to happen today? Let's go to the studio and find out.
The best juniors and seniors in the United States once again reunite in St. Louis for the 2026 U.S. Juniors and Seniors. Welcome back, chess fans, to day 3 at the U.S. Juniors and Seniors here in St. Louis. I'm Cristian Chirila, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful studio to provide all the coverage of these incredible 4 national championships. Let's get the day started.
Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm joined by Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and Cristian Chirila.
Kate, as always, a pleasure to be in studio with you and Cristian.
Yes, it's amazing to be here. But to start with, Yasser, you have a special announcement.
I do indeed. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. Woman candidate master Diana Lanni has withdrawn from the 2026 U.S. Senior Women's Championship due to a medical event. We thank Diana for competing in this year's championship and wish her a full and speedy recovery. We look forward to welcoming her back to future events. So, with that said, Kate, tell us how that impacts our scoring.
Absolutely. So let's take a look. So in the women's senior section, all of Lanni's past games will be annulled, and her future opponents will receive an additional rest day. Each player then will be scored out of a total of 8 games instead of 9.
All right, and for standings, let us start with the girls.
Yes, so the girls' junior championships. We have a sole leader here. Let's take a look. Rachel Lee started amazingly with 2 wins, with black pieces taking down even Rose Atwell. So perfect score so far, and then a 3-way tie for the second place. Zoe Tang, Megan Paragua, and Jasmine Su with 1.5 points.
Surprises indeed. Tell us about the standings for the juniors.
In the junior sections, we don't have a sole leader yet. We have a 4-way tie, actually. Abhimanyu Mishra, Andy Woodward, Tani Adewumi, and Evan Park all have 1.5 points.
You're going to love the pairings for round 3 for this one. Tell us about the standings in the senior women.
So in the seniors women, after 2 rounds, we do have a sole leader. Amazingly, Jennifer Skidmore-Smith, she won both of her games. Especially remember yesterday that rook endgame, a big surprise. So she has a perfect score. Then second is Olga Sagalchik with 1.5 points. And then a 4-way tie for the 3rd place. Angelina Belakovskaya, Natalia Tsodikova, Ivona Jezierska, and Alexei Rud.
And in the seniors?
In the seniors, we have a sole leader. It is Vladimir Akopian with perfect score. Yesterday, he tricked Joel Benjamin, who sacrificed a rook, but it didn't work out. So he is 2 out of 2. Then Stuart Rachels is clear second with 1.5 points. And then five-way tie for the third place. Alexander Onischuk, Alexander Goldin, Joel Benjamin, Alexander Fishbein, and Jesse Kraai with 50%.
For these four national championships, tell us about the format.
So all these events have the same format. It is a 10-player round robin, which means each player gets to play everybody else in their respective section. No draw offers are allowed in any of these tournaments. And classical time control, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and a 30-second increment from move 1.
We're in day 3, but tell us about the schedule.
Correct. So day 3 means round 3 today, then 2 more rounds, and after round 5, players get to enjoy a rest day. Then 4 more rounds, and if necessary, we will see playoffs on Friday, 24th.
Fantastic. Cristian, there are so many stories in these national championships, 40 players, of course, but one in particular has stood out for you.
Absolutely, and that is one that's very close to my heart as well. I'm talking about Adewumi, who I've met 7 years ago when he first landed here in St. Louis after he became the K3 State New York champion. And he was only playing chess a year since he was 7 at that point, but he was so strong already and he was so inspiring already. Take a look at that. He did so much preparation to get to that level. And by the way, he was living in a homeless shelter at that point. And this trip to St. Louis changed his life. Take a look at that. I was playing Puzzle Rush with him. I do think that he defeated me in Puzzle Rush. I did defeat him at the St. Louis Master just a couple of years ago, but since then he became so much stronger and he continues to inspire us and he continues to become also so much taller as well as you will be able to see. He's towering over me already. Take a look at him looking over the shoulder of his competition yesterday, over the shoulder of Andy Woodward. He was winning his game at this point. So he was just simply relaxing, and he's here to win it all. I've met him once again in the elevator today also, and he told me he sort of got blessed. Those were the words that he used, that he gets white with the top seeds with Abhimanyu and with Woodward today. So he's very happy about it, and he's definitely looking to make a statement.
There's the
streams.
Once again, me with Tani. Look how small he was.
You're bending over. You're bending down.
A long time ago. Many moons ago, guys. But that's only one of the inspiring stories that we have here at the U.S. Juniors and Seniors. So many others.
Thank you, Cristian. They're playing for the national championship titles, but also nice prizes. Tell us about the prize money.
Absolutely. There's a great prize fund for each of these championships. So let's start with the girls' championship, a total prize fund of $50,000, with the first place winning $12,500, second place $8,500, third place $6,250, all the way to the 10th place $1,750, and a winner's bonus if there's a clear player winning the event, extra $2,500.
Very nice. And for the juniors?
In the junior sections, let's take a look. Here we have a total prize fund of $75,000. First place taking home $50,000, second place $13,000, third place $9,000, and a winner's bonus $3,000.
And in the women's senior championships?
The women's seniors, first time in St. Louis. All the ladies are very excited to be here, and they also have a generous prize fund, $60,000. First place winning $15,000, second place $10,000, third place $7,500, and a winner's bonus $2,750.
And finally, the senior prize fund.
Yes, here we have the biggest prize fund of $100,000. First place winning $25,000, second place $17,000, third place $12,500, and a winner's bonus $5,000.
Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for all your generosity as we see the players coming through, getting wanded, and 3 beautiful rooms at these national championships are taking place in.
Yes, spacious rooms so players can really focus on their games, walk around and see how others are doing. And we see the juniors having fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I am looking so forward to today's round, as we have a huge matchup in the juniors. We'll talk about the pairings later, but just to make everybody aware, Tani is playing against Andy Woodward, and that is a clash of 2 players who are currently sharing first with one another. So that's a very, very nice pairing.
And you can
for
see
this round
some of
three.
the players having the same jackets because they received, the ladies received green jackets, the juniors blue, the girls juniors red, and the seniors purple.
Commentator's jacket. What colors do the commentator's jackets come in?
And we can hear Chris Bird
Welcome to round three.
going to start the round.
A couple of quick announcements again. Remember, you can use the cut-through area to go from restroom to restroom if you need to, rather than walking all the way around. And I forgot to mention it yesterday, but you can use the confession room if you need to. Confessional room that's in the refreshment room. If you need to go in there and say something, do so. Just make sure you close the door behind you before you say anything. Okay, looks like we're all set up. Good luck, everybody. Please go ahead and start weights clock.
And round three is underway, and I have the game of the junior section, Tani versus Andy Woodward, because even though on by rating, Tani is a very big underdog, as Cristian was mentioning, Tani is coming into this competition with a great deal of confidence. He knows he is playing against the number one seed and his biggest rival for the title, and he gets the white pieces, just as he said. Kind of blessed to have the white pieces against both Mishra and Andy. As a Nimzo Indian, bishop to b4, and now, do you play?
E3.
E3.
Yes.
Okay, the Rubinstein variation of the Nimzo.
One of the most solid ways of playing
Exactly.
against the Nimzo.
Exactly.
Especially if you go with bishop d3 and allow all those c5, d5 structures that generally simplify quite quickly.
Yeah. These days, modern chess players are all over the map. F2, F3, A2, A3, the old Samish, as well as my own personal favorite, the classical Queen C2, but E3 castle's the most flexible by Black.
You have a couple of ways of dealing with this. You can go bishop d3, which is the main line. You can also try knight g2.
Right.
Defend that knight on c3. That's completely
And
different
Tani
approach.
has chosen
Bishop
Bishop
d2.
d2. Okay.
Bishop d2. Now, this has actually been a wrinkle that Wesley So, amongst others, have played. I think it was originally played by Vasily Smyslov, former world champion, back in the 1950s. But a lot of players just felt that it didn't give White enough chances for an advantage after d7, d5. The idea of bishop d2, besides developing, is to not allow the double pawns. But after d5, a3, the bishop will go back to e7, and it's hard to see where White's advantage
But
lies.
it looks like it surprised Andy Woodward.
For sure.
Is Andy smiling? What's happening at the board? But yeah, he's caught off guard because he's still figuring out what to do.
Well,
Okay,
I wouldn't
d5.
say it's necessarily an
No.
offbeat move
C5.
by any stretch of the
C5.
imagination. Bishop d2. It has been played recently by Wesley against Vincent. Perhaps that's the game that you remember.
Yeah, I was thinking about
Yasser,
it. Yeah.
which he won. Wesley won, so definitely a challenging line for Black.
So Andy, after just a bit of thought, did play c7, c5, not the d7, d5 that I recommended. He played c5. I assume he wants to follow it up quickly with knight e4. You don't want White to capture on c5 and retain the bishop, but I would seek to get rid of that bishop quickly, and Andy indeed has played the move knight e4, and Tani is playing a la tempo all of his prep, Cristian. This
Still
is the
very well
latest-
known.
Yeah,
there
latest
have
very-
been quite a few games in this one. I'd say close to 170 at least in my
That's a
database.
lot. A lot, 170.
And by very strong players. Very, very strong players. Hikaru, Magnus with white pieces, Firuza, I see those names. Prague with black, Onisch with black, Hikaru with black as well. So definitely something that has been explored at the top level.
When you said strong players, I didn't expect you to just list the top 10.
Yep.
I thought bishop d2 was a cautious approach, but if you're telling me the top players in the world have all been adopting this line,
Absolutely.
Vasily Smyslov is going to be very pleased with himself. B7, B6, if you don't mind, just tell me how the lines continue here. What happens?
There's a few ways in which
Please.
white can go. At this point, the main and most popular by a large margin is d5. Now that you committed with b6 and you're not going to go with d6, for example, it almost feels like you're going to lose a tempo. Because very often when we get this type of Benoni structures, what black is trying to do is go a6 followed by b5.
Gotcha.
Now you already spent a tempi with the move b6, so you're losing a tempo in the process.
Right.
That's why generally after b6 the immediate reaction is to go d5. At the same time, with white, you've already played e3. In a Benoni structure, very often, especially after this knight, let's say takes, white is going to go e4 and solidify the center like that. So white has lost tempo, potentially black will be losing a tempo as well, potentially with b6, b5. So these are the fights that we're going to see, the discussions that we're going to see in this one. I think we have a different move though, and this is somewhat of a wrinkle. We have a very aggressive move already, f3. Take a look at that. So no d5, f3, I'm saying, you know what, I'm going to force you into some deep waters in this one. f3, knight takes c3 has to be played.
Clear.
There is no alternative to this one. I guess you could give a check on h4 and you're probably not losing, but I don't think this is necessarily a good approach. Nevertheless, it is an approach. I don't think he's going to go for it.
And I think we will stay with this game for some time, but we have a combative Rui Lopez happening in the game of Liam Putnam and Brewington Hardaway.
Yeah, exactly.
What if we take a look? What's happening there?
Well, this is...
We can jump to that one.
Yeah, well, in fact, alongside our national championships, there's a competition going on in Biel, Switzerland, and in one of the most recent rounds, Liam, with the black pieces, is played g7, g5. And I'm trying to remember exactly how that game went. It was like knight e1, something. I'm going to reach here.
I will tell you. Knight e1, h5.
h5.
f4.
f4.
E takes d4. C takes d4.
Right.
And you can
d5.
follow on my analysis because I have the game in front of me, in fact.
Please.
So f4 take, c takes d4, and d5.
d5, that's
d5,
right.
yes. d5,
e5, knight h6.
That is correct. Knight to h6, knight c3, knight to f6.
Hold on, we got to get your board. There you go.
I think we have my board right now. Knight to f5, knight takes d5, rook to h6, a complete mess in this position. Rook to h6, you really have to defend against knight to f6. So this is the way this game continued. In fact, Le Quang won this game against Martinez Alcantara. So definitely something that these players have looked at before the game. Specifically, it seems like Brewington is definitely the one that's dictating the opening choice at this point.
Yeah, as you say, that was a complete mess. Liam got the better of his opponent, and this early attack with g5, does it have a name, Cristian? That I mean, normally
what
speaking,
it says on my screen is the Morphy defense, the modern Steinitz defense. So it's somewhat of a hybrid, a combination. I'm not really sure exactly how to read that, but I don't think it has one of those, the Caruana attack. Or something.
That's what I'm
There's
reaching.
no modern name for this one.
So what we have on move 3 by black, a7, a6, this is the Paul Morphy defense. Paul Morphy introduced this move way back in the 1850s. Bishop a4, then d6 with Steinitz, right? Okay. But what I'm saying is g5 is not the way Steinitz played it. Steinitz played it with knight on G8 to E7. It's like whoever came up with this move deserves, some recognition, whether it be Fabi or any of players, because it's ultra aggressive. Black is not supposed to be the one attacking from move 6. It's almost as if you're saying, you've done something wrong. You've made a mistake as white.
Right, usually
and I'm going to
you push
attack
these
you.
pawns on the king side, but you wait for the bishop to go to G5, and then you start kicking that bishop.
Right, and then suddenly to be saying, okay, now I have an advantage with black. Who came up with this? Great stuff. We're going to keep an eye on that. Kate, where would you like to guide us?
So we can maybe go to the juniors and see what Vladimir Akopian, the leader, is doing.
The seniors?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Vladimir Akopian
He's playing Stuart Rachels, who is clear second.
Another great matchup, as we have our two top players at the board. Vladimir, as you mentioned, 2 out of 2. Stuart in clear second with 1.5. And we have a Sicilian, open Sicilian with, what is that one called? This is a favorite of Max DeLucchi. What do you call this Sicilian, this line of the Sicilian?
It says Richter Rauser.
The Richter Rauser, but the Richter Rauser that I'm familiar with is the double pawns. So if they call this the modern Richter Rauser, I'll be like upset. Okay, so black castles, and in Weit's white, to do your worst. As I understand it, the move E5 is not actually a very good move here for white. After takes, at first blush, you might say, hey, this is kind of promising. Like there are issues here on this diagonal. Knight D5, you might find yourself into trouble after bishop takes E7 and knight takes D5. But my understanding, my very limited understanding, is that this is move Queen A5, and it pins the pawn, and then you're looking to play Rook D8. Oops, computer doesn't like it. What did I think I did something wrong. Computer is saying, no, don't do that. Huh.
Because I think I can take with bishop takes F6.
Still G takes, Queen G5 check. Huh, interesting. Okay, well, what I do mean to say is I don't think that the move E5, black is afraid of the move E5. I think bishop E2, even H4, I've seen. Stuart appears to be, what's the line? How does the line go? What's my memory of this position? Cristian, jump in on this one. After castles, what is the most popular way for white to continue the position?
Bishop E2 seems to be the main move.
Okay.
Bishop to C4 also closely behind. Try to go for a Sozin type of approach. Get the bishop to B3 and play for F5. Attack the pawn on E6. Try to soften up the light squares on that side. But bishop to E2 by far seems to be the main option. Just to start looking at ideas of G4 and expanding as fast as possible on the king side, get the attack going. And to be honest, bishop E2 is more in the style of Vladimir Akopian. We already saw him play an absolutely crazy Sicilian in game 1.
Against Igor Novikov.
Against Novikov, yes. But this one, look, this is a big battle because Stuart Rachels, in his first appearance at the Seniors Championships, he's making a statement. 1.5 out of 2, big victory yesterday. So definitely this one seems to be a clash, not of the leaders, because it is Akopian who is the sole leader, but Stuart is closely behind. So definitely a big one.
And let's take a look at all the pairings for the seniors, Kate.
So we have round 3. Let's take a look. What is happening today? We have Vladimir Akopian, the leader, playing the clear second, Stuart Rachels. Then Alexander Fishbein against Joel Benjamin, Alexander Goldin against Alexander Onischuk, a lot of Alexanders here, Jesse Kraai against Igor Novikov, and Gregory Kaidanov playing Alexander Shabalov.
Former U.S. champions pairing up against one another. on those fifth board. And once again, Alexander Fishbein on board number 2, our defending champion. He's at 50%, drawing his first 2 games up against Joel Benjamin. Cristian, help me out on this game between Vladimir Akopian and Stuart Rachels. I know the move E5 isn't supposed to bring white, and people avoid playing E5. Just remind me why E5 is a bad move?
It's not a bad move by any stretch of the imagination.
Nobody plays
It's just you're not getting an advantage after that. I will
Right.
take on E5.
You take on E5
Yes.
and then recapture.
Queen takes D4. So we're
Queen.
exchanging the queens. Rook takes D4 and knight D5.
Queen takes D4, rook takes D4, and now knight D5.
Yes. And already it seems like this one is going to be leading into an endgame, which I understand. You have some issues as black. The bishop on C8, you still need a couple of moves to get it out because you don't have the D7 square. But at the same time, black has his trumps as well, especially that pawn on E5 for white, which is going to become a weakness. So this seems to be known. It has been played before.
Okay.
And it doesn't seem to be leading to anything for white. That's why E5, it's a bit of a premature way of releasing the tension in the center.
Gotcha. I know they didn't play it, and for some reason, I may have confused it with the Queen A5 retort.
I have a feeling like I played this actually E5, specifically that endgame. I prepared it at the World Team Championship against Joanna Zawadzka, and it
How'd you do?
It was a draw, but I was pushing because I think if black doesn't know exactly how to play there
She
can
could
be
get
some issues.
And get into trouble.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Let's just stay with the seniors for just a moment.
Many ways to play it, and you're seeing some moves happening on the board.
Okay,
H4 is an
sorry.
interesting, it seems like novelty. I've just been looking through the variations here. H4 could be an interesting choice for Akopian to continue. We've been looking at bishop to E2 followed by G4, but H4 definitely something to consider as well. And I don't think it has been played a few times, this H4 move as well.
H4.
Yes.
Interesting.
So a lot of things can happen. In this one, it's still early to tell, but only one pair of pieces. Minor knights on D4 have been exchanged and C6, and the attack is still brewing.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on this one. I'm going to stay with the seniors for just a moment because I wanted to check in on the game between Gregory Kaidanov and Alexander Shabalov, because Shabalov has a habit of finding very, very unusual ideas. Let's put it that way. In the openings he plays, he comes up with some really good stuff. He gets himself into trouble at times, and he's playing a Queen's Indian defense without the move E6.
Right, so he's also giving up the complete control of the center.
Right, and what Gregory just did is said, I'm going to punish you for playing the move B6 right away instead of E6 by grabbing the center with the move F2, F3. And now we have what we would call the two knights tango without B6. So this Georgy Orlov, I should say, from Seattle, Washington, he wrote a book about the two knights tango, knight C6. But now what Shabalov is doing is he's including the move B6 and saying, I want to play the two knights tango, but I've tricked you. I've tricked you into playing the move F2, F3, which might not necessarily fit with your scheme of development. And the players have quickly gotten themselves into a position that I find very unusual. The knight on B8 has made a sudden
Three moves, knight
exit
C6,
over,
knight E7, knight G6.
right, over to the king side. Where this bishop is going, it's going to be an intriguing question. Is it going to go to E7, C5, or B4? Let's see what's going on. Knight GE2, and I won't ask Cristian what this opening is called because it's a hybrid of the Black Knights Tango, two Knights Tango, and Queen's Indian. Not sure.
This is called the Indian game, the accelerated variation. There you go.
What a garbage.
We have to name everything,
Horrifying.
right? So
Horrifying. Who comes up with these names? Fire them. Where would you like to
yeah,
guide
let's
us?
switch to the ladies, to the Women's Senior Championship.
Okay.
The leader, Jennifer Skidmore-Smith, is playing the defending champion, Natalia Tsodikova, and they have King's Gambit.
Oh,
That's one
my
of my pet
goodness.
lines, what I used to play as a
King's
kid,
Gambit.
especially, and it was a lot of fun.
A very romantic era.
What is the engine? The engine doesn't like it, no.
No. Bobby Fischer famously wrote a bust to the King's Gambit in his Boy Scout magazine article. And check it out. Not the well-trodden path of knight f3. That's where all the theory lies. You're trying to avoid the queen h4 check. But Jennifer says, do your worst. I'm going to play bishop c4. You're welcome to play queen h4 check if you want. Natalie said, anything you can do, I can do better. You gambited a pawn, I'm going to gambit a pawn. d5. Black returns the pawn for fast development. Oops, that was really
very
fast. That was not. That was me pressing the wrong button. Bishop takes d5, queen h4 check, king f1. You don't want to play g3. g3, f takes g3, and you're in a world of hurt after that. King f1.
King f1, yes, we are losing the castling rights, but very often you are just saying, I'm going to kick the queen away, exactly as it's happening, and white may use the e file later for rook. So the king on f1 is actually just tucked away a little bit from the center.
Chill, yeah. And in the meantime, by the way, Jennifer saying, you know, like, hey, pay attention, you know, like, I'm going to take this pawn on f4. How are you going to deal with that? Natalie's saying, I don't believe you. You're welcome to capture the pawn on f4. Shall we?
Well, we may also think about playing c3.
Yeah, with this nasty pin on the d against the queen, pawn on d4 is potentially weak. She played c3 just as you were making.
Because you just want to delay it, you still keep pressure on the pawn on f4. And remember, we are not pawn down anymore because Natalia, she played at d5. She gave the pawn back.
Yeah. I wanted to be a pawn up. I mean, I assume there's an issue with bishop takes f4, and it's probably just knight takes d4, right? Something like this. Queen takes d4, bishop takes f3. No, that's not it.
But no, that's not a check, so I can...
So maybe it's bishop takes f3? No, that's not it. I was going to recapture the queen, although... why didn't she take the pawn on f4? I mean, you said c2, c3.
Yeah, I would prefer to just defend the pawn because if you're ever going to play g5, you are wasting some time at defending the pawn.
Gotcha.
So my goal is to develop quickly. So that's why I'm looking at some ideas of developing the queen maybe to b3 also at some moment.
Yeah. My goal is to win.
And grab a pawn. Or pawns, as many as possible.
So I'm looking, I'm influenced under the tyranny of the barometer on the left side of my border. The engine says black is for choice.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm saying, okay, since black is for choice, if I play bishop takes f4.
Maybe long castle.
Okay. Long castle. And now I'll do what, there is d4, d5 as an option, but now I'll defend the pawn. But I got the pawn in my pocket.
Yes, but there can be maybe g5, knight e5 also.
Hold on, what? I'm missing, sorry, g5. Okay, I'll move my bishop backwards. It's tricky finding the way through this thicket of variations. In any case, Jennifer did not, I want to emphasize, recapture the pawn. She's just played c2, c3, and I'm with you. I would play as black g5 or knight g6 because I like that pawn on f4. I think that inhibits White's development of the bishop. So I would play g5 and say, okay, your turn.
So now I want to figure out how to develop the queen side.
Right. Go for it.
All right, knight bd2.
And that's my point. You're stepping in front of the bishop on c1. That's why I like bishop takes f4 so very much. We're going to keep an eye on this because it's definitely an ancient opening as Jennifer is going into the deep part of her chess library and hoping to catch Natalie off guard with her choice of the King's Gambit.
So let's check in maybe on the girls, the
Okay.
leaders. So Rachel Lee playing Jasmine Su.
Yeah, and for Rachel Lee, you couldn't possibly ask for a better start. Ooh, check it out. It's the Grand Prix attack. And our very own Rex Singfield has made a study of this approach as White in the Sicilian. He just loves it. White gambits a pawn, very much, by the way, in King's Gambit style. You get the half-open F-file, which often happens in a King's.
But now the beautiful bishop on c4, exactly targeting that pawn on f7, together with the rook and the knight.
Right.
Yeah, this looks...
The Jasmine has
Black has to be careful.
Exactly. So knight e7. Okay, pause for just a second, because knight e5 is so very tempting. But this is what Rex likes to do, is queen e1, queen h4, and bishop h6. I mean, so that's it. So what Jasmine is saying is that if you play queen h4 now, well, is she saying this?
Well, then I'm getting square on h5 too.
Well, exactly. So let's ask the question. She might just be stopping knight g5. She doesn't want to see knight g5 attacking f7. That's why she played h6, not necessarily to play g5.
Wow, the engine really doesn't like
Queen h4.
Queen h4.
Because Rachel didn't play queen h4, by the way. Rachel did play the move bishop f4, targeting the pawn on d6 and saying, your bishop on d7.
And you don't have
annoying.
queen c7 move just to defend the pawn, because if you play queen c7, then I have the next move, knight b5, and
Ooh, that's awful on an industrial scale. Nice. So Jasmine has to answer the question, well, how are you going to play bishop f4? What are the pairings for all the girls?
let's take a look. So girls section, round 3 pairings. Rachel Lee, the leader so far, playing Jasmine Su, who is tied for the 2nd place. Very important game. Then Zoe Tang against Rochelle Wu, who is having a tough start for the tournament. Irene Fay against Megan Paragua. Amy Yang playing Iris Mo, and Rose Atwell against Chloe Gall.
Megan with 1.5 points, very interested in that board 1 pairing there. Now that I'm looking at the position for Rachel, she's played the move bishop f4. She's won 2 in a row, and she really is making it awkward to defend that pawn on d6. Should Jasmine play the move knight e5 and prepare to return the pawn? Because I'm not happy with your queen c7, knight d5. It seems to be getting killed. Are we still in theory, Cristian, as far as the Rachel Lee Jasmine game is concerned?
It seems like this position has been seen before.
Okay,
I wouldn't necessarily call it mainline theory.
No,
by
we're
any
off
stretch
the
of the
beaten
imagination.
track.
There's a couple of games that have happened in this one between around 25 level players.
Not
so
bad.
definitely not bad, but only 2 games. The first one 2024, the second one 2026. So it's definitely something new that perhaps Rachel is trying to achieve in this position. So I just want to mention, Rachel's, the way she's playing so far, she's taking a lot of risks. She won 2 games with black pieces, but she was always starting the game into very unclear waters. I think this is paying off for her for the moment. Obviously, it's paying off for her because she's 2 out of 2. But even with the white pieces, she's trying to complicate matters early on. Grand Prix attack, things that are not generally studied very often. So I really like the style. I really like the fact that she's taking risks in an attempt to try to find that edge outside the opening.
Exactly. Well, she's asked Jasmine a very concrete question. How are you going to defend that pawn on d6? And I really don't like bishop e6. This just feels like something could go wrong.
It's already looking a little bit difficult. Knight to e5 already seems to be quite bad after e takes f5, for example. E takes f5, knight takes e4, d takes e4, bishop takes f5, and now once again it's all about the d6 pawn. This is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm trying to put pressure on with rook to d1. And even from a visual perspective, this one is not looking great. I mean, you have a piece landing on d6.
Oops.
Just like that, you start getting scared. You have to, be patient and play castle, rook takes d6, queen to e8, hide that queen, tuck the queen on e8. This is not easy stuff.
No.
I mean, we have the engine in front of us when we understand how to navigate this. But without that, when you see all of these weaknesses in your position, I think the most natural is bishop to e6.
Okay, but something about that move also frightened me. Bishop takes e6, fe6.
That's one way, but I can just simply take on
takes
f5.
on f5 as well?
Yes, I can take on f5. Now that, look at this. So for example, if you take, right now, already you're starting to look at ideas of f6, this type of transitions with the h file open, and you know where that queen is coming.
Yeah.
g3, h3, if you try to
Bishop
block like
G5,
this with queen to h4, for example.
Right.
Bishop takes g7 followed by queen to h4. The knight is landing in the position as well with knight to e4. So everything is coming the way of your king, in direction of your king. And truly, this is scary. Whenever you're facing this over the board and you don't know exactly what to do, this is scary stuff. I think Rachel has the upper hand out of the opening. Now, moving on to the juniors, because I think we left them behind a while back, and we did have quite some flashy openings in that one. I want to start with Liam versus Brewington, because there were some decisions. I believe we left it off after the move g4, and we were discussing the knight e1 Lequang game with the black pieces against Martinez early on in the week, actually, in Beale. And this one was completely wild, right? He did not want to see, and he did not want to deal with any of the complications. So he made a very practical decision, white. He played the move d5, because this sort of forces the simplification of the game. You take on f3, I take on c6. You cannot continue to take on g2 because I take with a check on d7, and I have the extra piece. So you have to take on c6, which he did. Queen takes f3, but this is a much more simplified version than what we were looking at after the move knight to e1. This is the position that we have. Still, look at the clock differential right now. Brewington with an hour and 34 minutes. This guy knows exactly what he's doing. And the pressure is on Liam right now. An hour and 3 minutes. He's deep in thought. He's trying to understand, what does black want to do on the king side? He knows there's some sort of an attack coming on the king side via the g file, right? That's why you played queen h4. I mean, your intentions are very clear in the position as black. It's a very complex position. Where is the black king going to go? Are you going to castle long? Is that why you played queen to h4?
I guess you just stay in the center.
Probably just stay in the center, right? But
knight f6, rook g8, and
yes, I think you're going to stay in the center, and I think that's exactly the plan that we're going to see. For example, knight d2, knight here. Let's say rook to e1, rook g8, g3, stuff like this.
Yeah, exactly.
And then at some point, the queen is going to land on h3. There's going to be ideas of pushing the h-pawn, h5, h4, and something will be created on the king side. In the meantime, you need to find your own plan as well as white. I think that's going to be tied to the idea of maybe targeting that pawn on c6 with knight to c4, knight to a5, or maybe starting to target the weak squares, either via knight f1, knight to e3, knight to f5, or just simply keeping the knight on f1, keeping the knight close to your king. White has the better structure. We understand that. But black has dynamic play in the position. So this one, Brewington definitely has won, let's say, the opening battle because he knows exactly what he's doing, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent. We'll see how Liam responds to that.
Lovely, thank you, Cristian. Speaking of a game where the king, where does the king belong? Well, let's jump to the game of the junior section still, Bach versus Kirk. And the game, I brought the game up on my screen, and there was this white king sitting on C3. And
Unexpectedly, we're thinking it's castled longside, right?
Like, how did that king get to the C3 square? And it was from a Grunfeld, and I guess it's the day for bishop to D2, because again, we saw earlier bishop to D2 by Tani in his game against Andy Woodward. Now we're seeing this again, bishop to D2. And I remember Victor Korchnoi, who's a big Grunfeld player, trying to convince me that what you should do is play knight B6 at once, so that because you played bishop D2, you didn't defend the D4 pawn anymore, so play knight B6. Anyway, bishop to G7, E4, takes, castles, rook C1, C5, and again, how did we get our king to C3? Well, white recaptured with the king and recaptured with the king. And
I mean, white is still pawn up.
Exactly, and we're up to date now with the players. Bishop to B7 was the last move. I assume you want to defend the pawn tactically with the move knight to F3. The idea is if you capture on E4, I'll happily capture on F7. Yay, aren't I clever?
We could also play just F3, no? Just make the bishop look a bit awkward.
You know, Edward Gufeld, I've referenced him several times. He loved to play the King's Indian defense. Loved to play the King's Indian defense. And I like to play the same-ish, which was F2, F3. We would play blitz together all the time, and he looked at me and he said, "Did you ask the gentleman on G1 how he feels about the move F3?"
He feels fine. You go to knight E2, knight F4, to knight D5. But how does the bishop on B7 feels?
I guess happy that you provoked the tempo F3. I don't know. Is this theory? I am assuming that Kirk is going to continue in his pawn sacrificing mode because this white king on C3 is looking a little bit strange.
Right.
Don't know how else to describe the king on C3. It's not common. I'll just leave it at that. And Cristian, what's caught your eye as the start of round 3?
Why don't we keep staying in the juniors section and take a look at what Tani versus Andy are doing, because I would say that's our marquee matchup of the day. Tani 1.5 points, Andy 1.5 points, so they're in the co-leading position. And Tani decided to choose quite an intriguing line in this one, an opening choice. E3, F3, knight takes E3, and queen to H4 was thrown by Andy, as he could have done before as well. For example, he can start with queen H4 before taking on C3, G3, and now knight takes C3. Leads to exactly the same situation. Mm-hmm. This is what we have right now, G3, queen to H6. He did spend a lot of time on this decision, throwing the check on H4. After queen H6, I probably will have to defend either with king to F2. You might be wondering, okay, but the king is, why would you place the king on F2?
Right.
It's safe. It's actually very safe because you don't have a dark square bishop to try to get to it. A knight cannot really land on G4 or E4 anymore to create any havoc against my king. So the king on F2 is perfectly fine. You can also start with queen to D2. But queen D2, knight to C6, at some point black will have the option of just, let's say, if you go castle, maybe you can even take on D4 and go into this endgame, which he might or might not go. But even if he does go for this one, white still maintains a slight edge in the position. So I think this is what we're going to see in the next few games. The position is simplified. We've already exchanged 2 pairs of minor pieces. And right now it is white who has the slight advantage due to the presence in the center. That pawn on D4, the potential expansion via E4 followed by D5. That's what gives white the slight advantage in the position. Nevertheless, black is very, very very safe as well and solid in this position as well.
Lovely. Thank you. And Kate, pairings for all the junior players. We know the marquee matchup.
Yeah, so let's take a look. Round 3 for the juniors.
Yep.
You're right. Evan Park playing Abhimanyu Mishra.
Another great.
Yeah, actually they are also tied for the first place, so that's a important
Pairing.
game as well. But the key matchup we thought is Adewumi against Andy Woodward, and that's the game we will be looking at very, very closely. Liam Putnam against Brewington Hardaway. That's another interesting game now, where Brewington prepared kingside attack early on in the opening. And Bach go against Kirk Ghazarian, and Alice Lee against Nico Chasin.
Both Alice and Nico looking to score their first points in the tournaments. Turning our attention back to the girls' championship for just a moment, it's Rose Atwell, as we know. I thought, prohibitive rating favorite. Rose has been having just a fabulous year. She's gained an enormous amount of rating points, and she's qualified for the U.S. Women's Olympic team. Hey, with that kind of performance, you think that she's really overwhelming favorite? Guess what? She's only scored a single draw in her first 2 games. She's up against Chloe.
But we know Carissa, she also starts slow and then she's unstoppable. So
exactly.
Just because Rose started slow doesn't mean she's still not a favorite in the tournament. And right now she's proving that she's ready to fight.
Exactly. Much like Rachel, who sacrificed a pawn, so has Rose. She's gambited a pawn for development, asking Black, Chloe, what are you going to do with the bishop? Now, if the bishop goes back to g7 and abandons the diagonal bishop f4, knight d6, I don't like the position. Also, I'm not a big fan of bishop c7, because then I ask myself, why did I put my pawn on g6? How am I going to develop my king side?
And anytime you play something like knight e7,
Bishop g5 is instant.
g5 or h6, instantly. And
exactly.
Those dark squares are going to be mine.
Exactly. So for the moment, I'm sitting there saying, is Chloe retreating the bishop either to g7 or to c7? I'm not attracted to. Could I be a pawn grubber? You know I am, right? So I'm thinking I'm capturing the pawn. So that's number 2 in my pocket, right? You got to take the bishop.
Yeah, because anytime you lose the dark square bishop, I mean, with so many weak dark squares, I have to have compensation.
Oh, I know that. But if I'm going to die, I'm going to die with a full tummy. I got 2 pawns. So check.
King h1.
King h1, right? Okay. King h1, queen takes e5. Pause here for just a moment, because that's really asking way too much, right? Because there's a queen a4 check business. No, I don't want to have anything to do with that one. I'm going to take this one. Bishop f4, I presume?
I would just take on c3, just b takes c3.
Oh, even b takes c3. Okay. So now I've only got 1 pawn, and I've got a miserable position to go with my 1 pawn.
You can take another pawn on c3, you know, to have your full tummy. How do you feel about that?
I'm going to get indigestion. I don't like it. Bishop to d7. I'm saying Chloe, you know, she's grabbing material, but I like Rose's compensation. Development compensation looks really good. And maybe Rose will right her ship here in round 3. By the way, we do have bishop c7.
Bishop c7.
One of the moves I didn't like, and again, after bishop c7, I just didn't see any development. What am I doing as white? Bishop f3, queen e1. Maybe I should even capture on d4.
What about bishop g4?
Bishop g4.
Because I want to play queen e2 and put pressure on that e6 pawn.
Very, very sensible idea indeed. And again, not easy for Chloe to develop her kingside knight f6, as you said, bishop g5 or bishop h6, and you're doing great. One thing I might say is I would like to clarify the center. I like capturing on d4. Just, you know, if I can open up the C file, usually it means you're not castling long. The black king is, well, not a little bit stuck.
I would probably follow with the same thing, bishop g4.
Bishop g4, very, very stuck, I would say.
The engine doesn't like it, but I feel like we are putting pressure on the e6 pawn. I don't see how black can
very logical move for me, bishop
do
to
something
g4.
about it.
Yeah, very, very logical. I like Rosa's position. Kate, where would you
So
like to
one
guide
more
us?
game in the girls section. Zoe Tang, because she is the defending champion. So
Yep.
let's see how she's playing against Rochelle Wu.
Exactly. And Zoe, as you say, defending champion. What have we got? This looks like one of those modern Queen A4 checks, and it is. It is one of those Queen's Gambit decline, Bishop G5, Bishop F5, check. You provoke G5. You know, it's funny. Classical chess is don't weaken your king
Right.
side. Don't thrust your pawn shield that's defending your king forward, because you create weaknesses when you do that. Modern chess players, as we're seeing, G7, G5, in
We just
Liam's
go, we
game,
attack.
Rochelle, G5. Modern day players aren't worried, and oftentimes it's very difficult to get to Black's king in this particular variation. Knight D2
It
by
looks
Zoe.
like Engine does not like this move
At all.
Is it because we can play something like Rook E8 here to try to take advantage of D4 hanging?
Well, before we go to Knight D2, and what provoked Zoe into playing that move? From Zoe's point of view, she's staring at the move Knight E4, and she doesn't like facing that move. She didn't like facing it either after A3 or even Rook C1. She sees Knight E4 and she says, I want to stop you from playing Knight E4, which is why she played Knight D2. Otherwise, why would you play Knight D2, right? Now that she's played Knight D2, your move Rook E8 introduces a nasty threat. Knight takes D4. Oops. Oops. How do I defend against that threat? Well, let me play Bishop E2. Now the question is, can you still play Knight takes D4?
Because there's going to be a lot of pressure on that bishop.
Now the bishop is not hanging, because there's a Knight C2, right? But what about, there is a Bishop E5 defense. Sorry, I was about to suggest that we could be winning back.
But there's
Bishop
blocking that pin.
This actually reminds me of the game yesterday of Joel Benjamin.
Yeah, and
right?
Vladimir Akopian.
Bishop G6 blocked the killer G file. All right, so Knight D2, Bishop E2. Imagining Bishop E2 by Zoe. Is there a good answer to that? What do you think?
I mean, it feels a bit suspicious, but so far I don't think we can capture on D5, but you can castle either as white, because you need to keep defending that bishop on E2.
Right.
So maybe I can do some kind of preparatory move.
Okay. Queen D7, Queen E7, A6, A5, H5.
Maybe Queen D7.
Queen to D7. Okay. So I have to just watch the tactics, right? You know, after all is said and done, I'm so tired of dealing with knight takes. I'm just going to defend the bishop on E2 and prepare castles and say, hey, I've lost time.
Right, but
I've
it looks
lost
like
time.
white is fine.
Okay.
But we have a move from Rochelle. So Rochelle decided to play A5.
Okay. Let's
No
go
Rook
back.
E8.
No Rook E8. A5.
But there is something wrong with this move. At least the engine is saying that Knight D2 is not great and A5 is not the right response. But A5 looks good too in my book.
Well, A5 simply defends the
Right.
bishop, but it doesn't do anything to punish the move Knight D2. Your move Rook E8 was Knight
Trying
takes
to punish it.
Knight takes D4 as a way of punishing the move. A5 is just basically saying, okay, I want to protect my bishop, And I think that Zoe now might actually consider even being a little bit more aggressive. Now that you haven't played rook e8, she might be considering playing bishop to b5 and saying, okay, I want to take your knight and take a pawn. Early days here, at 1 hour, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 12 minutes for the players. Nobody has any advantage on the clock. Cristian, over to you. What's caught your eye?
Well, we have a big moment, guys, in this game between Tani and Andy Woodward, because Tani played the move king to f2, as we sort of predicted, either king to f2 or queen to d2. We were saying that the king on f2 is perfectly safe in the position. In fact, you're even getting closer to making the connection between the rooks, so it can almost be considered a developing move, king to f2. And knight to c6 was played by Andy, which is not a very precise move, because right now this opens up the possibility of maybe even grabbing a pawn in the position for Tani, which he immediately went for. So there's a couple of ways you can continue it. You don't want to deal with the pressure in the center for too long. You either go d5 or you take on c5. He chose to take on c5, and this is the key to this position, because now you have the extra move, an extra option to go queen to d6. Now, what this means is that the pawn on c5 will probably be lost. I don't see exactly how you're going to be able to defend this one. For example, queen to d6, let's say you go queen to h5. Well, first of all, that queen on h5 is starting to become extremely uncomfortable in the position. I can go bishop to e2. Now I'm starting to look at f4 ideas to open that action out. For example, if you go bishop to b7, I go f4. I can also go h4. I'm starting to look at trapping that queen in the position. So it's very, very unpleasant. I have to say, knight to a4 at the right moment. Once you're ready as black to start defending that pawn on c5, I'm getting ready to capture it as well with the move knight to a4. You cannot bring a second defender for the pawn on c5, and you will lose that in the next few moves. So it's starting to become very, very difficult for black in the position, and Tani is playing all of this with utter confidence. An hour and 24 minutes.
Very quickly.
Yeah. Very quickly. That's a lot of pressure piling up on Andy's shoulders and position at the moment. Perhaps he just missed this. Perhaps he just underestimated the fact that, hey, I'm going to take your pawn. Where's your compensation? The onus is on you to prove the compensation. And I don't see it. So show me. And I'm not sure if Andy will be able to show any compensation in this one.
Wow. By the way, that queen on d6, it just feels like an anchor.
Sometimes you don't even want to take the pawn on c5.
No,
you just keep that queen there. Yes.
You're just powerfully, as Maurice would say, you're just posting up in black's position, and with just a few more moves, bishop e2, h4, bring your rooks. Maybe you'll take the pawn slowly.
It's
with
a
knight
very
e4.
unpleasant position.
Knight takes c5.
Tani has
Queen looks great.
Tani has the advantage, guys. I mean, it's simple as that. And
the opening
he's
is
looking
really
around. He,
favors him.
Displaying a lot of confidence, maybe calculating on his opponent's clock as well. And I was actually talking to him briefly about those moments in his game against Mishra, where he was playing super fast, getting the advantage, and then perhaps made a decision a bit too fast. But there's always that question: do I stay and play a practical game? I put pressure on the clock, and maybe I'm not going to make the most perfect moves, but at least I'm putting a lot of pressure on my opponent with quick moves. Or do I spend more time and try to find the best move? It's always a dilemma, right, when you're in the heat of the battle. So Tani seems, for the moment, seems to be banking everything on just playing fast, precise moves. Maybe not perfect, precise enough to put the pressure on his opponent.
By the way, Tani, even in his game yesterday, he was playing very quickly.
Yeah.
Right.
And he's keeping up that pace. I just checked in on the game of Rose Atwell, because while I liked your move, bishop on e2 to g4 a moment ago, you were just press against the pawn on e6 with bishop e4. I also like what Rose did. Same idea.
I actually like it more. I think queen e1, you are just waiting with that bishop g4 to happen.
Exactly. And also, you in case you ever get this opportunity of Queen H4 and this taking a look at the dark squares, I think Rose has got a terrific position.
And one more player who has a terrific position is Iris Mo against Amy, and she has just sacrificed a knight. Let's take a look at that position.
Amy, I'm right in saying Amy is coming in as the youngest participant.
I believe so. She's only 12 years old.
Years. Wow.
And already making the top juniors in the United States.
What just happened? There's a crazy move on the board. I'm
Alert.
Okay, for sure, 100% for sure, when Amy played the move E3, E4, in her mind's eye, she's got the pawn on E4 very, very nicely protected by the bishop on D3.
Wanting to push it even more to E5.
And she's thinking, I've got a big advantage because as soon as I play E5, I'll rout my opponent's pieces. However, Iris said, not so fast, not so fast. I've got a knight sacrifice, and Iris is banking on the idea that there's going to be a discover against this bishop on H4. She's planning to sacrifice not one knight,
but both of them.
Both of them. So how would it go? I capture, and then I'm assuming capture. Okay, so black now has 2 pawns for a sacrificed knight.
Now you can think that E5 is at least blocking the bishop, not allowing really the rook to get so easily into the game, but probably just bishop take H3.
Rook E6? No, rook E6, no rook G6. So there's no rover. There's no rook up and over.
Right, that's why the E5 move is just stopping kind of both of these jokes.
And so what should I do, sorry?
We have bishop takes H3,
or
we can be looking at rook takes E5.
You're a dangerous woman.
I mean, let's bring fire on the board. I want to open all the diagonals.
I'm going to call for an investigation. Whoa. So you're not satisfied?
No, I want to give a check on C5.
Oh, apologies. Rook takes E5.
Pawn takes, and bishop C5 check.
Nice. In fact, I don't have a good square for my king.
Checkmate on the next. Well, you can delay it, right? You can play knight D4 and
bishop
rook
E3,
F2. And,
No. Oh. Rook takes E5. That cleared the cobwebs. There's no rook takes E5.
But I'm not even sure if it's the only move. Maybe I do have just bishop takes H3 as well after E5.
This looks, it looks terrible to me. What am I supposed to do? Rook F3? Maybe do something? I'm scrambling now. I'm in trouble. Amy's in trouble. This attack is actually really strong.
I think I can still play bishop takes F3, and you just don't have that E5 move.
Yeah.
Because once you push the pawn to E5, I'll just take it with my rook.
Exactly. Well, as you just showed us. Wow. Amy in trouble. What a move. Knight takes E4. Talk about tactically alert. Nicely done, Iris. Statistically speaking,
yes,
we've reached that moment in our show where we get to go through Ben Underwood's graphics. Do the honors,
pie charts. Let's take a look. So we start with the girls' junior championships. So those are their chances to win the tournament pre-tournament. And the clear favorite is Rose Atwell with 43.4%. Zoe Tang, the defending champion, at 20.9%. And Rachel with 18.4%. Then everybody below 7%.
And Rachel's performance has been so impressive.
Because
she jumps.
She won the first round. Rose Atwell lost against her. So she took the lead with 39.3% chances, but Rose Atwell still second and Zoe Tang third. But Rachel won again with black pieces, and now she's pushing 48.3% chances to win the event, and Zoe Tang second, and Rose Atwell still there in the third place, but this time only 11.2%.
It's crazy. It's early days, but 48% chance? That's huge.
Yeah, now in the junior sections, there are only 2 names as the pre-tournament favorites. Andy Woodward and Abhimanyu Mishra, both around 36%. But then we have round one happening, and they both made a draw, I believe.
Yeah.
So not much changes. Andy Woodward still with 38.6%, and Abhimanyu Mishra a little bit behind him.
I see Tani starting to float up there a little bit.
And after round two, it's still these two players, Andy Woodward and Abhimanyu Mishra.
Tani is playing, and finally, oh, sorry, not finally, but in the women's.
The ladies, women's seniors pre-tournament favorite Angelina Belakovskaya, 42.2% chances to win the event, and the defending champion Natalia Tsodikova with 24.1% chances. Now, after round one, not many changes with these two favorites still. There is Olga Sagalchik in career third with 16.1% chances, but Angelina Belakovskaya still taking the lead with her chances. And after round two is the same thing. These two players, Angelina Belakovskaya and Natalia Tsodikova.
Jennifer not getting any of the love there with two
out of two, and
only
no
2%.
love there.
Like, wow. Okay.
In the seniors section, Alexander Onischuk, clear favorite. I'm sorry, actually not clear, with Vladimir Akopian. They are the two clear favorites pre-tournament. Vladimir with 33.4% chances. But then it's changed, not much. It seems like it's just about these two players, Vladimir Akopian and Alex Onischuk.
And then after the second round, wow.
Wow,
I
Vladimir
mean, come
Akopian.
on, 64%.
That's big, 63.9% chances. We see Stuart Rachel's second, but only 3.2% chances to win the event.
Wow.
The statistics is clearly favoring Vladimir Akopian.
Absolutely. Okay, as just before we go to break, just want to say that Evan Park and Mishra, two players also tied for first, are engaged in a really wonderful game. When we come back, we're going to go through that one. What are we doing on break?
So during break, the viewers will have a chance to see your interview one-on-one with
Fantastic.
Natalia Tsodikova.
What did I say?
Something brilliant, I'm sure.
Excellent.
So take a look.
The world's best are back stateside in the chess capital of America for the fourth stop and the first U.S. event on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Players will have to keep the pedal to the metal for the fast-paced time controls or risk falling behind as they chase incredible prizes and crucial tour points. Tune in August 2nd through the 6th as the battle continues for the right to be crowned the 2026 Grand Chess Tour champion. Watch live at grandchesstour.org.
Natalia, welcome to St. Louis.
Oh, thank you, Yasser. Yeah, I'm so excited, beyond excited.
Introduce yourself to the viewers. Tell us briefly your history in chess.
My name is Natalia Tsodikova. So I'm originally from Ukraine. Came here like a long time ago in '94. Chess was the big part of my life since I was a kid. I played, junior Ukrainian championships and stuff. So it's like love from the childhood. So when we came here, I also played for a few years in the US championships and stuff. But then, life, family, work, took its place. So I kind of had a break from chess for some time, and then just naturally I came back like we have like the famous also chess club in San Francisco called the Mechanic Institute. So I've been playing there for many years also, and we have like this tournament called Tuesday Night Marathon where you play one game per week. And it's kind of more casual, but sometimes you had a lot of strong players like grandmasters and stuff. So I won this tournament like a few times. Yes, and yeah, this mechanic is like a part of. I also try to be active. I played in other California tournaments, the California Women's State Championship 2 times. So yeah, I'm trying to be active because I'm playing. I think that the experience when you have over the board is important. You know, when you play like once in a while, once a year, then you feel rusty. Just to be active in chess, it's important. I think, yeah.
Tell us about this tournament and what it means for you to play in the first Women's Senior Championships.
I mean, this is the first time for me.
Yes.
It's not the first championship because we had like 3 events before, but this is the first time, and I am beyond excited because I've been, as I said, I've been watching on TV, I've been following the major tournaments, and the St. Louis is the capital of the chess, right?
Right.
Of America, right?
Right.
I've been seeing you a lot. I've been seeing other commentators. I've been watching games closely. I've been watching tournaments, all the famous grandmasters and everything.
Right.
So yeah, I'm so excited to be part of it and just experience for myself. So just so exciting.
We're very, very happy to have you.
Oh, thank you, Yasser.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And is this the first time for you in St. Louis?
Yes, this is the first time. Yeah, me and my husband, we both came yesterday. We got to the hotel around 9 p.m., so we didn't have a chance to look around. But I'm sure I will enjoy because I know, as I said, I watched the video of the club, I watched the video of the Hall of Fame.
Right.
I just know how it should look like.
Right. It'll be your home in no time. Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. And what do you think of these studios too, by the way?
Oh wow, it looks a little bit intimidating.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling very well.
Maybe. Okay, yeah. I'm sure I will get used to it, but at first it feels a little bit intimidating.
Exactly. You're coming to this championship, and you're ambitious. What are your ambitions for this championship?
Yeah, I'm pretty competitive and I don't like to lose. Like I believe everyone else, but some people are more okay with it. But I will try my best. And since I had a success for the last 2 years, I hope to do better. Good this time around too. So it's a different format because before we had 5 rounds. And it was completed in 3 days where you have to play 2 games per day.
Ooh, that's hard.
It is hard. This more reminds me of my childhood where we used to play 1 game per day and have a rest day and just take it slowly. You have time. So I hope to do well, but the field is good, strong, and it's just all my teammates from the team competition, US Senior Team Championships, where we competed for the last also 3 years. So the field is strong, but I will try my best and see what happens.
How do you stay sharp? What training do you do?
I'm trying. It's not easy,
No.
Some people are better than others. So some people can just wake up and work for 6-7 hours and do,
not me.
Not you. Okay, yeah. So I'm pushing. The usual stuff, solving puzzles, trying to brush off my openings, which is trying to do the end game. So everything else, but just sometimes play online, chess.com. A lot of that, and just trying to see, because it helps. When you play online, you see if the opening goes wrong, then you can go back and analyze what went wrong, what you should do better next time. So yeah, but it's not very easy for me. Some people, can spend hours on chess and analyzing the game. So yeah, but I tried.
Natalia, welcome to St. Louis.
Yeah, thank you, Yasser. I'm beyond excited to be here. Yeah.
Welcome back to the 3rd round of the U.S. Seniors and Juniors Championships.
I love what you were saying there about the game between Amy and Iris. And Amy is just being rocked
and
with
it's on the board, right?
one smashing crashing move after another. Iris sacrificed one knight, she sacrificed another knight. Now that rook sacrifice that you mentioned, rook takes e5, is on the board. And Amy is saying, what did I do this morning? Why am I being punished? But she is. And this rook takes e5, you know, she just tactically missed it, because the whole idea is that she's thinking that the pawn on e5 is defended by the pawn on d4, and you can't take the pawn on e5. Well, Iris said, I can. If you take the rook, as you pointed out, bishop c5 is a killer.
That diagonal is so important. It's just targeting the king. And remember, we do have queen takes h3 in our pocket, because the bishop on c8 doesn't have to be developed. It still does a great job.
Defends the queen, and that's a checkmate on the board, thanks to this beautiful bishop raking the g1 diagonal. So Amy is sitting there and go, oh no, what have I done? Not only did I lose another pawn, but with this move, rook takes e5, if I don't take the rook, well,
that's going to be a nasty rook.
There's another rook coming, there's another attacker coming after my king, rook g5, and any king moves, queen takes h3 is checkmate. The game's over. Rook takes e5 is a killer shot, and Amy can study all she wants. She doesn't have a good answer to rook takes e5. I promised that in the junior section I was going to come back to the game of Mishra. Evan Park and Mishra are also tied for first, and they're playing a super, super sharp line, the favorite of Bobby Fischer, the Najdorf variation, but in particular, the poison pawn, Najdorf. Queen b6 was a specialty of Bobby Fischer. He studied it to a great depth, and he played it in the 1972 World Championship against Boris Spassky several times. Spassky, I think it was Geller who came up with a fantastic novel idea, and Bobby said, "Okay, I'm going to give the variation a rest." Evan played the move a2, a3, saying you cannot take the pawn on b2. If you now capture the pawn on b2, queen takes b2, that's just a blunder. That costs you your queen.
The queen is trapped.
Exactly. Yep. The queen is relying upon the a3 square in many of these variations as a retreat. a2, a3, all very well-known stuff. Bishop bishop f2, queen f3. As far as I'm aware, this is all known, and I'm not sure I know the move. Queen g3. Cristian, jump in on this one. Where did the players deviate from known theory?
Well, Queen g3 definitely was not the right approach.
Right.
And it was already at this point, after knight takes d4, where Evan Park spent quite a lot of time on his decision, whether to take with a rook or with a bishop. Okay. He made the right decision, by the way. Taking with a rook is pretty much the only way to do it if you want to maintain an advantage and if you don't want to be worse, because after bishop takes d4, e5, your pawn structure gets shattered. I take full control over dark squares, and you might be in trouble after e5. So rook to d4 with the idea that if you go e5 right now, I get to hit your queen with rook c4.
Sure.
So this was a good recapture by Evan. The problem is Mishra still knew exactly what to do. There have been games in this position, bishop to c6, g5, no more games after g5. g5, take, knight to d7, and queen to g3. It seems like the best way to defend this pawn was in fact with the move h4, not with queen to g3. But h4 just makes much more sense. You don't have bishop takes g5 because the rook on h1 is in fact protected by the queen on f3.
But if you don't mind, for me the move g5 is a surprise move, g4, g5. I've always thought that white is trying to play h4 followed by g5.
The question is, are you in time to go h4? Because after bishop c6 comes with a very clear idea in mind, and that is to go d5. You're supporting the move d5.
Right.
So after h4, I would go d5. And I think for good reason, that's why he played g5. d5, allowing it on the board in this construction right here, it seems like it would allow black to at least equalize the position.
Really?
At least equalize. Maybe slightly better.
Wow.
Yes. So I'm not blaming g5. I think g5 is the right decision. The problem is queen g3 does seem to be a bit slow. The best way to be defending that pawn would be with h4.
Wow.
And then the thing is, let black attack you first with knight e5. Let black commit that knight to e5. Now you no longer have ideas of knight c5 and putting pressure on the pawn on e4. It's a completely different situation. Also with the knight on e5 right now, sure, I can go queen g3, but I also have the extra option of queen to g2 in the position, maybe other moves as well. So it's much more flexible. With that being said, queen g3, you know, it's a natural move, right? And knight to e5 was his response, Abhimanyu's response, maybe not the most precise. It seems like queen a5 would have given black the upper hand because...
You're threatening g5.
Yes, and it's very specific. Once you played bishop to e3 to defend the pawn on g5, first of all, now with the queen on g3, can you defend with h4? No.
No.
You cannot, because the rook on h1 right now is on pre. So you take, rook takes h1, and black is winning. So after queen to a5, you have to defend with bishop e3. The problem is that now I'm going to get my queen on e5. I'm welcoming any sort of endgame in this position. Let's exchange the queens. I will be the happiest with the black pieces because I have no weaknesses. And I have a lot of weaknesses in your camp as white that you can, that I can attack.
Right.
The pawn on g5, the pawn on e4, your pieces are discombobulated. The rook on d4, there's no cooperation. There's no harmony in white's position. So this would be a great, great endgame for black. And to avoid that with queen to g2, well, then I can start looking at ideas of d5. Take advantage once again of the fact that your pieces are shattered all over the place in the position. That was the optimal way to play. He played knight e5, normal move, of course. And now h4, b5, bishop to e2. This is what we have. And white is obviously looking at expanding, continuing the expansion on the king side, h5, g6. Try to do something on that side. Try to open up the position and get your attack going. Black, on the other hand, should do exactly the same thing on the other side. Rook to b8, look at ideas of a5, b4. Who's first?
Exactly.
It does seem like black is first in this one. You haven't hidden your king yet with king to b1. It feels like you're a bit slow as white. And I see one trump for white, and that is potentially the h-pawn, going to h6 and trying to do something like that. But who's first? It is clearly black.
Wonderful.
I can even go g6. We can take, and now b4. It's going to be a back and forth affair, but I prefer black. From a practical perspective as well, it's just much easier to attack the white king.
Thank you, Cristian. And who is Evan Park, by the way?
Let's take a closer look. So international master Evan Park, 19 years old, USCF rating 2535, and a US junior rank 15th.
And again, he's tied for first thanks to his victory over Alice Lee in round 1 in his draw yesterday. And now he's playing literally for the first place against Mishra, one of the, along with Andy Woodward, the top seeds. There we see him hard at work over the previous 2 rounds. Bishop e2. I think the position's super double-edged. The way Cristian made it sound, it's straightforward. You just go attack, and white goes attack. Well, you're calculating so many different variations. It's very hard to know your position is really that good. I don't think Mishra knows his position's that good, and I think it's a 3-result game. We'll definitely keep an eye on this.
The one thing I like for black is, in the game of Vladimir Akopian previously, we were worried if the knight is on d4 and you push g6, right? Because you weaken the e6 square. But now, even if you manage to play g6, e6 is not going to be that easily attacked.
Exactly. if I was in Evan's shoes, Evan's position, I'm not unhappy about the position. I'm thinking in my mind's eye, okay, all I got to do is tuck my king away, make sure it's nice and safe. Mishra's position, Mishra's king isn't that comfy in the center or the king side or the queen side. So if I could get a very secure king, b3, king b2, for example, king b1, bishop on c1, you know, if White can secure his king, there's a lot to look forward to. I think the onus is on Mishra to push his attack and play very, very well. Otherwise, well, could go wrong. Where would you like to guide us?
Let's take a look at the women's senior section. The leader, Jennifer Skidmore-Smith, against Natalia Tsodikova. How is the King's Gambit developing there?
Exactly. Well, when we left it, it was the Donnybrook. We had just seen the move c2, c3, a move I did not like. I preferred bishop takes it. Yeah. And I thought that after this move, which Natalie played, by the way, g7, g5, things were going nice in the sense I don't like the king on f1. I don't like the bishop on c1 for White. But Jennifer had her own ideas. Knight d2, castles long, b4. As soon as Natalie gave the address of her king, where's your king hiding on the queen side? Jennifer said, right, let's launch a flank attack on the queen side. Bishop g7, queen b3, a move you mentioned too, because you were thinking...
Just a little starting worried about there are so many pawns that are pushed, but the White's pieces are still not developed, and it's unclear what... Yeah, and the bishop on c1...
Okay, let's see what happened next. Rook f8.
Just defending the pawn.
Yeah, it's not just defend. It's kind of like it's intimating, like, give me a chance to play f5 and, you know, let's get going. Ooh, a2, a4. That feels slow. That feels really slow. Like, even if you go a5 on your very next turn, you're giving Black a chance. Bishop f3. Okay, that's a little bit of a surprise move for me. I was betting on f5. I really thought that was what Natalie wanted.
Yeah, I think Natalia just wants to start pushing the pawns.
And that's what we have the current position. I guess she wants to go f3 and just try to weaken the king. Or is there something even superior?
I mean, I'm even looking at some d4 sacrifices, right? But maybe we are not ready for it yet, but...
The one thing, I love the sacrifices on d4. The one thing I see the queen, White's queen on b3 as being out of the game, right? Like, and if I capture on d4 and I open up the queen for some defense, okay, so let's see, f3.
F3, okay.
Are you going to play a5? I don't think so.
No, I need to, I mean, no, if I block it, then you're going to play queen h3 and sacrifice. I know it, right?
You didn't have to have rook, bishop, knight, queen. Yeah, definitely. I mean, this plays itself. It's 100%. I will sacrifice.
Okay, then let me play. So you play f3.
I did try at least.
So I'm gonna develop my dark square bishop.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go bishop e3.
Okay, bishop e3, and now.
I'm terrified. I play King's Gambit to attack, not to have my king under the attack.
Precisely. That's exactly what I'm thinking as well. I mean, okay, you've got a lone check, and it feels more or less like a spike check, actually. Bishop e6 check, king b8. And Jennifer still has to face the music on the f-file. Looking good for our defending champion, Natalie, in this one. When we resumed, it was a game of Amy and Iris that we started with on our resumption, and I think it's going to be over.
But we don't have any new moves in that game. It
Rook
looks like
takes
Amy
e5.
is still figuring out whether she can take the rook or...
There's nothing to consider after taking the rook, bishop c5.
Right, but if you are playing a national championships, you have 35 minutes on the clock, you're going to take as much time as possible to really try to see maybe there is a crazy line that works and you want to try to find it.
Yeah, that's asking for a lot at the moment. Yeah, and clearly the move e4, e5 did not help her cause. She could have played rook f3 or something else, but still it's looking terrible.
Let's stay in the girls section.
Okay,
Rachel
sure.
Lee against Jasmine Su. We have some developments there.
Right. Actually, this was the Grand Prix attack, and we really liked Rachel's pawn sacrifice. We thought that she was putting a lot of difficulty on Jasmine. Ooh, check it out. I thought Rachel was going to recapture this knight. We were looking at, you recall that Cristian was showing us a variation where the rook was landing on d6, and it was very difficult for Jasmine. Rachel said,
right?
well, Rachel decided to sacrifice a piece, munch on g6, and you really don't want to recapture, and then after takes, it's really bad. No longer sacrificing. So
what are you going to do?
Keep die with a full tummy. Knight e5.
That's your theme for today.
Yeah, right. This is the hill I'm going to die on. Knight e5. You got to take it, right?
Let me think for a second. Yeah, I got to take it because I don't want you to be recapturing on f7, I guess.
Exactly. So let's take this.
Now I take on
On
f7.
f7 with a check. Now, I'm going to pretend that I can use the f7 pawn as a shield and try to hide behind it.
I will take that pawn on e5.
With good reason. This is not a state of happiness.
Very dangerous.
No, it's not a state of happiness at all. Rook h7.
But bishop d6 is coming. You have
Bishop
to be very
d6.
careful.
Everything is.
Just there's a
Everything
lot
is
of pins
against
you have to
me.
deal with.
Knight f5. Ooh, I see that the engine just says
I'm just
there's a
looking
win.
at moves like knight d5 here.
Oof, that looks.
Because I want to go to f4 and then g6 or e6 looks.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Jasmine. So
I mean, you can even look at it just visually.
Yeah.
There's no way this works. There's
Yeah.
no way you're not getting checkmated with that king on f8, the pawn on f7. Everything is just flowing for white.
So one last look. Knight e5, knight takes e5, pawn takes e5, pawn takes f7, king takes f7, allowing discover check. King, oop, that move was terrible.
So I think
Apologies.
just queen g3.
I have to play, I was counting on rook h7, but no. The engine is basically telling me I have to block the check. I have no choice. Apologies. So, Rachel, where's the killer strike? Let's put it that way.
Not so easy, but calculating this as black and going, I mean, she has
Stepping
to
with your
calculate from
king.
this position, right?
Exactly.
Whether she wants to have this king pinned.
Right. Not a lot of fun for Jasmine.
But it takes some time for white to develop the other rook.
Pardon me? Say that
It
again?
will take some time for white to develop
Yes,
the
the
other
rook
rook and maybe...
on a1, yeah. It's
I
not
don't
a,
see that killer move. I'm considering some queen e4 or
looks practical, right? You're
knight
threatening.
d5.
You're threatening rook takes f. I'm queen g5. No.
No, that would be knight d5.
Well, bishop takes e5 and queen f6, maybe. I mean, Jasmine is a piece up after all. She's defending. And for Rachel, she started 2 out of 2. If she could make it 3 out of 3, now you can't ask for a more perfect start than that. as Jasmine is on the back foot early in this one. Cristian, what is caught your eye in round 3?
Well, just to stay with the junior girls for 1 second, because Rose is slowly inching towards a victory very early on in the game, by the way. This is only move 14, and she has an absolutely devastating advantage in this position. She sacrificed a pawn.
Yep.
Black still has this pawn on e6, but after this move, queen to f2, I'm going to follow it up with bishop to f4. That's going to be my next move. So for example, let's say you go queen to g7. You need, by the way, to defend the pawn on d4 as well. I'm going to continue with bishop to f4. And if we exchange the dark square bishops, good luck defending the dark squares around your king. The knight is jumping to d6 with a check. The rook is ready to go on the e file. Bishop comes to g4 to put more pressure on e6. This one is really bad. I mean, you can just visually understand that. I have all the compensation in the world for just one pawn in the position. This one is completely losing. So queen to f2, it seems like Rose is just going to win this one outright. And in fact, she just played bishop d7. Wait a minute. Bishop g5. What is that? You cannot touch that bishop because you get checkmated
on the spot
with queen f8. So you probably just have to tuck the queen on g7, but then I will continue. Rook to e1. How exactly do you finish your development?
Knight
Whenever you go,
e7?
yeah, but not bishop f6,
bishop
right?
f6.
I get it. You go castle and you can sacrifice the exchange like that if you want, but you're not going to survive this. You have no compensation. And this is probably not the only way to continue as white. In fact, it seems bishop f4 might be even stronger than bishop to g5. Bishop g5, I have to say, it's very compelling from a practical perspective. You look at it, you attack the queen. It seems like you're placing your bishop on a good diagonal, stopping the king from castling. Because this is what bishop d7 wants in the position. Please give me one more move.
Right.
So I can castle long, right, and hide my king. You're not going to allow that.
No.
And you can do that, again, with bishop to f4 as well, because now if you castle, I take, I'll give a check. If you drop back after knight to d6, you're going to resign. That's just bad news. So you have to sacrifice the e-pawn. But I have this beautiful move. Take a look at this.
Nice.
Rook to f7. If you take again, king to c8, knight to d6, this is a problem. And if you go forward to c6, almost for sure you're going to get checkmated.
100%.
With the pawn. Why not? Let's make it fun.
Nice.
With the pawn. a4 checkmate. So a lot of ways to not necessarily finish the job, but this is a completely winning advantage for Rose, and there's a lot of ways for her to continue this one. Both bishop to g5 and bishop f4 are very compelling. Also, you can take the pawn. You can take the pawn, and this is probably the best choice for Chloe, because at least you're not getting checkmated. You're going to be a pawn down. I'm going to have the compensation for it as white. Rose is having the extra pawn and the compensation.
Feels really
but at
good
least
for
you're
her.
not getting checkmated the next few moves. So lots of ways for Rose to continue this attack. Let's move on to the juniors for a second, and then I want to take one game from the seniors before I give it back to you guys.
All right.
Because I feel Liam played a very good middle game. And he was under a lot of pressure, at least because his opponent was blitzing out his moves,
Brewington,
showing, signaling the fact that he knows the theory behind it. Queen to h4, rook to e1. I think at this point, Brewington had an hour and 30 minutes plus on the clock. Bishop to b3, and already after rook e1, knight to e7, this seems to be a bad choice. Because after bishop to b3, how exactly do you defend that pawn on f7? You don't want to go bishop to e6. Because after bishop takes e6, this is just a bad structure.
Right.
Really bad structure. So he went f5, and perhaps this was his idea. The problem is, I'm not so sure you're ready for all this dynamic play to explode as early as we're seeing it explode, because what white did is, in fact, transition the game into the endgame.
Right.
I understand you have all the dynamic play in this position, but I have the much better structure. I have the long-term advantages as white. So what I want is switch the game from a complicated middle game with queens on the board, with attacks coming, into a quiet middle game where I can take advantage of the fact that your pawn structure is quite vulnerable. Knight takes g3, bishop to g6, and this is the position we have. h4 seems quite compelling with the idea to go h5. If you go h5 yourself, that gives me the g5 square.
Bishop g5.
It's the pawns. The pawns are a little bit exposed for black. I understand you have some, majority in the center, but that one is going to get attacked, and it's not really going anywhere. So I'm liking what Liam is doing right now. A bit slow on the clock, 35 minutes against an hour and 8 minutes, but looking at the position, it feels like he has the upper hand and perhaps the easier play as well. Moving on, and I will let you guys get Tani later on, but I do want to show you this game of Alexander Goldin and Alexander Onischuk first, because we know Onischuk is coming into this one as the clear rating favorite.
Yep.
2640. I think the second highest rated player is Akopian, which is 2550, so a bit less than 100 rating points difference. That's huge. And the dilemma that we had about Onischuk is how will he deal with actually coming back to chess, because he hasn't played in a long time. Well, the first two games, we've seen him a bit slower making his decisions. Nevertheless, the class still shone through. And he was the one putting pressure on his opponents. Now, as he's warming up, if you are his opponents right now, if you are the field, you're starting to get worried because, we haven't seen any big blunders from Alex, so he's definitely still showing his class. And right now, with black pieces, he got e5, he got the tension in the center that he wants. Everything is nicely developed in the position, and I really like the prospects of his position as black in this one. I think he has the advantage. For example, if you go knight to c5, bishop to a8, I'm still keeping my bishop on that diagonal. I don't think you can touch that. I mean, you can, but if you take knight to e4, you can already see, look at these bishops.
Danger.
Eyeing the king side. Queen to h4 is coming. The bishop on e2 is a weakness. I have a lot of compensation for that extra pawn, and it does seem like Onischuk is filling the position quite well. And that shows in his time management, and his opponent, 31 minutes falling behind on the clock, I think he's going to be in trouble. So I'm liking our tournament favorite before the tournament started, Alexander Onischuk, in this one.
Thank you, Cristian. I like Alex's position there too. We might call Alex Onischuk the youngster in the field, as it's his first tournament. It's under senior championships is for 50 and over, and he's first year. So he's the youngster in the field, promising, I would say. I want to turn our attention back to the junior boys for just a moment. Shouldn't call them the junior boys anymore because Alice Lee is in the competition, and she's up against Nico, both players looking for a victory in this one. Knight e3 by Alice. We called these positions hedgehogs in my day, and I really liked black in the hedgehog. I played the hedgehog throughout my career. I already liked black's position. I know it sounds counterintuitive. Why do I like black's position? Because I like the fact that white has a weakness on c4, just as black has two weaknesses. One's on b6 and d6. My experience has taught me that the pawns on b6 and d6 are easier to defend than the pawn on c4. So that's part number one. The other reason why I liked the hedgehog for black is I was always counterpunching with b5 on one moment or d5 in another moment. And it's not like the punch c4, c5 by white, is so great.
I mean, I understand it's a very flexible position for black, and you're trying to sell it great, Yasser.
Right.
But I also like the space for white.
Exactly.
So if I push for a4 and I'm just trying to get more space, I like these positions for white, actually.
Cool, and that's great. That's what we call a market. You like it at this price, I like it at that price. Okay, so from Alice's point of view, Alice might like her space. I like Nico's position, and in my mind, Alice should be forcing a draw. Alice should be trying to force the straw to get out of the position that I think could be bad for her.
Okay.
So Alice played the move knight g4. And she wants to mess around, I would say, on the king side. I really like this move by Nico, knight e8. Again, it's one of those really wonderful, flexible moves that is so part and parcel of the whole hedgehog. You defend d6, you defend g7. In your mind's eye, you might play h5 and bishop f6, or shut it down with e5 and then go for your b5. So for me, I thought Alice should instantly play the move knight h6 check.
Okay.
Okay. I can't take that as a, let me just put that on,
Checkmate.
checkmate in one. Oops, right? And I thought you have to play king f8, then you go queen f4, you take, and then it's some kind of a perpetual or something I calculated. Anyway, I thought that you have to play knight h6 to avoid blah, blah, blah. She played the move queen f4, and I thought, ooh, clearly Alice is still looking for the knight h6, but I don't think she did it in the right way. I think she didn't make the order properly. Knight h6, and Nico has actually been
thinking
for some time. Normally speaking, I'm reaching for the h pawn here. I'm playing h5, and we've got sacrifices coming. I mean, you have to prove it, right? Like if you go knight h6 check or not. Because I do have this move, e5, shutting down the bishop after capturing the knight.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we're just about to see the end of this game of Amy Yang versus Irene Sukandar, so perhaps
let's do it.
Move on to that one.
Well, when we left it, when we came in, Amy was looking at a lost position and was just using a lot of her time.
She still is. We're just moving forward.
But she did finally.
Through the lines.
She gave a check on h7.
Okay. King h8,
And then
rook f2, and rook g2. So we've caught up with the players? Well.
So let's
H3
find a checkmate.
looks, yeah, exactly. H3 looks tender.
So rook takes g2, check.
All right, that's a
Do
good
we
one.
start with this?
Looks like a good, as good as any.
King takes, bishop takes h3.
Make sure everybody gets an invitation to the party. Now,
If you go something like king f3,
do I have to analyze that? That looks so bad. Can I play king g1?
king g1.
Okay.
I mean, just so I can play queen g4, or I can bring my rook, just rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8 is really good. I'm a materialist. G6, bishop takes g6, rook g8 would
Yeah, that looks great too.
would attract my eye, because if I can play king takes h7, by the way, I'm 3 pawns to the piece at the moment.
Wow, that's
So
by itself great.
yeah, but I love your rook e8 too. Absolutely. I think Iris has many ways of winning this position. In fact, but isn't there something absolutely
Crushing?
Crushing? Imagine that we just go for it directly. Check. 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 Sorry, that was supposed to be a bishop. Isn't this like...
Well, I'm still surviving. I take.
Take. Check. How many times do I get to say check? How are you surviving?
King d1.
King d1? Is that surviving? How is this surviving? Bishop g4 check, knight e2, rook. Huh. How is this surviving?
But I wouldn't trade that much when we can always interject with rook e8.
No. Yeah, rook e8 was... Well, rook e8, bishop d3. I'm trying to think, why is this...
Okay,
And probably even if you take another pawn, you are just winning.
Right.
I have a question for you
Please.
guys. Go back.
Yep.
Bishop to h3, king to f3, right?
Right. Bishop to the current position. Bishop takes h3, check. King f3, yep.
What if I just go f5? I just want to take that bishop on h7.
Yeah, that's
And be like 4 pawns up and a mating attack.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly. Weird. f5. Bishop takes f5, rook f8. That's that. Bishop
Or
takes
queen
f5.
h5. Queen h5 check. That,
Or queen
that wins the piece
h5.
as well.
Yeah.
Directly.
Yeah.
Or bishop takes f5 followed by rook f8. And
Exactly.
it's just completely over, right?
Yeah.
So that's the easy way if you really don't want to calculate the checkmating attack,
Well,
which probably exists in the
that-
position.
Oh,
That-
wow, we have a different move on the board.
Whoa!
2 exclamation
Look
points.
at that.
Wow.
Look at that. Bishop h2
That's
check.
a brilliant move. I love it.
Iris
Yeah.
is styling. I mean, she sacrificed one knight,
Yeah.
another knight, a rook, a bishop.
I'm telling you, we need to bring the brilliancy prize back. Look at these amazing moves.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Bishop h2 check. So let's figure this out. King takes h2. Queen
Absolutely
takes h2.
forcing, like not wasting any time here.
That's just checkmate. Okay. So the bishop is taboo. Now, king f1, bishop h3, nobody wants to analyze that. So I'm going to have to play king h1. Okay. I'm closing my eyes.
Well, I can take the rook.
I don't know. Queen takes h3 has to be something, right? I mean,
Queen takes h3.
Because rook takes h2, just queen f3.
That's another nice mate. Rook takes g5, eyes wide shut.
bishop g3,
Bishop g3,
queen
and
h2,
this is
queen f2. This is very, very typical checkmating pattern.
But
Yeah.
let's improve it. Bishop h3 checkmate.
Why
bring
not?
all
Okay,
the
okay.
pieces. But you're right. Queen h2 and queen f2. That was the one that's been hardwired into my anatomy. I just know that discovered check and the bishop h3. Amy's looking around and saying, "I did have white today, right?
Yeah.
Reassure me."
But what a great game by
Right.
Iris Mo.
Wow. Well, whenever she
Well,
writes,
so far I think this is the game of the tournament in terms
No
of
question.
precision and the way she conducted this attack. I think finishing with bishop to h2. That's
What about Tani against Nico?
that one is great as well. Yes, but this one was much more precise. I have to say. Okay, perhaps the job was slightly easier. Nevertheless,
It was nice.
Precision matters, and the beauty of bishop h2 that matters as well.
We did not even consider that move.
No. We were thinking even directly. But if Iris ever writes a book of her best games, this one's going to be on the cover. Bishop h2. What
It certainly will be.
a beautiful, beautiful move.
One of those romantic era type of games.
I think in my generation of players, a lot of us were fearful of being on the losing side of a brilliancy. Because brilliancies would go into all of the magazines.
Yasser, talking about brilliancies, let's go to the game of Zoe Tang and Rochelle Wu, because
Okay.
Rochelle just made a move with 2 exclamation points as well.
Did she? All right. Where are you, Zoe? Just right there.
Look at that, knight takes d4.
We were always thinking of this. When we have left it, we left it after a5. Zoe played h4, which makes sense. We're trying to break up Black's pawn shield. She continued with h5, so she's thinking to herself, okay, I'll bring my bishop into play, bishop h7, and knight f5. And Zoe said, look at what I've got. I've got a munchie, sorry. Bishop takes g4, knight takes d4. Okay, Zoe did not count on that one as the answer. For sure, she felt like she was playing great. She just won a pawn, and now she's got to face knight takes d4. Okay, so
Pawn takes, right? I mean, if
let's
you don't take
ask.
that knight, the knight is going to land on c2. It's going to be disaster.
let's ask what happens next.
So I think rook a e8 or rook
All right.
f e8, one of those rooks.
We'll figure it out in just a moment, and let me get on my jogging shoes.
And now maybe let's just take the pawn back and do a double attack.
Queen takes d4. So your double attack is the pawn, the knight on d2, as well as the bishop on a g4. Okay, I'm closing my eyes. I'm scared. Bishop to, bishop c5 I'm okay with. I can trade queens.
Okay.
But I see that the engine says white's dead.
Because I am looking...
I'm bluffing.
Yeah, you're bluffing. But how do I
Kill it.
close this position?
Right.
Oh, maybe I just play queen takes d2.
Okay. I
Take
took a
the
rook.
rook.
I did.
And I play bishop c5.
Ooh. That's kind of
I guess
grisly.
that's not the solution. But how do you stop it?
I have queen g4 check and queen e2. Oh, no, I
No,
don't
there's
have queen
bishop d3.
I have maybe just knight d1? No? I love our analysis
It's just
where
so difficult to be
with the
finding the-
roller coaster
The
moves
best moves.
up and down the chessboard. Maybe I can go queen g4 check and move my king? No. That's not exactly ideal. Or knight e2. Knight e2?
I mean, I always thought I'm just going to go bishop d3 now.
But I still have queen g4 check. And then I can
Oh, then you can move the bishop
move
from
the
e8.
bishop. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, then let's find
Le-
something stronger.
Exactly. I liked what you did up to here. I thought you were doing great, actually. But now we just need
So we need some
fantastic.
Iris bishop h2 move.
Yeah, exactly. Put me out of my misery here. That would be nice.
I mean, maybe just we move the rook, like maybe e5. But I guess.
Rook e5. Okay. No. And wow, the engine is saying, of all your choices, maybe that's not the best one. Did she capture, by the way?
Yes. So
she
we
did.
have Zoe capturing the knight.
And now this is the current position. We're analyzing rook e8 check, king f1. Zoe's getting on her jogging shoes, trying to get her king out of dodge. And I liked your queen takes d4. That just looked like a really, really strong move.
I mean, we may not need to give a check. Maybe we capture the pawn immediately. And actually, that's what Rochelle just did. So
she captured
didn't-
it once.
Yes.
Oh.
Which allows white to castle. But is it that bad? I guess the engine preferred to first
I
take away
think-
those castling rights.
Yeah, no, I thought rook a e8 was a great move. Here, I would be happy to castle unless I'm losing some. Oh, you can just take my knight.
And then I have
extra pawns
extra pawn.
and the bishops. And so I can't actually castle.
Okay,
Oh.
but then if you cannot castle, then I actually like it. This queen takes d4, just keeping rook e8 in my pocket, waiting. How are you going to respond here?
Absolutely. How am I supposed to respond? Good grief. Good grief.
Because bishop d7 doesn't work either. I always take the knight on c3.
Yeah, now it's just an empty air. I'm not attacking anything with bishop to d7. And you're threatening bishop takes c3 with a tactical hit against the queen. Okay, forgive me, I just don't see any better move than defending my position. The engine just says this is overwhelmingly good for Rochelle. Should we check? Should we try check? King f1, bishop c5. That looks really good.
That looks very strong, yeah.
Wow. For Zoe, with the white pieces, our defending champion is in trouble in this one. And let's go to our tournament leader, Rachel Lee, for just a moment. Just check in on Rachel and see how she's doing with Jasmine, because Jasmine said, I don't like
I don't want to keep my extra piece. I prefer to castle.
And, well, at the end of the day, however, isn't white going to be a pawn up? Because there's G2 and H2 versus
yes, white
H6.
is pawn up, but also white has extreme developmental advantage, and all the open files are going to be for white.
Exactly. Rook on A8, queen is still on D8. Again, it's all about this D6 pawn too, right? Rook takes D6, and maybe on a good day. Rachel, she is on fire at the moment. Everything's going great for her.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, starting with 2 wins with black pieces, now having this really energetic position.
Yeah, it looks terrific. Cristian, throwing it back over to you.
Well, speaking of leaders and co-leaders in this case, and defending champions as well, Andy, the defending champion in the juniors, he's in trouble.
Right, we saw the position of the queen D6,
right now.
yeah.
But, well, this was a while back with the queen on D6, of course. Bishop to A8 followed. Knight to E4, in fact, was an opportunity for Andy to get back in the game. And by the way, Tani is starting to spend some time on his decisions as well. We've seen him blitz his moves up to this point. He's starting to spend some time because it's such a complex battle. Knight to E4 allowed rook to B3. That's a nice way to look at the pawn on E3 and say, you know what, if you go queen takes C5, which I do think that it was his intent, to just simply defend like this, the pawn on E3. Maybe next move I'm going to go queen to G5. It definitely looks like the rook on B3 is not doing as much. But right now, I have ideas of E5. I'm starting to look at ideas of knight to D4, and all sorts of craziness is ensuing in the position. It seems like your queen tied up to the defense of the pawn on E3 is not greatly placed. Now, after knight to E4, he played the move queen to H5. And the question is, I get it. If you take with a queen, knight to E5, now it's starting to look quite intriguing because I'm already starting to look at bishop takes C4 ideas. But what if I just simply take with the knight? Where's the compensation? What are you trying to do? After knight takes C5, we do have a move. Oh, mistake. G4. Okay.
Tani's trying to improve, trying to get in an extra little touch.
I'm trying to understand why he didn't take that pawn with the knight. Because he played knight e4 with a specific goal in mind. And that, I believe, was to keep the queen on d6 and take with the knight on c5.
He must have been afraid of knight e5.
But then knight takes
d6.
d7. I continue taking pawns. What was he afraid? You can take on f3, I guess, with a knight like this, but I do take a full rook. Like,
maybe
what's next for you, you know?
Yeah.
That's a full rook.
Queen f5, there's queen f4, right?
Always, right? So if you want to break this pin, it doesn't seem like you have a good way. This is not a super complex calculation.
No.
The best black can get is maybe something like this, but I already took a couple of pawns. My king is safe. I don't really have to worry about that too much. I can maybe even take a third pawn on a7 at the right moment, and it actually simplifies the position.
Exactly.
Right? And that's always in white's favor. So I'm a bit surprised that after a deep think, by the way, queen to h5, knight takes c5 was not played. g4, queen to h4 is what we have on the board. And after queen g3, queen e7, are we going to see a repetition? Are we going to see queen d6, queen to h4? Because finally black is...
right.
He got that,
got rid
thorn
of the,
on d6 out of the way, right? This is a...
And maybe on a good day you could play d5 and feel very happy about your chances.
Huge
so yeah, queen
relief
d6.
For the defending champion, Andy Woodward, right now. And a missed opportunity for Tani with this move g4.
Exactly, exactly. Wow, sharp game there in that junior matchup for first place. Like to turn our attention to the other junior matchup for first place, and that's between Evan Park and Mishra. When we left it in what I thought was a 3-result position. I know the engine slightly prefers Mishra's position, and I thought that what Evan really needed to do was just take care of his king.
Hide it on the king side.
Yeah, king B1, maybe even king B1, king A1, rook B1. Make sure that the king is ultra safe, and then later play for, but don't get into a race playing H5, H6, because black is simply faster. A5 and B4 is on Mishra's agenda. Evan came up, I want to say, with a clever idea that's not going to be rewarded. It's not going to be rewarded. Rook B4 is a nice way of absolutely preventing A5. Anytime you play A5, I'm going to sacrifice an exchange. Rook takes B5 and get rid of that attacker. Mishra said, okay, your rook is on B4. Maybe I'm going to play for the move D5, attack the rook that way. So Evan said, okay, I'll take care of my rook. And now after rook C8, now while the rook is helping defending the king, suddenly bishop takes E4.
But the rook looks so misplaced. Like right. I don't remember seeing a Sicilian position like this where the rook is on B3.
Great defender, not...
Because usually you want to have it on G1 or D1, right,
or
somewhere.
D4, where it was. So bishop takes E4 is on Mishra's agenda, and Evan said, uh-oh, I understand there's baking being cooked. I've got to do something. And finally, Amy, by the way, did resign.
So congratulations to Iris Mo for a fantastic game.
Yeah, I'm going to stop my analysis of this one, but I want to go to the game of Iris because, wow, she just played a scintillating...
4 moves in a line, exclamation point.
Let's just see how that game finished, because it was beautiful.
Did it start with the knight takes E4, or?
No, we did this part.
Okay.
This and let's see how it did finish. Takes, check, bishop. So now we're threatening queen H1. Oh no. Too nice.
That's it, checkmate.
Too nice. Wow, Iris, we're not worthy. That was fantastic. What happened to the Brilliancy Prize?
We have to bring it back.
I'm not even waiting for the next 6 rounds. I'll just give it to Iris right now. That was really fantastic. We definitely want to have her interviewed. Let's go back to the Evan Park game for a moment, because he did play G6. I think Mishra is still on...
let's go to the Tani versus Andy.
Yeah, for sure.
They're repeating.
Oh, they are repeating already?
I think they're repeating the position. I think they will be repeating the position.
Oh, right. Where am I?
One down.
One down.
Just one
Tani.
more. Yes.
There we go. Uh-oh. So we left it. We saw G4. And that was the mistake that allowed Andy to bring his queen back. And we're witnessing a repetition.
Well, they repeated only once, but...
Only once?
I don't think any of the players... Well, right now, Andy definitely does not mind it. I don't think he minds queen h4, queen to g3, and it seems like Tani already made his choice.
When he played g4?
When he played g4, followed by queen g3, queen d6, quite quickly. It seems he made his choice, and he made his mind that he's going to...
Maybe he underestimated his position, or maybe he just
simply
overestimated Andy's position, because that line you were showing with knight takes c5...
Let's take the pawn.
Sure looked good for Tani.
It certainly did, and again, the onus was always on black to be able to prove the compensation, and it just wasn't there. Like, there's
looking
nothing
at
to say about it.
Looking at Tani, there was no question in my mind he was calculating variations, but he's analyzing blindfold away from the board.
Spent a lot of time on it.
Like
yes.
Hikaru likes to look away from the board and calculate. I always like looking at the pieces, calculating them there in front of my eyes.
So right now, if Andy plays the move queen to h4, I think we're going to see that repetition ensue very quickly.
Queen h4, queen comes back to g3, and back and forth we go.
Yeah. There is one way to try to continue the attack for
Please.
white. Perhaps after queen to h4, we go queen g3, queen e7. I think we're on your board. Yes, sir.
Sorry, say it again, please.
Yeah, after queen h4, queen g3, queen e7. So with the queen on g3.
Yes.
I think you can go g5.
G5?
Well, the thing is, black probably threatens to go f5 and start his attack on
D5.
that side. Or d5.
One of the two, yeah.
And the idea of g5 is that I'm setting up for this cheeky little idea with knight to f6.
Check.
Yes.
So this hurts my feelings.
That's over, yes.
Because this is... but let's interrupt my analysis because...
Irene Sukandar is with a special guest, Iris Mo.
Over to you, Irene.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm with Iris Mo right now, who just won a spectacular game against Amy Yang. Iris, how do you feel after winning such a game?
Definitely feeling good, especially after losing a tough game yesterday. This was great to come back with.
Right. And wow, this is, I mean, I played this myself. We talked about this just before this. And this is such a very nice preparation. Did you prepare this before this game or before the tournament?
I prepared this before the game. Like, this was my first time ever playing this opening specifically, but I had been thinking about this idea before the tournament.
Right. And before this tournament, I saw that you've had a very good achievement winning the America's Continental and then qualifying for the next Women's World Cup. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And did it give you more confidence boost coming for this tournament, or did it give you more pressure?
I'd say kind of both, but honestly more on the confidence boost side. I think just knowing that I am capable of having that kind of result has really gave me better energy going into this tournament.
Definitely. And the energy that you brought to this game is amazing. So let's take a look what happened in the game quickly. So we start with d4, and then we had a queen's gambit, a very evergreen opening. And in this position, she took on d5, and now it's an exchange queen's gambit. And there are so many variations here, but you took, I think, the most solid one. And since I already mentioned I played it myself, so I was so excited to watch what's going to happen next. Okay, castle here, knight e2, and let me ask you a question. This coming from my husband, actually.
Yeah.
Who did you learn this opening from?
I mean, I just learned it from my coach, honestly. Yeah.
Care to share your coaches?
Oh, Alex Ostrovsky.
Ostrovsky.
I am.
No wonder. Okay, shout out to Alex. Okay, so rook e8, h3, a5. Yeah, this is kind of like an unusual type, but what I must say is, well, this is something that you play in the Queen's Gambit exchange these days anyway. That you want to also play in the center, right? But also play in the queen side. Try to explore more on the both sides. So, okay, castle here and knight a6. So when you play knight a6 in this position, did you, of course you were hoping to go to the variation that you went, right? But did you expect that it would happen today?
I thought there was a chance it would happen, but after she didn't play queen c2 earlier, so I wasn't like as, I didn't really think it was as likely at this point. But yeah, I mean, if not for this idea, I would have probably played a little more on the queen side with the a5 pawn already there.
Yes, definitely. So here, after queen c2, h6, of course, you have to protect the h7 pawn, bishop here, knight e6. Yeah, if we want to be honest on this position, right, black doesn't really have anything except hoping for the sacrifice that happened in the game. So after f3 here should be like the drum roll momentum, probably, whether it's going to happen or not. So after knight g5, of course, white can do anything here, especially after knight g5. The pawn on e3 is under attack, so white has to do something about it. And what Aimee did in this position was very, very natural. Yeah, I mean, the reason why f3 was played is because you want to support e4, and she did it right away. And then what was your feeling when she played this move?
Yeah, I was really excited to see this happen on the board. I was definitely expecting maybe bishop f2, followed by e4 next would have been better for white. That or f4 is also like a strong response. But yeah, to see e4 happen just made me really excited because I wanted to get the sacrifice on the board, of course.
Right. Well, let's see the sacrifice. So knight takes e4 first, and after this, you sacrifice another knight. So this is what we called with double sacrifice on the king side. And then after this, just take this one. Black is still a piece down in this position, but with such a huge attack. So let's fast forward what happened, and then this another sacrifice with the work. So I think this is like, this should be the game of the round or not the tournament. Like this definitely is. So fast forward again. After bishop h7 and then king h8 and then rook f2, you just now come with all the natural moves, giving a check, giving another check. And by the way, in this position, you have so many options to win, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, you chose one of the best ones. And sooner or later, yeah, everything just collapsed. And it's such a nice thing of Aimee allowing the checkmate in the end, because I was watching this game, I was like, oh, will Aimee allow you to give a checkmate? And yes, she did. And queen g3 is on the board. I think this is officially the first checkmate in the tournament. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm so happy to see this game. And Iris, this is such an amazing game. I hope in the next few games you'll be able to keep up with your performance.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for coming here, and get back to the studio.
Thank you, Irene. And again, our congratulations to Iris. That was absolutely a gorgeous game. We would all be very, very proud to have that in our history. We do have a result in the juniors. Two of our leaders, Tani and Andy, did make that repetition that we expected.
Yeah, the queen h4, queen e7.
Exactly.
Which means they are now the leaders of the juniors championship, having 2 out of 3.
With the game between Mishra and Evan Park, those players tied for third at the moment. As you see, they're in the standings. If one of them can win that game, they would leapfrog Andy and Tani. Another game that I think is about to end is the game between Rose Atwell and Chloe. Just marvelous, crunchy position here for Rose. She's just delivered, in my estimation, a devastating check on d6.
She sacrificed the pawn early on and then just played perfectly, and now her pieces are in beautiful harmony, just attacking the king. Look at that knight on d6.
Yeah, the knight on d6, not only is it forking pawn, but the problem is even Chloe can't even run for the hills because there's even a queen takes h6 and
the royal fork.
A royal fork.
The fork on the whole family.
yeah, exactly. A royal fork and a family fork are both awaiting. So I'm thinking that Chloe, whether she likes it or not, will have to play king e7. This is a pawn, but it's...
And then the queen gets to d6.
Or dg... Oh, it's like... There's mating patterns.
This game is going to finish very soon.
Very, very soon. So I'm thinking Rose will ride her ship. But I believe we're going to take a break and throw it to Irene on the break.
For some more analysis. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Let's do that.
Sounds good to me, too.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show break, where we had Iris Mo before, and it was such a spectacular game, and I think that was quite the highlight of the run, and I was so happy to look over the game with her. But on this show break, I would like to draw your attention to the seniors game, because I think this is such a masterclass that Vladimir Akopian is showing to us. He is the former U.S. seniors champ, of course, and let's take a look what's happening in the game. So, in the first round, he played his usual Sicilian. So e4, c5, and he always goes for the open Sicilian, and this is happening again on the third round against Stuart Rachels. So d4 takes and knight takes, and then he welcomes this classical Sicilian with the long castle here. With after this long castle takes. So this is still all an opening theory. Then after a6, he goes for f4. And if you remember his game from the first round against Igor Novikov, he also played a similar style, attacking on the king side, and then just with all the pawn storms. And I think this is going to be a very exciting round again, especially for Akopian, who is, by the way, leading the tournament with 2 out of 2. And after castling here, bishop e2, this is still a very normal move to do. You just want to develop your pieces. And after b5, e5, now the attack starts. Usually, there are so many little moves here that you want to play. Probably instead of e5, you can play king b1 or a3 or even like another g4. But here, e5 is such a good fashion, I would say, in this position, because you just break open the center. And then after taking here, simplifying everything, but this is not as simple as it looks, because in this type of endgame, suddenly white could see like all of the pieces are attacking, and black is lacking development here. So that is what white is trying to exploit. So rook b8 takes e5, and after knight d7, and this is a huge blunder, by the way, because in this position, h6 is a must. You have to counter-attack this f6 with the g5 bishop. So after taking this, you just want to take this, and this is actually better for black right now, because in the endgame, a pair of bishops would do better than bishop and the knight. So in this position, bishop has to come back to h4, which in this position, you can play g5, and after bishop g3, and now instead of putting the knight in the center, you can put it on h7, maybe with the idea later with rook e8, and then maneuvering the knight suddenly towards g6. But what happened in the game was after f takes e5, the knight goes to d7. This is such a natural move, of course, because usually you just want to keep everything in the center, right? And especially when you see that there's a pawn on e5 over here, there is no support of another pawn to this pawn. So you just want to pressure this pawn. But this is a very natural mistake. So in this position, Vladimir Akopian just took on d8, rook takes d8, and what he did next was a very, very principled move, that is bishop c6. The knight on d7 turned out to be the weakness in the position, because it would be very hard for black to unpin the knight with the rook behind it. And it is proven in the next few moves. So rook b6, attacking the bishop. What do we do here? Do we take the knight? Of course not. We have to keep the position intact like this, while also getting another piece of ours that is not currently working. That is the rook on h1. But how do we do that? Rook d6. And this is such a very useful move, because you are protecting the bishop on c6, and also you're putting your rook in a very good outpost position, while at the same time preparing the other rook to come over to the center file to d1. And after rook here, of course, in this position, you're just sacrificing the exchange. But what happened after, let's say, king goes to f8? The position will not change. Rook will just go to d1, and after king e7, let's say, and in this position, you just, everything is kind of locked up here. The rook cannot move, the bishop cannot move, the king cannot move because of the knight on d7, and in this position, you can actually play anything else. Like you play rook 1 to d2 and probably giving a square for the king to improve, and probably as well, at the same time later, you want to improve any of your pawns. Because again, in the end of this variation, black will lose so much because black will no longer have any tempo to play. So let's come back to the game. After rook d7, black realized that in the longer term, if black just being stubborn, protecting the knight on d7, it will not be fruitful. So instead, black just succumbed to the fact that, okay, I have to give it up and go to a simplified endgame again by sacrificing the exchange. So here, bishop takes d7, rook takes d7, and bishop takes c8. And now, yes, the bishop is under attack, but the rook is also under attack. And now in this position, Stuart played rook b6 because you also want to move from the attack while at the same time protecting the pawn on a6. And it's time to get the bishop out of the attack. And after bishop d7, rook d8, and rook d1, I think this is all kind of like forced move. And this is something that both players must have calculated beforehand. And after rook b7, bishop c6, rook takes, knight takes, and after rook c7, now it is 2 pieces against a rook. Technically, it should be winning for white, but anything can still happen. But I'm sure with the expertise and experience of Vladimir Akopian, he will bring this into like a longer endgame. He has a very unique style. Back in the day when he was still representing Armenia and then be the top player in the country, everyone knew how aggressive he is as a player, but he is also very well known of his endgame expertise. So in this position, bishop f3, he played. Of course, you want to put your bishop in a position where it is protected, and now all you want to do, since you have an advantage in the queen side with the majority of pawn, 3 versus 2, this is something that you want to exploit. You want to create a pass pawn. So in this position, black played b4, trying to kind of not really preventing it, but trying to make it a bit harder for white to make a pass pawn, because whatever you do here, like if you play a3, takes, this is not something that you want to do because there's still a pawn over here. So what Akopian is going to do, I guess, is first he will try to improve his king and then improve his knight, of course, probably knight here, because these 2 pawns, you have to think, you want to create a pass pawn, but maybe you don't necessarily need to exchange your pawns. Maybe with both of your pieces and with the help of the king, you might be able to actually capture 1 or if not 2 of the pawns. So this is going to be a very, very instructive endgame. I will keep monitoring this position, this endgame, because I'm sure it is useful for every player in any skill. So let's stay tuned on this game, and then all other games are also still very exciting. And let's get back to Yasser, Katerina, and Cristian.
Welcome back to round 3 of the US Seniors and Juniors Championships. And thank you, Irene, for that analysis. Now we will go to the girls section.
Yeah.
Because Rose Atwell is probably just putting the final touches on her game.
Absolutely. Well, she just won a pawn, and after this last move by Chloe, knight on h6 to f7, which was trying to protect the d6 square, the queen d6. There was also, in this exact moment, there's a threat of a mate in 2 or 3 moves, queen g5 check and knight to d6 mate. So knight f7 was to defend against both, but Rose is like, let me just collect the material, capturing yet another pawn with the move knight takes c5, menacing knight takes d7 as well as queen takes f7, and also, if you're not very, very careful. Along comes queen c7, a completely overwhelming position at the moment for Rose. Should Chloe resign, it wouldn't be a surprise because, again, her king is getting killed. She's material behind, and Rose has all the advantages going on in her favor. And yeah, well, a very important victory for Rose if she should secure it. Also, I was keeping an eye on the Zoe Tang Rochelle game, if you don't mind. I was, as we were coming back, I wanted to pick up on that game. Where are you? There you are, Zoe. Remember, we were expecting Rochelle to give a rook check.
Take away the castling rights.
Queen takes d4, and we thought Zoe was really in trouble losing with the white pieces. But Rochelle said, let me capture on d4 first. It's kind of funny. The bishop went to d7 when there's no rook there. And I think it's still a very, very good position for
Because we
Zoe.
were looking at bishop takes c3 here.
Right.
Right? The only move, I mean, I don't think the only move, but it's a move that simplifies the position and still keeps the extra pawn for black. Also, you're not taking the queen.
It's a, hold on, sorry, what did you want me to do?
No, I thought you were going to take the queen. I thought this is too dangerous. But okay, if you do this.
Well, no, there was a threat of bishop takes c3, and my queen wasn't defended. The move queen d7.
Right,
Bishop d7 defended the queen.
So now you can just take with the pawn.
Right. And now, well, this is actually not the way for Rochelle to continue because there's ideas here of rook h3 and rook g3 where I could turn the tables in Zoe's
that bishop
favor.
on d7 is really annoying.
Yeah.
Allowing my rook to go to the open file.
Exactly. There just has to be a nice way of continuing the game for Rochelle. What is the nicest way of continuing the game?
Maybe bishop d3?
Funny, I was thinking exactly the same thing. Bishop to d3? No.
Still maybe rook h3?
Maybe rook h3 is spoiling it.
She did play the move queen to e5, right?
Is it on the board?
Oh,
No.
actually, yes. She played queen e5 on the board.
Okay, sorry. I'm going to click live position. There it is. Queen e5. So, well, don't ask me twice, but king f1, and I'm dreaming of playing knight to d3 next. Is this so clear? I thought that Rochelle sacrifice was brilliant, but now I'm less sure. Less confident.
I mean, we really wanted to give the check first.
Right.
To have the rook on the e file.
We got
because
thrown
now
off.
it's just not that easy to get the rook there.
Exactly. We got thrown off. If you don't mind, our tournament leader, Rachel Lee, I'm going to do this wrong, versus Jasmine. When we left it, we really liked Rachel's position, and she's having a fantastic tournament. She won her first two games with the black pieces. Bishop takes c4, bishop takes d6. Jasmine in terrible straits here. Bishop takes e7 on white's agenda. Rook f7, rook f2, knight f5, knight e5. These look like great moves for Rachel. Takes.
Wow, so many pins.
Oh, everywhere,
Knight
everywhere.
b5, putting pressure on that knight.
I know, but the knight is also guarding the bishop. So knight b5. Oops, there goes the queen. There goes the bishop. And I think what Rachel is thinking, queen check.
And get the knight.
And get the knight in case of king takes f7. And then it will be queen versus bishop and rook, but white is the one with the extra pawns. So that should be a completely technical winning position for Rachel. Let me just see if we've got an updated position. Yeah, rook takes f7. We're expecting queen f1 check and queen takes b5. So very, very nice game for Rachel.
By the way, jumping back to the Zoe Tang's game against Rachel Wu, Zoe Tang went the other direction with the king. We were thinking she's going to go to f1 and hide the king on the king side, but she's going to d1.
Say what? That's contrary to all the things that we've been taught. Mm-hmm. Put your king behind the pawn shield.
Because now you keep the king in the center.
Yeah, what is that? King d1, what on earth?
I may be thinking about d4 even.
Blows my mind. Yeah, okay, d4. Why not? So a moment ago, I wanted to play the move knight f3 as a response to d4. Can I still play it?
Now I will go queen.
I'm looking for a killer shot. Oh, you could go queen to g7?
I was looking maybe d6 to just force the bishop to go away.
Well, here I was thinking that you're forcing the knight to go away. Why is my king on d1?
That king
Why
is going to be in trouble.
Why is the king on f1? Oh my gosh. Zoe playing with fire here. I don't like this position for white whatsoever. Cristian, what has caught your eye in this third round?
Well, Liam Putnam versus Brewington Hardaway. Do you remember when I was telling you that Liam was playing a tremendous game? Yes.
Yeah,
yes. It felt like he diffused the bomb of the opening, and then he was just navigating this position with a better structure and trying to get the vulnerable pawns on the black side. But he did it in a very, very wrong manner. Take a look at this. After bishop to g6, we finally entered the endgame. What I was proposing was h4. h4, maybe provoke h5, and now that gives me the extra square, beautiful square, for the bishop to land on, bishop to g5, which gives me the advantage as white. Much easier to play. What he did was f4. But this basically allows black to cement his structure in the center with e4, which takes away a lot of space from white. What probably he was banking on is the fact that he has some control over the dark squares, but that's not going to help him much. And after f4, e4, bishop e3, castle, rook to d1, you can already start sensing that the tide is turning. It is black that's finding safe squares for his pieces, very proficient squares for his pieces as well, and right now he's in full control. Knight to d4, knight takes d4, c takes d4. Thank you very much for the pawn. I'll take that. Are you going to be able to get the pawn on c6? Nope. Rook to d6, bishop to e8, extra pawn, tremendous extra pawn. Take a look at that pawn on e4. I just don't see the compensation. I think this one is a technical task for black to convert and win this game. So right now, Brewington, 46 minutes, by the way, keep an eye on the clock, 46 minutes for Brewington, only 10 minutes left for Liam. He's probably not happy realizing the fact that he had a better endgame. Just 5, actually, let me just count that. It was about 10 moves ago when they entered this endgame, and he definitely had the better side of it. But right now, he's just facing defeat in this one. Still, some work to be done for black, but a pawn is a pawn, and it's a very, very strong pawn and a very strong pawn structure. Even imagine at some point, I will be able to sacrifice this pawn with the move c5 to connect my pawns. You will take with the d pawn, and then the d and the e pawns are going to roll down the board. So it's all Brewington at the moment.
Thank you, Cristian. Turning our attention to the senior section and our defending champion, Alexander Fishbein. He's up against Joel Benjamin. And Fishbein came up with, in my opinion, a sparkling tactical sequence right here, which really you got to give him due credit. After the move rook b5, here it comes. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Bam! D3, D4,
Okay,
tactical shot.
That rook on b5?
Exactly. rook takes a5, rook takes a5, queen takes a5, d takes e5. As a result of this operation, the backward pawn on d3 has magically transformed itself into a attacking force on e5. Now comes queen b6. Are we ready for the next sequence?
Ready.
Bang! b4.
Wow, okay.
The queen, you can't play knight takes c5 because if bishop takes c5, thanks to that rook on c1, so you've got to play queen takes b4. Bang!
I like the sound effects, yes.
All of these moves
Fireworks.
are just coming with fantastic impact. And after the move queen a2, c4, I'm expecting rook takes c4 because the queen was, oh, sorry, I should explain that in this position, it's not just that the queen is coming to e6 and rook f7, it's also the fact that the knight is coming to g5 as well. And look how safe White's king is, and then how suddenly vulnerable is Joel. So c4, and now Alex is looking at rook takes c4. I'm assuming Joel really is planning on queen b2, hoping against hope that he'll be able to trade queens after rook takes c4. Is there another way of doing this? Rook takes c4. Love that move, by the way. Queen to b2. It seems like there should be a way of... I don't want to just end up in a better ending with bishop takes a7. I'm looking for something a little bit more than this, keeping the queens on the board. Queen a5. How come I'm not able to...
Wait, do we have to capture the pawn immediately? Because you don't have b5. You cannot really protect the pawn more.
Right, so knight d4. No? I see my chess thermometer doesn't like that move. I thought I was being clever. I was intersecting queen b2 while threatening rook c4 as well as knight e6. No, there's something even much simpler.
Maybe e5? I'm giving up some squares, I know, but at least I'm not allowing your queen to try to trade mine.
I would, in that case, I'd rather trade bishops. If I was going to play e5, I'd rather have my knight on d4. Let me give this a shot. Is this no? Also not. Huh. There's a good move here beside rook takes c4. What is a good move beside rook takes c4? E5? Shall we try?
Let's try.
Okay.
E5. Oops. Never mind.
Never mind.
But how do you respond? Okay, I understand that I'm giving up some squares, d5, f5,
right.
Maybe putting target on the pawn e5, but I also just want to recapture on c4 and not allow any trades.
No, it makes sense to me. The only thing I can think of, knight to d5, but knight g5, knight d4, what is it? Why are we, maybe it's the lights. We're blinded by the lights in the studio. That could be the explanation here. Can I try this? Knight to d4. No? Again, the engines... Cristian, bail is out. I think Alex Fishbein has played a really magnificent sequence to get a tactical...
He has indeed. He has indeed. And I think maybe even after rook, after c4, even rook to b1 could be an interesting choice in the position. Rook to b1, queen d6, queen takes c4 right now. And then I still keep control of the pawn on b7. So right now you have to defend that somehow. Also this idea of knight to g5 still lingering in the air.
I like that.
And b1. You're sort of stuck in the position. I mean, everything is under attack. You're a pawn up, I get it, as black, but everything is under attack. Pawn on e6 is under attack. Pawn on a7, by the way, I can capture at any point. Pawn on b7, very difficult to defend. This one is looking great for white. Commanding game by Fishbein in this one. I have to say I've been quite impressed with the way he handled the middle game and put enough pressure on Joel. I really like the sound effects also. So
thank you.
Let's keep it up with those sound effects.
I was working hard. Also, while we're with the seniors, let's just stay with the seniors for a moment and give a shout out to Vladimir Akopian, our tournament leader, as he's playing against Stuart Rachels. And on our break, you saw Irene explaining what the two pieces versus the rook were doing. I'm talking specifically about the game between Stuart Rachels and Vladimir Akopian. I love the minor pieces against the rook, and I love the queenside majority for white. Last move, a7, a5. And for me, as Irene was explaining, you're really trying to create a pass pawn for white. So the natural candidate passer in this position is the c pawn. So I would have thought Vladimir would be playing king d2, c3, and let's create a pass pawn. In fact, a bit of a surprise, he played the move b2, b3, which to my eyes is suggesting that he wants to take on f6 and reroute
the knight.
to c4 before playing the move c3. A very, very different approach, and by Vladimir, one I wouldn't necessarily have chosen myself. You like the move b3?
I like it because I may be also thinking about king b2 and c3, a3, because how are you going to continue as black?
In the words of Robert Hubner, I do not know. I guess I'll mark time with king f7 for the moment.
Okay, king b2.
King b2. And while you're doing something, I'll attempt to do something. I'll just throw out some moves.
And wow, I'm hearing that while we are looking at his game, Stuart Rachels visited the confessional booth. So let's take a listen.
Let's hear it.
Forgive me, Yasser, for I have sinned. Every single game, I forget my preparation. My position is hopeless. My opponent will soon make it resignable. But not yet.
Not yet. But not yet. Stuart, you're not forgiven. He forgot his preparation. What did he do, Cristian?
Well, I have no idea exactly what he forgot. He didn't tell us what he forgot.
By the way, look at what happened at the board. Vladimir Akopian, really nice continuation that we didn't even look at. He liked your c4.
Stuart was onto something. He is making it resignable very soon. King c2, a3 is coming next, b4 is coming next. The creation of the passed pawn, and it's going to be impossible for you to defend against that and to stop my passed pawn from promotion. So he was onto something. He was apologizing to you as well. Yes, sir.
Well, I think to himself more like how. So
he knows we're watching.
Oh, the world is watching.
We're watching.
But in his preparation, what could it have been that he missed? So far, he's doing really well. But it's the move knight d7 that the engine says.
So probably it has to be h6.
Pardon me?
h6 now for black.
h6, very, very, very reasonable move. Maybe knight to d5? Bishop takes knight takes d5. I was thinking of a pawn sacrifice where you get stuff. But h6, maybe that was it. He just forgot to include h6. Because what happened to him in the game was he got in this, it was this rook d6 move, and you could see that everything has gone wrongly after Vladimir got the two pieces for the rook. He's got a technically
I like this move,
winning
c4.
Position with a3, b4 on White's agenda. For Vladimir, wow, what a start. 3 out of 3.
Amazing.
Crazy.
And he's also beating some of his rivals in the process as well. So
knocking them down.
No, this is a great great start for Vladimir Akopian. And look, for guys like Onischuk,
Yeah.
you know, you wake up, round 3, you've made 3 draws, let's say. We don't know exactly what's going to happen in this game, but
Right.
if he makes a draw in this one as well, and your opponent, your main opponent, is running away with the event, you start feeling the pressure. So let's take a look at what's happening in that game of Alex Onischuk and see whether he's making any strides trying to get the advantage against Goldin. And I think we left it somewhere around this position, and I was praising the way Alexander is playing. Knight to c5, bishop to a8 was in fact played, so all good so far on the main front. Knight to e4, bishop takes c5, take, bishop to e4. Alex was playing a really good game. So where did it all go wrong, or at least, maybe f5 is not the correct approach, but makes a lot of sense to my eyes. Rook to a2, queen to e6, rook to a1. This is what we have right now. He still has the advantage. He still has the advantage. Rook a2, rook a1, maybe a bit of an unfortunate step by Goldin, by white, but his position is not hopeless or, you know, in danger anytime soon, because still black has to find a way out. You have the beautiful knight on d5. You have the pawns on e5 and f5 ready to break, either with e4, either with f4. The problem is every single one of those moves that you make is going to come with consequences. For example, if you go e4, that opens up my bishop, right? I'm going to go f4, and the bishop on b2 is going to become a monster. You do get control of over the d file with the move bishop to h5, but that's the trade-off. You allow the bishop on b2 to get active. He decided to take it slowly with rook to d7. I still don't see the long-term plan for black yet. I'm sure he's looking for it also. At the same time, it does feel a bit more uncomfortable for white to play this
What
position.
is white supposed to do?
What is white supposed to do? Exactly, exactly. Probably, actually, f4.
Guys, I want to look at this game maybe later a little bit, because something is happening with the ladies' leaders.
Oh my goodness.
Jennifer
Absolutely.
Smith, I mean, she's under tremendous pressure
that
by
one is-
Natalia Tsodikova, the defending champion. So if we can switch to that game, because I'm not sure how many more moves this game is going to take.
Let's take a look.
I had, in fact, teed that game up of Jennifer White, but Natalie, as we had suspected, she sacrificed a piece on the d4 square, and she set up for a really nice queen sacrifice. She played, Natalie, as black, just played the move rook on f8 to e8, and after the move bishop f7, rook takes e2.
Take my queen.
Please take my queen, as she's threatening rook f2 check, and then another discovered, and she would capture white's queen. So
Just rook f3 checkmate.
or even rook f3 checkmate. Apologies. King takes. Queen h4, threatening queen f2. Just a second. g3, f3 check, and I believe we just caught up. No, I think we've got another move, haven't we? Don't we have?
We caught up. But now it's really difficult for white to continue, because if you go
Because-
back to f1,
Jennifer standing up as if she made a move. Or she hasn't
I
made
think
a
she's
move.
just thinking while standing up.
Okay. F3 check, and
Now the king cannot go back to f1 because there is queen h3 checkmate.
that is clear.
So you have to go to the d file, which means there is going to be a discovered attack one way or another, while I also entertain the idea of just pushing my pawn to f2.
Well, my queen is hanging at the moment, right?
Okay, so I move it somewhere. Queen h6, maybe queen g5.
Queen h6, queen g5, queen e7. So many really, really tempting choices.
But
As
then
you're
F2
mentioning,
is gonna
f2, queen e3. It's all looking great for Natalie, who would take down our tournament leader, who Jennifer, having won her first 2 games. This was a King's Gambit accepted that really never took off. Like the moment Jennifer went queen b3, I feel like she was going off in the wrong direction. And
There were too many pawns pushed, right?
yeah, exactly. I love what you're saying about f2. Maybe we should just cozy up and protect.
Support that pawn in the future.
Right. Once we play f2, we're going to play f1 equals queen, check. And that's going to be all she wrote. Cristian, over to you.
Let's take a look at what's happening once again in Putnam versus Brewington Hardaway. Again, that game of Alex Onischuk, we did see a move, but it was an f4. It was bishop to c3, still a very slow move in that one. So that one is slow developing. Let's see what's happening in Putnam versus Brewington Hardaway. We left it off after rook to f1, and we were just saying that, look, black is a pawn up, and it doesn't seem there's that much compensation for white. Let's see if anything changed. Rook takes f1, rook to f6, check, king to e1. This is the position that we have. Again, my question to you guys is, how do you make it happen for black? You have the f-file. You have the extra pawn. But what's your next step in the position? How do you make progress in the position? Do you start with bishop to d7, then get the king to b6? Where do you put the king? To d6 or to b6? I guess that's the question that we will have to wait for for Brewington to answer. In the meantime, most likely white is going to try to shift the rook on the third rank and start looking at black's weaknesses, right? Rook to c3. I'm ready to go to g3, obviously not to h3 because the bishop on d7 is protecting that, but maybe also to a3 if you get the king too far away from that side. So it's still one of those games in which white knows very well that they're on the losing end of it right now, but they still need to hang on in the game and try to make it as hard as possible on their opponent. Brewington, on the other hand, he knows he's winning, but he needs to prove it. So this is the battle that we're seeing in this game. Let's take a look still at the juniors. Evan Park versus Abhimanyu Mishra. And I believe we left it off somewhere around this moment. This rook d4, rook b4, rook to b3 idea to trap your own rook almost, it feels like. But what you're doing with white is you're staving off black's attack for the moment at least. There's no a5, b4 coming your way anytime soon. So at least you get that for just trapping your own rook on b3. Rook to c8, g6, a pawn sacrifice with the hopes that you're going to be able to use that hook to open up the position. Bishop to g4, bishop to d7, queen to h3, focusing on the pawn on e6. But after bishop to e8, rook to g1, by the way, you might be wondering, why not just simply take that pawn on e6? That's free, no? Nope. Bishop to f7, and then you're going to lose that rook on b3. And despite the fact that it's an ugly rook, it's still a rook, and I'm going to take it, and that's going to give me the decisive advantage. So don't take on e6. Rook to g1, bishop to f6, still saying that, hey, you want to take on e6, take it. I have the two bishops. I have the extra pawn as black. And I'm also looking at this rook on b3, and I'm not really sure I like it so much. So Abhimanyu, fully in control, twice the amount of time on the clock as well. So Evan Park in deep trouble in his match against the rating favorite, Abhimanyu Mishra.
And again, that's a big fight for the first place there, Cristian. So
should
Mishra win that game, he would leapfrog.
He takes the lead
over Tani.
That's it. It's a huge game, especially with the black pieces. This is a very, very satisfying victory if he manages to get it.
Yeah. I want to turn our attention to the game between Gregory Kaidanov and Alexander Shabalov. A crucial moment occurred here in the game when Gregory captured the pawn on c5, and in Gregory's imagination, he would like to play knight to d3 and recapture the pawn on c5. I think Shaba messed up with the move knight g4 because it's this fabulous move, bishop f4 by Gregory. Ooh. I don't have to capture the knight on g4. I can defend the threat of checkmate in one with queen.
Okay, but if knight takes f2?
Precisely. Knight takes f2, and then I go queen takes d4.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's a very strong move.
Oh, we haven't stopped yet. Rook e4.
Okay, bishop takes?
Well, then you go knight takes. Bishop takes, knight takes, and it's two pieces. Queen takes. Now, you don't want to take on f4. I take on e4, and then this rook on a2 will capture the queen,
and
right?
then pawn on d5 is running.
So you go. Takes, takes, takes. Sorry for this long-winded calculation, but now comes d5, bishop d5,
c6,
c6,
d7.
Beautiful.
These pawns are unstoppable.
That would be an amazing sequence. I mean, I think Gregory calculated incredibly well when he played the move bishop f4, and I'm sure he caught Shabalov off guard with that move bishop f4. I'm sure when Shabalov played the move knight g4, threatening queen h2, he was expecting something to capture
I
on
think
e4.
he may have seen the bishop f4, but the key move is the queen takes d4 after knight takes f2 now.
Yeah, because if you're forced to capture on g4, then we understand exactly what Black is doing. Black is ready to play rook takes, but because Gregory saw a little bit deeper, he said, here takes queen
Because now,
takes
if you don't
d4.
have queen takes d4, then I think Black is fine.
Exactly, and he has played knight takes f2, and now
let's
comes
see.
the key moment for Gregory. He has to find queen takes d4. Not a difficult move. I'm sure that one he had prepared. Again, I remember these two players winning U.S. championships themselves, so it's kind of nice to see them, you know, fighting yet for another national championship, this time the seniors. And Kate, as these two players battle it out, and I like Gregory's position, where would you like us to go?
Maybe let's stay with the seniors. Jesse Kraai against Igor Novikov.
We haven't looked at the game between those two, so let's do it. Jesse with the white pieces, and right now it looks like, well, nicer position for Jesse.
But it's going to be balanced. I don't
Yeah.
think we're going to have enough.
Enough to actually win the game.
Yeah, so we can expect rook takes c8,
Okay,
queen takes c8,
right? Probably I would just mess
grab
up
the knight.
mess up the structure and take away that pawn. Queen and 4 versus queen and 4, even with the damaged pawn structure, I would expect that game to be a draw. Onischuk we have looked at.
So maybe let's switch to women's seniors.
Okay.
Catherine Dodson.
Against
She seems to
Ivona?
have a very bad position against Ivona Jezierska.
Indeed. I'm lucky. Whenever I see bishops of opposite color, middle game positions, I always ask myself, who has the weaker king?
Right.
Whose king is more vulnerable? I'm looking, Ivona is about to play the move bishop to d5, and
that's
it's
why
almost a
you know,
checkmate.
looking at this position, I feel like white is in trouble. But then I see black actually has an extra rook.
Yes.
Oh,
There is extra rook.
I'm blind.
It's not
Get
just a
outta
third
here.
position. There's extra rook on a8.
There's an extra
I don't think you realize
rook.
that, Yasser.
No, I
There's
was
an extra rook in the position.
I just assumed there was a white rook on a1.
So not only you're getting checkmated, you're also lacking a rook in the position.
That's bad, right?
That's bad news, yes.
That is bad news. So Ivona with an attack and an extra rook. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Wow. Okay, we were warming up to that moment. And we're about, speaking of extra rooks, we're about to see...
Oh, she played f3, okay. I thought she will be going king to g3. f3 just allows queen to e2. I think that's quite simple. Rook f8 is also
Rook f8 would...
tremendous move. Yes.
That's the most natural move, right? The rook on a8 has
absolutely.
never moved. We almost forgot about it.
I
completely.
forgot about it. I didn't realize it was there. Never mind.
But
Forgot
after
about
rook
it.
f8,
Yeah, bring the rook into the game. After all, work so hard to win a rook, you might as well put the lazy thing to work.
And Ivona, I might add, remember the accident yesterday.
Oh,
She
wow.
was winning in that
Correct.
game and then lost a study like rook endgame.
Right.
That was very
Jennifer.
disappointing. To be able to come back from that so swiftly with the black pieces, that's impressive.
Absolutely.
I might add. So right
No,
now,
that
queen to e2 seems to be coming on the board.
Ivona's just going immediately after the f3 pawn.
I'd like rook f8 much better than queen e2.
Me too, because you were threatening mate.
A rook is a rook.
And a rook is a rook. But
The win is coming no matter what.
definitely Ivona's cruising in this game.
So maybe the game Beatrice Marinello against Angelina Belakovskaya.
Okay.
And we have a result. So congratulations to Rachel Lee on her third win in the tournament.
My goodness, when
Wow.
we left it, she was definitely winning against Jasmine, and that has now been confirmed. Angelina versus Beatrice. Beatrice, let me count the rooks. after that last sequence, I may never be the same.
Look at those black pawns, A4, B4, C4.
Okay,
Very
they're
pretty.
impressive, but for the moment, no material. It's even material, right? Okay, good, because I don't like the fact that Beatrice is cramped space, and I would love to play the move D4, D5, followed by bishop to D4. If I could get some activity going for the pieces, with the pieces, I wouldn't feel that bad. But at the moment, feels like Angelina is actually, again, you mentioned the pawns. Angelina's to be preferred. A3.
I might be looking for A3 push, exactly.
Exactly, yeah. I like it for black. Let's go back to the game of Rachel Lee for just a moment to see how she won against Jasmine, because when we left it at this exact moment of rook takes f7. And we said, okay, now we can get queen versus rook and bishop.
Right,
and
an extra pawn.
An extra pawn as
the
well.
The queen has pawns to target, so
And
this should be just a matter of time.
Technically a winning position. Okay, nice by Rachel. I like what she's doing. Take the pawn, munch. Okay, pause. H6 is hanging. We can't play bishop takes.
And it's not just H6, then it's going to be also a double attack on the rook and on C2.
Exactly. So,
she resigned because actually she doesn't have a place to go safely.
Exactly. So Rachel, three
Because
out of
let's say
three.
black goes rook, bishop C1.
Okay.
We have queen F6 check.
Uh-oh, where am I
And then on
moving
the
my
next
king?
turn, we're going to go queen G6 check, and that's a double attack. We're going to get the rook.
Either if you go king G8 or king E8, we have queen G6 check, and as you say, double attack. That's it. Zoe Tang, who was half a point behind Rachel, she's had a roller coaster of a ride in this third round. She's up against Rochelle. Rochelle sacrificed a piece and was winning.
Mm-hmm.
Then Zoe put her king in danger, but
So we left it after D4, and we thought we like it.
Oh,
Queen
Queen
D6.
D6 was a mistake.
Because that allows the knight to get away with a tempo.
With a tempo. She
So was
could.
there a move to go somewhere
C5?
safely?
C5?
C5, G7.
Queen G7. Let's pause our analysis and throw it to Irene.
Who has Rachel Lee. Irene, over to you.
Thank you, guys. And I'm here with Rachel Lee, who just won her game against Jasmine, and she is now on 3 out of 3. Rachel, how do you feel?
I'm feeling really good right now. I really like this game especially, and so yeah, I think it's gonna be an interesting tournament.
Right. Well, you've been performing really great so far. I saw your games yesterday as well, and then the first day as well. And I like this game especially too because you showed your main character here. You're very aggressive. Is there any specific moment in the game that you'd like to talk about?
Sure. I think when I went I think F takes G6. I think that was to sacrifice the piece. I was surprised she didn't take it actually.
Okay, let's get to that main position. Yeah.
Here.
So after. F takes G6, you said?
Yes. So after knight takes d4, F takes
After
G6.
knight takes C4?
Yeah. So I spent a long time here and a lot of things to calculate, I think. Mainly, actually, I was concerned about knight takes b2, but I feel like it's a really suspicious move. But I think we can take on. I was calculating G takes f7 here. Like bishop takes d6 was interesting, but I didn't really look at it like super deep. It might be a better one, maybe the move order.
Bishop d6.
Yes, bishop d6 here.
Both
but
are good.
anyways, I was looking at G takes f7, and black should go. Yeah, the natural response was king f8, and
But what happened after king f7?
King f7. I think there's like you can move the knight to h4. Taking on d6 felt really good because it feels like the king is just exposed this way.
Yep.
But there's fun lines with king f8. I think. Instead of taking king f8, yes. Bishop takes d6. So black has a lot of responses here. They could go like bishop f5, bishop g4, or bishop c6. Bishop f5, and I think we had something with the queen g3. I think follow-up is you're threatening knight d5 and you're threatening knight h4.
Yes, this is like a killer blow. Yeah.
But I kind of got carried away with bishop c6, I think, for black.
In this position?
Yes, for bishop c6, it's probably like completely losing. But I saw queen e6, and this was very interesting because queen e6, bishop takes c3, there's probably rook ae1.
Another sacrifice here, and then rook e1, yeah?
Yes.
Wow.
So you sacrifice the whole house. And this just looks really bad for black.
What a position. So
yes,
let's take this
yes.
again. Let's keep taking.
So you keep taking.
You're going to take it with the rook, and the knight, the rook.
And only response is king g7.
This. Sorry?
King g7.
King g7.
And yes, white takes on e7.
E7 first, like this, yeah.
And there's really no defense here.
Like
queen f6 and rook e6.
And rook d6.
The knight just protects queen d4, and so that's very important.
Wow, yeah, this is important, yeah, not to blunder the trade with the queens. Wow, this is amazing. I mean, we could spend an hour on this literally because the opening prep before we go deeper into this game, like. Did you prep this before the game or before the tournament, or specifically for Jasmine?
Prep before the game. I didn't know this was actually an opening before before this tournament. So this was just like, I'll just spend an hour or 2 hours and wing it. Because it looks very dangerous for black, and I think it's scary if you don't know how to play.
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, the king is kind of like exposed here without any pawns on F or G. Is there any other moment that you'd like to show us in this game, like the critical one? That you think is
honestly
important?
I saw all the lines from here after knight f5, especially there was a very important moment I think at the end because I think that was black's idea. So after we took all the pieces off, rook takes f7, instead of king takes, there was definitely like bishop d4. I think that's what we all saw. So instead after rook takes f7, after my rook takes f7, bishop d4.
Oh, bishop d4 here.
And you can't go king h1.
Because
king takes f7, queen f1, bishop f6, the back rank has issues. You can't take the knight.
That's very tricky.
Yes.
Now the back rank is
right. But thankfully, there is rook f2.
So if bishop d4 happens,
rook f2.
you can just bring the rook back.
No, I think black was counting on rook f8, and then you have queen e6, you will win the rook.
Yeah, so you're sole first here in this tournament, 3 out of 3. How do you feel? And how do you play tomorrow against Chloe Go?
It feels really nice. I think I'm not really gonna make like much changes. I think what I've been doing for myself has so far been working out very well, and I'm just gonna play good chess tomorrow.
Well, it's been working well so far, so keep it up. And back to you guys.
Thank you, Irene. And 3 words. Fabulous.
Yeah, I think it's working.
Great.
Whatever she's doing, I think it's working.
Let's take a look at the standings, as we do have some results, by the way, for the girls.
And we start with the girls section. So we have Rachel. She won her 3rd game. She's a clear leader with 3 out of 3. And then there is a 2-way tie right now with Megan Paragua and Iris Mo with 2 points.
But it's that game of Iris which would win the brilliancy of the tournament, and Rose climbing back towards the leaders after a bad start. She has won her game against Chloe to remind everybody that she is indeed in the tournament. Very nice finish, by the way, in that game of Rose and Chloe. I was looking at the game of Alice, Lee, and Nico. That was the one
that you really enjoyed playing for black.
For black, but It's nothing like the hedgehogs that I've played, because suddenly Nico just threw all of his kingside pawns forward, and I don't like his position. I think Alice is actually the one with the advantage, although Alice just made a move I didn't understand. I thought in this position, she's got control of the d-file. She's beautifully doubled rooks. There's a pawn on d6. The most natural move in the position for me was to play knight f5. First of all, that stops knight d4. I always like that. But I'm really eyeballing that pawn. So I thought knight f5 advantage. Alice looked pretty good to me. She's played the move queen a4. I don't know. That kind of looks like a step in the wrong direction, doesn't it? I mean, isn't it just inviting ideas of b5? Whoa, 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 whoa. Not sure I liked this move of a4, queen a4. Where would you like to take us, Katja? Or over to Cristian?
We can stay in the juniors section for a while, because once again, Evan Park versus Mishra. This one is developing quite nicely for Mishra, and we sort of expected that. Again, if you're one of the competitors, seeing Abhimanyu warm up and start string victory after victory, this is scary stuff, because we know Abhimanyu can play. We've seen him at the US Championships. We've seen him defeat guys such as Levon Aronian, Wesley So, and so on and so forth. So definitely a player to watch. Queen to d1 after bishop to f6. This is where we left it off. The only problem for white is that not only you don't have a way forward for your attack, black's attack is coming very naturally. I know exactly what I'm doing. I go a5 followed by b4, and I'm just going to break the position open for my pieces. Bishop to g3, rook to b6, defending that pawn on d6, e5, he's getting desperate. He's trying to close that bishop on f6 right now, but again, that's another pawn. Knight to e4 and b4. And the thing is, the more pawns you give me on that side, the less likely is that you will have enough ammo to actually open up the position for your pieces to try to get my king on that side. So for example, you take on f6, take on f6, look at the block of pawns that's defending the black king on g8. It's going to be very, very difficult to achieve anything as white in this position. So b4, this bishop now becomes an incredible, powerful force after the move bishop to a4. I'm seeing this as borderline hopeless for white right now. It just seems like Mishra is piling on the pressure. This bishop is going to come to a4. This rook is going to triple down on the c file, and the pressure on the pawn on c2 is going to be unbearable in this one for white. So I'm seeing Mishra taking the lead in this round.
Wow, that would be a huge, huge result with Tani making a draw with Andy Woodward earlier in the tournament. Ooh, ooh.
And Irene has another guest, Rose Atwell. Irene, over to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm with Rose Atwell, who just won her game against Chloe Igor. Rose, congratulations.
Thank you.
It was such a strong performance on this round as well. After kind of like a little hiccup in the first round, but then you won back-to-back this round and then the previous one too. How do you feel?
I drew last.
Oh yeah, you drew last, sorry. Yeah, but at least you come back, because you are my pick. For the commentators pick, you are my pick.
I'm sorry, I didn't start like how you wanted.
Well, at least you won today, and it was such a strong game as well.
Thank you.
Is there any critical moment in the game that you'd like to point out?
Well, first of all, I wanted to just mention the opening. I know this bishop e2 is very uncommon.
Yes.
To be honest, I got inspired by a game of Bent Larson versus Bobby Fischer in like their candidate semifinal match. I think back in 1971 it was.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like Bent played this. Seemed like Bobby got a bit confused in the opening. He ended up winning, but I figure if this line can confuse Bobby Fischer, it can confuse anyone. So I decided to try it here.
That definitely worked, yes. And yeah, the bishop e2, as far as I remember, it gives the flexibility in the white's setup, like how you want to put your other pieces. But here we saw a little bit like a Grand Prix type of position, which also kind of happening in the game between Rachel Lee versus Jasmine as well. But here, where did your prep end, by the way?
Yeah, so I think I briefly checked her f6 move, but I remember it was not the most accurate because after knight d2, knight c4, like the opening of the center should favor me because I'm more developed, and I feel like her pawns might be a bit overextended. Yeah, so after this, it's already.
So you're happy with the pawn sacrifice on e5?
Yeah,
yes?
I thought it was interesting.
So after takes this, and it turned out to be a mistake, and then you just played your own plan, knight c4, and after bishop c7, I think you just simply attack the king on e8 because it's still in the middle.
Yeah.
And then is there any another critical moment or interesting one that you'd like to show? Maybe this one, yeah? Because you definitely have something here. So
yeah,
tell us about the sacrifice. If queen takes g5, then just...
Yeah, so she has to go queen g7. No, normally it's good to develop with a tempo.
Okay,
You're already in development.
Let's fast forward because at this moment, actually, you're already like +2, almost +3. So I think the rest of the game, it went quite smooth for you. There is no trouble at all. That was very smooth, yeah. And then you just kept capturing all the pieces, all the pawns on the way until you are like, how many pawns up? 3 pawns up in this position. And yeah, we saw no trouble at all because right after the opening, it just went so well. So Rose, what does it mean to play this tournament before the Olympiad? Because you are going to play for the USA team in the upcoming Olympiad in Uzbekistan.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's definitely very exciting. I've been thinking about the Olympiad ever since I got the invitation. I have a bit concerns about the language barrier because I'm very bad at languages. Like I'm learning Spanish. I know a tiny bit of German. I know a tiny bit of Russian, but it's mostly curse words, so I guess that won't get me very far. But yeah, it's going to be an awesome experience, and I'm very grateful to have this opportunity.
Yeah, don't worry about the language. Just focus on your chess preparation because we need you to perform really well there.
Okay, I'll try.
Thank you, Rose. And there are still 6 games to go. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Good luck in the tournament, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Irene and Rose. Yeah, the curse words. I've discovered they're very, very useful wherever I have gone. I'm looking at the game of Alex Fishbein and Joel Benjamin. I really think our defending champion, Alex Fishbein, has played a great game, and I think he could continue in the entire attacking style if he will find the move when he didn't. The move I really, really liked here was h5.
I mean, I'm so surprised about the evaluation. I understand why it is better, okay?
Two bishops,
better
space.
pieces,
Right.
space, activity. I mean, look at the knight on a6, d8. But this high, this bar, seems like white is completely winning.
Exactly.
That would not be my guess.
Until you see the impact of h5. Had Alex played the move h5, you capture on h5, let's just say.
Okay.
e5. Now, massive threat. Queen d3 check. Give me the knight.
Okay, and I cannot play knight f7 because e6 is hanging. No, knight
e6,
f7.
but e6 is hanging.
But e5 too.
Yeah. Oh, but no. The exposed king. Bishop f5 check. Take on e5. Take on h6. Munch, munch, munch. I thought you have to play rook to d7. Sorry, Tony.
Okay.
Okay. And then I had saw the line, rook takes d7, bishop to b6, followed by bishop takes bishop takes d8 and bishop takes e6. And I thought it was just completely winning. You just go after black's king. Joel, who has basically no time, by the way, after bishop h3, knight d8, king g2, we're catching up to the players. Are they going back and forth with the rook?
I mean, so far they repeated once.
Big surprise for me because, again, I still think the position is very, very much in white's favor here.
I don't think they repeated, right?
They moved the rooks back and forth, didn't they?
No, the rook was on d1. He played rook d7, and then he went rook c1. And then he played rook c7. He's trying to exchange the rooks, but white hasn't played rook d1 back.
Gotcha.
And I think for a good reason. He just wants to trade on c7 rather than on d7.
Right.
Because that's going to allow him to take the pawn on e6 as well. So.
Oh, rook rook takes c7. I'm
Yeah.
assuming you have to recapture with the knight. This knight is
And
way
then
offside.
ideas of bishop to b6 come into play as well.
Yeah. It's strange because I saw all of this with the knight still on a6.
Yeah, I don't want this knight to get back to place.
Of
If I go
course.
rook d1, I repeat once.
Okay.
But after rook d7, I will maybe bishop b6.
Yeah. Something like bishop b6 in this turn. I think all of this was so much more effective with the inclusion of h5. But okay, this game definitely in the favor of our defending championship. But I'm going to interrupt myself because Iran is with our defending girls champion, Zoe. Over to you, Iran.
Thank you, guys. And I'm now with Zoe Tang, who just won her game against Rochelle Wu. Zoe, how do you feel?
Feels good.
2.5 out of 3. You're trailing behind the leader.
It's 3 rounds in. I don't particularly care about the standings at this point. I just want to keep playing every game, play my best.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a very good spirit. And tell us anything about this game because it was interesting and very messy.
Yeah, it got crazy really fast.
Yes. Which position or which moment that you think is the most critical one?
So basically, after she sacked the piece with knight takes d4, and
Okay, so I'll fast forward to the knight takes d4. In this position, yeah? And
Yeah.
after bishop g4, knight takes d4. What was your
And
thought?
I was like, okay, so either here I'm doing really good or I'm doing really bad. Like, there's not really any in between. I thought I was doing good, but apparently the engine's like, no, you're silly. I thought my position was fine here, actually.
So you took?
Takes
this one.
Bishop d7. I saw
Bishop
this ahead of
d7.
time. I'm like, it should be fine. I can probably survive. And I think she didn't really attack in the best way, but somehow I was able to escape, yeah.
Yeah, in this position, you have literally just 2 options, king d1 or king f1. And unfortunately, you chose the bad one. That is king d1. You should have gone king f1. Don't ask me why. Let me analyze that later. But yes, so let's see it. So after d4, it's so messy. I don't know what's happening in this position.
Like, during the game, I was thinking, like, the engine's going to say we're both really dumb in this position.
Yes, knight e4, queen e7.
And now here I'm in control because I've consolidated. I guess she shouldn't have played queen d6 this point?
At this, which point?
She shouldn't have played queen d6.
Oh, in this position?
Yeah, she should have gone somewhere else, queen g7.
Queen g7 like this? Okay. And then still maintains the advantage, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so let's see what happened in the game that after this, you have a piece up here.
Yeah, now my king is finally safe.
And finally, after d3, king d1, and Rochelle resigned, because a piece up without any compensation, c4 is hanging, and then you can just keep capturing all the pawns on the way. Yeah. Well done. It was, even though it was messy, but still, a win is a win.
Yes.
And still 6 games to go. What are your thoughts for the coming rounds?
I think I'm just going to take it 1 round at a time, try to play my best. That's the main thing.
Yes, sounds good. And all the best, Zoe. Good luck. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Congratulations, Zoe. Very, very big win. And let's take a look at the standings, because we've got a lot of results so far.
Yes, and let's start with the girls section. So Rachel Lee, just fantastic tournament so far. Yeah, perfect score. She's the leader with 3 points. Zoe Tang winning an important game against Rochelle Wu. She's now clear second. And then there is a 2-way tie for the 3rd place. Megan Paragua and Iris Mo with 2 points.
And Iris winning the game of the tournament as far as we're concerned. And how about in the juniors?
Now in the juniors, we have tied for the 1st place, where Andy Woodward drew against Tani Adewumi, and they are both at 2 points.
And we're in the game between Mishra and Evan Park. We're expecting Mishra to have a result there. And in the in the senior ladies.
In the senior ladies, we have Ivona Jezierska, who won her game, and right now she is tying for 1st with Jennifer Skidmore-Smith, who was losing her game, but it looks like she came back. So we're gonna see what happened there. And Chochanik Irapetian, she won her game, making her tie for 3rd place.
And finally, how about the seniors?
Let's take a look. What are the results? Round 3 in the senior section.
No results.
Let's
Actually,
go
they're
back.
all playing.
Guys, we should go to Evan Park versus Mishra because
Please,
this one is
over to you,
just about
Cristian.
to finish. So maybe we can see the players. Mishra just played this move, rook to a6, which is a tremendous move, and in fact, more or less forces resignation. I'm looking to go rook to a1. Take the rook if you want. That's going to be a checkmate in one move. And there's nothing to stop rook to a1 followed by queen to c2. I think this is just resignation time. And Evan has a minute on his clock. So it's not like he has a lot of time to ponder his options. It's a busted situation. Right now you're losing the rook on g1, and that's a resignation on the board.
A huge win for Mishra because they came into this round 3 tied for first. And Evan with the white pieces really didn't get out of the opening any kind of advantage. In fact, he stood worse.
Yeah, his rook b4, rook b3 maybe was stopping something on the queen side, but it was not helping his attack on the king side. And maybe you noticed Abhimanyu was like, do you want to analyze it in the other room?
Yeah. Well, I think Evan was trying to talk to him. Right. He was trying to discuss the game. Let's do it in the other room because there's still many games pending right now. And in fact, in the junior section, things are getting heated up because we're getting closer to the time control right now. So Alice Lee, I think you spotted the correct moment, guys, when she played the move queen to a4. Knight to f5 was such a strong move. It was giving her not a decisive advantage by any stretch of the imagination, but she's the one with the great chances in this one. I think she was just simply afraid of knight to g5, and she was seeing some checks coming in on this side with knight to h3. Perhaps she got worried because of that. But queen to a4 and going for the a6 pawn, I don't think is the right approach. This is the position that they have right now. 5 minutes for white, for Alice, 6 minutes for Nico. This is a game between players that are struggling so far in this event. Both of them, if you see their line scores right now, 0 out of 2. So one of that gridlocks is going to have to break for one of the players. Rook to d4, complex position, and I have to say black is getting his chances as well. I mean, the knight on h4 is a little bit out of play right now. I know it's close to the king. It does a decent defensive job right now, but it could be just a piece down if you look at it from that perspective, because that knight on d4 is such a much better piece than the knight on h4 in this instance. So I'm liking black. The engine is saying that the game is still balanced, but given the practicality of it all and the fact that Alice is the one with 2 minutes less on the clock, I like black in this position. I think Alice is the one that will have to find very, very precise moves to achieve equality in this one. And maybe she will find them. Maybe she will find those precise moves.
But you're right. She's the one who's struggling, whereas a moment ago, I think she had a clear edge and just let it slip with the move queen a4 as you've described. Rook takes d4, knight takes d4.
Sorry to jump in, but in the seniors championship, Gregory Kaidanov and Alexander Shabalov, they just repeated twice.
Really?
Okay, really? Because when we
I thought that game was going White's way, Kaidanov's way. Yeah.
Bishop f4 was the cat's meow there for Gregory. And let me just see what you're saying, that they've been going back and forth with a repetition. You're right. So knight g3.
So they played the line we expected with one inaccuracy from Gregory.
And that's why we might be seeing a draw. Agreed now with queen h1. What was the inaccuracy?
If you move back.
When we had actually, we had seen this variation. Queen takes d4.
And I think here you wanted to take the knight on f2.
I did.
But instead, Gregory captured the rook.
Ah, and then played c6.
And now knight g3, it's a pin, so you cannot capture the knight because the queen is just up for grabs.
Exactly. And then after that, the rook move, and this is how we're getting the repetition.
And I don't think black can do something else than just go for that repetition.
Exactly. I mean, there's pawns on c6 and d5, and there's even a rook e7/rook e8 sighting. I wouldn't want to play too many games here. So he missed the chance to grab the rook. Okay, well, a draw, that won't hurt either of their chances. But what happened in the game between Goldin and Alexander Onischuk? just
That's
checking.
the Battle of Alexanders.
Yeah, the Battle of the Alexanders. I can understand that as white, I don't want to play the move rook takes d4. There's the recapture, e5 takes d4, and I'd be afraid that the black king, I just made an entrance, the grand entrance. So I would imagine that Alexander Goldin is hoping that black would be willing to
I think this
trade
is going to be a
everything.
really tough defense for white.
A draw agreed.
Between Kaidanov and Shabalov.
Yeah. A tough defense for Goldin.
Very tough defense for Goldin, because I think black's plan is very clear. In fact, after rook b2, bishop to e6. But before we do that, we do have Irene with one of our victors, Mishra. Take it away, Irene.
Hello, everyone. I'm back with Abhimanyu Mishra, who just won a very complicated and yet a nice game against Evan Park. Abhi, how do you feel after winning such a game?
Feels really nice, because especially in these opposite side castle positions, like I was quite nervous, like actually throughout the entire game, even after I was entirely winning, because all it takes is one small mistake and the entire tide of the game can just shift.
Yes, that's definitely the nature of the Sicilian game. And can you show us the critical moment that you think is very important in your game against Evan Park?
Sure. So the opening was like nothing really special. I just decided to play something new, because bishop g5, f4. I had 3 different lines here in the database, but this h6, queen b6 I hadn't tried before. He found like the best moves up until I think like g5 is like this position after takes, and knight d7, like
takes, and then
bishop c6, yeah, like g5, takes, knight d7. I remember the engine was giving numbers here for white, but it was really just complicated. Like here, I think bishop e2 was sort of imprecise, because while it is very natural to develop the bishop, I think this is like a race, and I think he should start with h5. That way he
instead
kind of saves.
Before, yeah?
No, instead of bishop e2.
Oh,
yeah, or even here, like you should. Black will of course push on the queen side, but if you go h5, h6, you sort of pose problems, because I think after rook b4 castle, black is already doing very well.
Even what does the rook do here? Yeah, it's a question.
Trying to stop. I think this was a very critical moment after g6. Instead of f takes g6, I considered a lot of things. I was not really sure about anything. f5 was one of my main candidate moves, but after like f5, I thought h5, bishop takes e4.
Bishop takes e4.
Yeah, now let's say like rook d1, and bishop f6. I thought like, okay, this looks natural. Now bishop d4. I had no earthly idea how to evaluate this, because while I am up by a pawn and I have a lot of really nice squares for my pieces, I don't really know what to do next, because my entire plan of like putting the rook on c8, b8, queen on c7 was to go a5, b4.
Right.
And now that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, this is very complicated. And then
I think this.
I just noticed that until the end of the game, the rook on b3 literally didn't do anything, and then you just kept.
Because it was really nice. Like, okay, black has the 2 bishops, you have the pawns, you have the attack. Like, you don't really have. White doesn't have any avenues of counterplay, and this was really clean towards the end. Like, okay,
yeah. Suddenly your king is safe, and also suddenly the king on c1 is not safe at all. And after rook a6, he just simply resigned. Well, Mishra, you are 2.5 out of 3, still leading the tournament. And 6 more games to go. What do you feel? And tomorrow you play against Brewington. What's your personal score against him?
I think I had a draw last juniors. I'm not sure like before that if we've played actually, but yeah, I think that was. My general score against him. I mean, okay, I don't like one game doesn't really matter too much overall. I mean, this time I hope to
improve the
score. Improve my score and like improve my lead as well.
For sure. Yes. All the best, Abhi, for the rest of the tournament. And thanks for being here. And back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. And congratulations to Abhi. A really, really big victory as he catapults himself into first. What are we doing next? Yeah.
So we're going to take a break. And during the break, viewers will be able to take your interview with Alexander Fishbein.
Wonderful. What did I say? It had to be brilliant.
Oh.
The world's best are back stateside in the chess capital of America for the 4th stop and the first U.S. event on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Players will have to keep the pedal to the metal for the fast-paced time controls or risk falling behind as they chase incredible prizes and crucial tour points. Tune in August 2nd through the 6th as the battle continues for the right to be crowned the 2026 Grand Chess Tour champion. Watch live at grandchesstour.org.
Alex, a big St. Louis welcome. Welcome
Thank you
back.
very much.
I mean, defending champion.
Glad to be here. It's always an honor just to play here, to be honest.
If you don't mind, introduce yourself a little bit to our viewers.
Sure.
Tell us your background and what's your new job?
So, my name is Alex Fishbein. I am 58 years old. I've almost never been a professional player. I've always kind of combined chess and my day job, which is finance. It's kind of bond trading, bond analytics, things like that. So I've been doing that for about 30 years. I first became a grandmaster in 1992, but then very soon after that I started working, so chess took a back seat. For about 20 years, I was playing like 10 or 15 games a year. And still I was doing okay. My rating was pretty high. I was never in the top 10 in the US, but I was usually in the top 20. Then more recently I started playing a little more. My kids are, especially my youngest son, Mitch, he's 2,300 now, USCF. So
wow.
So that kind of now he's not a little kid anymore.
Yeah.
But
Impressive.
He's been a master for a while. So we go to tournaments together a lot. We study together. He teaches me a lot as well. So I try to combine chess with my work. As I said, last year I took a year off, which paid off very quickly, more quickly than expected as I managed to win this tournament. But now I'm working again, and that's exciting too, especially in today's markets, very, very volatile. I'm just trying to do my best.
Defending champion, feeling it?
Feeling it.
Yeah.
Feeling it. It's definitely, last year my result exceeded all expectations, although numbers wise, +2 is not a fantastic score.
But look at the competition.
Yeah, the competition is tough. So I started working, and so I've had less time to play. I've still played a bit. This year I've played 40 games or so. Not the same schedule. Still more than other people, but not the same.
Just when you think you're out,
so
they pull you
Yeah, they
back
do. They
in.
just actually, you're right. I wasn't even looking. They sort of just called me, right?
Right.
But it's good. It's a very good. I'm happy to be back in finance as well and playing chess. So I still study, just not as much. I did a lot of work last year, as you know, as we talked about during the final round. Sometimes results don't come immediately. When you work, sometimes the work doesn't get rewarded immediately. So what I'm hoping is that the fruits of that labor are really going to pay off this year.
Exactly.
I'm hoping that now I'm really going to play well. That's the idea. We'll see what happens.
I remember training with Victor Korchnoi for a World Championship match, and I got to use some of the ideas 5 years later.
5 years later, yeah. No, I've
fantastic.
had that a lot.
When you think about this tournament, your goals?
It's a much stronger tournament. There's 3 different players.
Alex Onischuk
included. Onischuk, who was 2,700, hit his peak. So now we have 2 2,700s. Last year, everybody was afraid of Vladimir. Now we're afraid of Onischuk.
Yeah, exactly.
You also have, I don't know why Larry's not playing. I guess he turned down. So basically, Larry's in his place. We have Onischuk, who's stronger. Stuart Rachels versus Tim Taylor, not a comparison.
Right, Stuart, former U.S. champion.
And then Max Dlugi versus Jesse Kraai. Close, I think. Jesse Kraai finished 2nd place. So I think I think it's much stronger field.
Exactly.
I don't really think of number of points. Obviously it would be great to win again. You always come in thinking you can win, but just to play here and to be able to compete with these guys in such a prestigious tournament, such great conditions, such a high profile event is an honor. A lot of other tournaments I play are against little kids.
Right.
So it's a huge difference, 2 games a day. This year I've played less, but I've still played some tough weekend Swisses.
Mm-hmm.
This is a totally different kind of thing. It's on one hand, it's easier. You don't have to play 2 games a day. On the other hand, being a more important tournament, everybody is kind of more focused, and there's a lot more nervous energy that goes on.
Alex, a very big St. Louis welcome.
Thank you.
Great to have you back.
Welcome back to round 3 of the US Seniors and Juniors Championships. And we have a lot of games that finished, so let's take a look at standings.
Let's start with the girls.
So in the girls section, we have all results. Rachel Lee, just in fantastic fashion, won another game, and she's with perfect score leading the tournament. Second is Zoe Tang, winning an important game against Rochelle Wu. And then there is a two-way tie for the third place, Megan Paragua and Iris Mo.
Iris winning the game of the tournament, the brilliancy so far. And tell us about the junior standings.
Let's take a look at the juniors, because we also have a sole leader here. Abhimanyu Mishra won an important game against Evan Park, which makes him the leader with 2.5 points out of 3, and then a two-way tie for the second place. Andy Woodward, who drew against Tani Adewumi.
And the women's senior championship?
Let's see what are the results in the Women's Seniors Championships. We have Ivona Jezierska, who won her game, and right now she's tying for the first place with Jennifer Skidmore-Smith, who was losing, but she was able somehow to recover and is still playing. And then Chochanik Irapetian won against Catherine Dodson.
It's that Jennifer game against Natalie that's really crucial. And in the senior?
In the seniors, we have only one result so far. Gregory Kaidano drew against Alexander Shabalov.
Real back and forth game that was. We think that Vladimir Akopian is playing and winning against Stuart Rachels, but that game's still in an ending. I see also that Alex Fishbein is
We have some big developments. Maybe we
Please.
can move to that game. Alice Lee versus Nico Chasin.
Let's do it.
Alice is just completely winning.
Whoa!
Out of a sudden.
Snap.
Yes, and let's kind of recap what just happened, because we did make the time control. So right now Nico is probably going to be spending some time realizing the fact that he's just completely lost. It was at this point, I think we said, knight takes d4, it seems like black is the one with the lead, at least the practical lead in the position, but Alice did find some really good moves. She started with e3, kicked the knight away. She understood the fact that that knight cannot stay there for a very long time in the center of the board. Take, knight to f3, check. And after knight takes f3, g takes f3 is very ambitious, but it also creates a lot of opportunities for white as well. I think the much better practical decision would have been to take with the queen. Look, I'm invading with my queen. I'm ready to take both the d1 and the e3 pawn, d1 rook and the e3 pawn. So right now it is white who still has to be on the defensive end of things, right? Doesn't have time to attack. After g takes f3, queen takes b6. Now you're the one as black that needs to prove your compensation. And it's not that clear where it is. In fact, the only move in the position is to go e4. This is really not easy stuff. e4, potentially to start looking at queen to d2 ideas, and that's going to force queen to d4, queen to f5. I'm looking at going to h3, but it's not that clear, right? Because even when you go to h3, I go rook to d2, and that protects the square g2. This is a complete mess, and white still has the extra pawn on the queen side. So after rook to f8, not e4, rook f8 is just a losing move. Queen takes d6. Where is your compensation? Queen to f5, queen to d7. I'm a couple of pawns up, and you're not mating me. After queen to d7, I think this one might be over very soon, because I don't see a clear way for black to continue his attack in this one. Maybe queen to c2?
I think he had relied upon the move queen c2, underestimating queen d5 check.
Not the only move, but yes, one of the main moves, yes. I think this is what he calculated. You're right on the spot. Probably he wanted queen to c2, queen to d2. Queen to c2, by the way, on the board. So what he's hoping to see on the board is queen to d2, but then I have f2. King to f1, queen to c4. And then queen to g4. And now you're getting somewhere. Now you're getting enough compensation.
Right. But, sorry, queen d5 check just wins for
Queen
Alice.
d5 is just Rook F7.
Queen D8
Queen
check.
D8 check, exactly. Rook to F8. Queen to G5 check. I keep giving you checks.
And picking up a pawn on
And I will pick
E5
up
with
the
check.
pawn. Yes.
Yeah. That's wow.
And it's not super difficult to calculate. It's just check, 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 and I pick up the pawn. So Alice definitely has her eyes on that. Big opportunity right now for Alice to snatch her first victory in this event. It wasn't an easy game. She definitely had a better chance early on, but then Nico was completely back in the game just to let it go like that in time trouble. It must be very disappointing for Nico in this one, who's had a disastrous event so far.
Right. I'm picking up a game also of the juniors between Bach and Kirk. Bach has an exchange, is up an exchange for a lot of pawns, and you would think, okay, Black would be fine. But the problem is the passer.
The pawn is just very far away.
Really, really, really.
A6 pawn makes all the difference
entrenched.
in the position.
And after A6, well, actually, there's nothing that Kirk can do. The rook is about to land on the B7. Then you go over to G7. You're threatening to go A7, move the king, just swallow all the pawns, and you're very happy you have an H2 pawn to win the game. In this game, Bach's king has been like all over the place. From the opening, it went to C3 to D5, went all the way back to G2. This has been a crazy game.
And Yasser, remember when you were saying how fast you can checkmate with bishop and a knight? Look, Vladimir Akopian with Stuart Rachels, they may be checking that, how fast Vladimir Akopian can checkmate with a bishop and a knight.
Aha.
I like that.
Okay. Well,
but Black has an extra pawn as well, so maybe in fact.
So first we need to capture that pawn.
I don't think he wants to. No, that's the thing. I don't think he wants to capture it.
First,
the king is already in a cage now, so that's good.
Exactly. Yes.
So, of course, the winning technique, whenever you have a bishop versus a knight, you want to shepherd the inferior side, their king, to the corner of your bishop. Sorry if we... And that is exactly... Well, Vladimir is actually going after the pawn. That's funny.
I would have played bishop e4 or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Me too.
Try to kick the king on the first rank and slowly but surely just win.
I would go and take the pawn too. Just let's take the pawn and then let's checkmate.
He seems to be doing that.
I'm trying to think.
He seems to be doing that, yes.
I've just put my board on the live, so for just a moment. I can't recall this ending ever, like in my tournaments. People just resigned. They didn't play them.
I played it once for the losing side.
For the losing side?
And I made a draw.
No, really?
That was the only time I played it many, many years ago.
Right.
I like it. Look, he's just going to...
Now you go to A1.
Give us an instructive lesson.
Yeah, for Stuart, the best defense is to go to the corner, which is the opposite of the bishop. So in this case, A1 and H8 are the corners that Stuart wants for his king. And then from White's perspective, the checkmating corners are A1 and A8. Hold on, why would you play king? I'd be playing king D4, C3 right away. Now it's a little bit harder to get to the A1 corner. I guess
I don't think he's worried too much about that.
No, it doesn't seem to be, that's for sure.
I think he's just going through the motions. He knows that Vladimir knows exactly how to win this one.
Sure. When Stuart went into the confessional booth to say, Yasser, I have to confess my sins, I thought he was going to say, I have sacrificed a pawn. He said, no, I've sacrificed my preparation. Or rather, I forgot my preparation. And that is definitely worth confessing. Okay, we are expecting this is a win.
We can just check in with Alice, Lee, and Nico Chasin because it looks like Alice found the correct way to continue.
Not that
She
much.
didn't give a check on d5, but gave a check on e6, so she's going to pick up the pawn on e5.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the same. She's just going to take the pawn on e5, then get the queen to d2.
Exactly.
And then that's just 2 more extra pawns.
That's it. Yeah. And it's going to be very difficult for black to avoid a queen trade with such an open king.
That's the problem, because once Alice has picked up the e5 pawn, what that means is that move that you were saying, queen c4.
Well, it was f2, king f1, and then queen e4. And you remember there were all sorts of issues in the position. That doesn't exist anymore because queen to e4, you just simply go
queen d4
check.
Exactly.
If you give a check on c4 and then go to g4, the same thing. It's just you don't have where to hide the queen anymore.
Right. Queen, imagining there was a black pawn on e5, you would scoot your queen across the board and look for tricks.
Exactly.
But here, queen d4 check ends the game. Alice
That's a lot of
wins.
pawns.
That's a lot.
A lot of extra pawns. By the way, Liam Putnam is back into the game.
Oh, really? Against Brewington? Because
he was much
really
worse.
struggling mightily.
He was close to just losing.
Hello.
But, now he's definitely back in the game, first of all.
What a great news. We've got a passed a pawn.
Well, you can take the c6 pawn first. You might as well reestablish the material balance, right? Why not?
I was just, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just, my bishop on b7 controls a8. And if I could go a4, a5, a6 and win a rook, I'd be happier. How does Brewington handle a4? My engine hates the move a4, by the way. I'm assuming king d6. No, a5. There's a trick here that I'm missing.
a4, it's very unusual. I'm not going to lie to you guys. This is very unusual stuff because a4, in fact, I'm going to start looking at trying to get to your king first. So I'm going to go king f5 to try to create a mating net.
King f5?
Exactly, king f5, which is
a5.
Very unusual. And king f4.
What?
Yes,
wow.
yes.
So
I'm going for the mate.
E3.
Oh, bishop g4.
Bishop g4
That's
and
correct.
rook h1.
That is correct. So a6, e3.
Here I thought I was making a queen.
a7, you're almost making
my king is getting checkmated.
Getting checkmated. This is not easy. I mean, king f5, king f4 is completely out of touch with reality in general.
Wow.
That's not the side that you're looking towards.
I just never saw that happening. That is hilarious.
So quite a difficult moment right now because bishop to c6 is the best move.
Right.
a4 is the most tempting move.
Oh, without question.
In the position. a4, a5, just keep pushing the pawn and trying to get that queen. Let's see if he goes for it.
I mean, I must say, if I lose the game playing a4, a5, I don't feel bad. You know, I'm just thinking I'm making a queen. It's not obvious that my king is under any duress at all.
No.
And the idea that you were going to go king f5, f4, e3, and bishop g4 mate me.
It's coming out of nowhere, yes.
Wow.
You clear blue sky.
It truly is coming out of nowhere. Because also after a4, king f5, you might be thinking, okay, maybe I can just simply take on c6, right?
Right.
And then we exchange the bishops and you're not mating me.
Right.
But in fact, after we exchange the bishops, bishop takes c6, rook takes c6, now I go e3 once again.
And now king e4.
Followed by king d3. I mean, I keep getting these ideas of checkmate. And I'm first in this one. So it's a very strange position.
Remarkable.
Very strange position.
Well, now you're forcing me to ask a question. After bishop takes c6, not a4. That apparently is the blunder. Bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, rook takes c6, king. How is white supposed to draw the game? Now I'm getting nervous.
Well, I
You
take
can
on
take the
C7,
pawn on
right?
C7 and then rook E7.
Exactly. You don't have
Keep
time to
the
cross
king
the barrier.
out.
Yes.
Keep the king. Wow. I'm sitting there. Now I'm tasered by the move king E4 and king D3, but you do have rook E7.
You're not crossing the barrier, which is...
Wow.
This is really a difficult endgame. The more I look at
Remarkable.
it, it's a very difficult practical endgame.
And guys, another interesting position in the seniors championship, Alexander Goldin against Alexander Onischuk. Let's take a look at the queen side. A lot of pawn tension.
Onischuk is breaking through in that one.
Oh, this is the proverbial pawn break. And Alexander Goldin did something that, I didn't like. He ended up capturing, trading the rooks on the D4 square, and I was fearful that after E5 takes D4, an entrance, Black's king is going to make a glorious entrance, and it's happening. King on E5. If D3 and king D4 comes to fruition, it's an easy win for Alex Onischuk. Easy win for Black.
So what do we play here? So last move by Alexander Goldin was A4.
Okay, A4. Well, I'm assuming this bishop will actually be very, very useful on the C4 square. Useful in terms of defending the pawn on B5, but also useful in terms of advancing the pawn to D3. So something like a start with bishop C4, D3.
I may take on B5.
Take on B5. Let's take with the bishop or take with the pawn. Let's take with the pawn. Now I've got another passer that you have to deal with.
So if I go now bishop B3.
But you're not.
Oh,
you
but
don't
then
want to
you
take.
the pawn on B4.
You don't want to take on C4. That's the tragedy.
You're just too fast on the second rank.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Too fast. I'm coming. Check. And the pawns too. They're advancing very, very rapidly as well. Here I can understand why there might be a checkmate to the white king very shortly. Unlike.
So wait. So do I do rook A1? I think I have to take on B5. Instead of bishop B3.
Rook to A1.
Rook to A1.
Force A4. But now I'm threatening A3, A2.
Okay, rook A3.
Okay, that's a good one just to slow me down. D3. Just feel like too many easy moves are happening here for Black. By the way, I also got G4.
I mean, you have so much space as Black, and you just keep pushing forward.
Great pieces, dominating king, dominating bishop, and white is just, white just has no space here.
So we have some moves.
Oh, we do.
So
Okay.
after A4.
Just A takes B4.
A takes B4.
That's it. And right now, Goldin is trying to figure things out. It's really not easy. I think Onischuk is got this.
Rook
Bishop to
takes
C4.
B4 is on the board.
Bishop to C4 must be played, right?
Okay. I'm fine.
The thing is that bishop on that diagonal also is starting to look at bishop F1 ideas, picking up those pawns on the king side. So I don't see how you can survive this one.
No.
It's just I have everything in the position.
And he has just played the move bishop C4 as you prescribed, Cristian, looking very, very good for Black in this game.
And guess what? If you go A takes B5, I might even throw in a check. Rook to A2 first, just to get my rook on the second rank and make your position even more passive.
Yeah, this looks, it looks marvelous. It really does.
It's bad news for Goldin.
Absolutely. In the senior section, I'm seeing a lot of big advantages here. Alexander Fishbein against Joel. He's now nice majority, 4 versus 2 on the king side. Somehow Joel got himself the queens got traded off. He never had to face h5. Kind of remarkable that, because Fishbein had the light square bishop as well. You want to break open the light squares, but this looks like our defending champion is well on his way to a win here. Jesse Kraai is 2 pawns up.
2 pawns up, wow.
Against Igor Novikov.
Is it enough, though?
Yeah, it's not the simplest 2 pawns.
Well, the question is, am I being able to take one of them right now? Like,
Right.
do I get rook d3 followed by knight c6, and is there a way for you to defend that d4 pawn? Knight c6.
Wait,
knight
what about
c-
rook b6? You don't want to counterattack on f6?
Sure.
Knight d5.
So I'm
Check.
Say king e6 or g6. Maybe e6. I like to have my
Okay.
knight protected.
Bishop f2.
Knight f4 check.
Check. Not easy. Now black is after king g3, knight e2.
Yeah, that's not easy.
Not easy.
It's not that easy to hold on to that pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a big question. It's a big question.
It wasn't clear to me why I didn't play the move bishop f2. You were mentioning knight c6. And
This one is going to go on for a while, right?
Yeah.
Should we just move to see the final stages of that Akopian knight and bishop endgame? It's just the final stage of bringing the king.
Oh,
And that's the most instructive, let's say, stage of bringing the king on the light squares, to the light squares and square.
So I'm going to put it on live, give me for just a moment. And
Now we can expect king c4.
yes, king c4, king a4, knight b5.
And if the king tries to run king b6 right now, it looks like it's escaping.
Now, knight to d7 is the zigzag of
W.
the knight, and then you almost feel like you're letting the king escape, but in fact you're not,
Because
because
king c6,
king
just
c6
bishop
just
f5.
bishop to f5.
And there is this wall.
This is the main idea in this position, this endgame.
Not allowing the
Starting
king
everything.
to escape.
And a handshake. So congratulations to Vladimir Akopian for winning this game.
3 out of 3.
Wow, dream start.
Yes.
An absolute dream start for Vladimir, and especially with Alex Onischuk in the tournament. Get as many points, get as much distance as he can between himself and Alex. Jesse, we think, is better. Onischuk is much better. Oh, that was the game. It was a game between Jennifer and Natalia. We thought Natalie was going to win with queen f3 and f3. Instead, they fought Jennifer's fought her way to a very bad position, bad ending. But at least opposite color bishops.
She survived something
Yes.
we did not think was possible.
Yeah, opposite color bishops position giving herself a chance to make a draw here. This would be a big if she were to save this game, this would be a very, very big result. But the problem is she's a pawn down.
So we have rook f1.
Rook f1 on the board.
Going to give
Eyeballing
a check.
a
Which means white may be considering bishop h7 just to guard that square.
It's not. It doesn't just guard the nice part too. Is it sets up a light square blockade too, right? Did she play bishop
Yes,
h7?
it's on the board.
Yeah. So light square blockade. If white could magically take off the h2 pawn and the g4 pawn, I mean, just we make those trades, I would say the chances of a draw are huge in that case. As long as these pawns are on the board, the chances of black winning go way up.
But now my plan as white is rook g2 and bishop f5.
Precisely.
Right, just to go and grab that pawn.
In any way, shape, or form, if you can trade it. Now, okay, so rook g1 with the idea of eventually transferring the bishop and to attack this pawn on h2.
But once you go rook g1, I go bishop f5.
Mm-hmm. True that. True that.
I think Jennifer may survive this.
That would be a huge save. Just crazy good. How do you get to the king? The problem is rook b1 is covered. I'm thinking about a6 with the idea that I could transfer, maybe on a good day, the rook over to b6.
And we have king d6 on the board.
King d6. Okay, so how does that help?
Now rook g2.
I'm afraid of the move rook g2 and what you prescribe, bishop f. Rook g2, I'm guessing Natalie just wants to go rook f4?
Can I play a rook e4? Or is that a trick question, trick move?
Maybe she's trying to set up, because she's got the rook b1,
yeah, is that a
right?
setup or no? That's what I want.
I'm thinking it's a setup.
But now I go rook c4, king c4.
Whoa, king c4. Okay, the desirable c2, that's check.
Yep.
Why did I put, no, she's played bishop c2, by the way. Not a bad move. Let me just refresh the board to the live position. No, I saw the video wrong. I saw the bishop landing next to the king, but it's actually bishop to d3.
But it's same idea. She wants to play rook e4, and she just didn't want to block the bishop. I thought we can do it, but I understand that maybe you don't want to push
nervous.
it, and you're nervous about allowing that check on b1.
Exactly. That's a good question. If she could have played rook e4 and eliminated the pawn on g4, that was a chance that would have secured her the draw. After bishop d3, what can Natalie do to stop? Why? Okay, imagine I just forget about it. If you play rook e4, I'm going to trade rooks. I'm going to go into a bishops of opposite color position. It's not a dead draw, because that pawn on c3.
But I'm going to take your pawn on b7.
You're doing what? No, you're not. Never. No.
Okay.
No.
I think this is a dead draw.
You think this is a dead draw?
Well, no, bishop f5.
No, I'm not getting my. You're right, bishop f5. Sorry, I'm not getting my king in time. I was thinking I was going to get my bishop on g1 and have a nice time. Nope.
No, I think Jennifer is surviving. So maybe let's take a look at the last game in the women's section, Beatrice Marinello against Angelina Belakovskaya.
All right. When we last saw this, we thought that Angelina had a nice advantage. Now they're in, wait a minute, there's this, isn't this king a little bit naked?
Once I hide that king and play b4, I'm happy.
Whoa.
Oh no, I'm losing a pawn.
Queen h2, rook f. Whoa. We're gonna break away from our analysis because we have a very special guest. In fact, the leader.
For the third time in a row here with us in the studio, Vladimir Akopian. Vladimir, another victory for you. Congratulations. And another Sicilian as well. This seems to be your pet peeve. This is what you enjoy playing the most. Yes. Yes. Tell us a bit about this game. Tell us a bit about the opening choice. And he was not spending a lot of time, obviously showing great preparation, but at some point
A6,
he
yeah,
fell
somehow
behind.
I didn't remember this A6, so I just spent time over this bishop E2. I don't know if this is, I thought that it's normal move. Yeah, F4, A6 is actually, because instead of A6, of course, I mean, castles, and in this position, first castles, not A6 as it was in the game. And here, of course, we have this Queen A5, very big move. This was actually what I was preparing for, this Queen A5. But A6, I did not remember. I mean, I analyzed probably some time ago, this for sure. But here I decided bishop E2 and E5, eventual, like,
I think this was the very correct reaction, because if you hurry too fast with E5...
No, here not. Here no. My rooks are not connected. Yeah,
correct.
No, bishop E2, of course, first. I should not be in a hurry. And then, I don't... Here E5, yeah. And I believe the critical moment, why it should be better here, I was not only sure about, like, it seemed to me F5, and now how it went, knight D7, it's like forced, takes.
Well, it seems H6 might have been his best chance.
Yeah, maybe H6 here, H6.
And maybe his last chance, because after knight D7, the way you played it.
Yeah, the only, I did not know exactly how, so rook B6, rook D6, rook F8, how it went. Bishop takes D7, rook takes D6, bishop C8, rook B6, bishop D7, of course rook D8, rook D1, king F8. I believe here I have, not rook B7, rook B7, of course it's already a technical man. Yeah, here A4 or knight E4, this is what I was considering. But A4, this is what I actually was going to play, but I believe this is better than rook B7 still, yeah?
For sure,
it seems like,
yes. At least from a practical perspective, right?
Yeah, it should be like...
now you have to be a bit careful where you put the knight.
Because my bishop can be trapped, there with the...
It gets
and somewhere around here it should be still like...
Once you escape with the bishop, you should be winning,
Yeah, should be winning. But as in the game, it's like very simple, It's just because the knight goes to where it should, to D3, and then I don't know if B3 is correct, but somehow I thought about king D2, which is like very natural, looks very natural, king F7, C3, but then B takes C3, B takes C3, king E7, and somehow I thought that, okay, not so easy to push. Okay, I can play king C2, king B3, of course, but like I thought maybe it's like B3, C4, maybe simpler.
I think the way you played it was much nicer, yes.
But still, pawn on C3, and normally... not because it was already clear that we are going to get this bishop and knight. So if I wanted to avoid
the key is that he cannot ever go
G4
because of G4. Right?
Actually, the point is that knight on D3 is very strongly played. For example, instead of E4, rook C4 here, possible, but king B3, I think here king B3, king B3, because here knight on D3 like holding all important squares. E5, F4, C1, everything is protected, so the pieces, and then already like some technique, needed here. Here many ways to win. Bishop G2, I thought maybe possible, but like knight A6, the idea is just to promote queen. If rook goes, then bishop goes to C8. This was the point, because now I just queen.
Yeah.
That's why not knight D7, so that I don't close the.
That's a very well played game, Vladimir. Obviously, against a player that was doing quite well in this event as well, following closely behind. 3 out of 3, you must be feeling good. Are you thinking about, the title or anything like that, or is it just too early for that?
No. But once, 2 years ago, I already started like this, 3 out of 3. No, just playing, and I mean the whole tournament is ahead. We have to play still 6 games. No, never. I just. I got advantage today. That's why I would. Otherwise, I as I said yesterday, I try to be like as safe as possible, not to blunder something. This was the reason.
Well, I think you're maintaining a good balance between that, but also choosing the lines that you know best, even though they are very, very aggressive, such as the Sicilians you're playing.
Yeah. Okay. I used to play this. Of course, and I used to analyze. Only that. I had a very good memory. Now it's much, not much, but now it's like very natural that it's already worse. And for me, it's important to like remember like over the board, or just somehow the lines. I never had actually such problem, and some like 30 years ago. I just never had. I could remember some line that I had analyzed, let's say, a year ago. I would immediately like. Remember, and it was not a problem. But like now already, like over 50, I feel that of course it's already worse. Still, it's good, but I can compare. Yeah, that it's.
Glad it's good, Vladimir. Vladimir feels a little bit like Groundhog Day. We see you each and every day. You come in, you explain your victory, how you want to play safely, and it was a nice win and a third in a row. You're feeling good with your colleagues.
When you are 3 out of 3, you should feel good.
Correct.
That's not the time to not feel good. You know?
Yes. Yeah, but very nice win. I was asking myself, and I couldn't remember it. When did you have Bishop and Knight versus King before?
Never, yeah.
Yeah,
never.
Thank you.
No, yeah,
never.
Yeah.
Me
But you know, Yasser, yeah, normally when you play such positions, yeah, actually the maneuver that in the end, you should know this exactly, yeah? Knight b5 and bishop f5. Otherwise, you are stuck forever. Forever. You are stuck forever, and actually otherwise it's draw, yeah?
Right.
Because you cannot like prevent black's king from going to other corner, yeah?
Yes,
the black corner. So this you should know. So once you know the whole idea, it's possible to resign, of course. But if not, we will have we will play this 50 more.
Just a double game, yeah?
Exactly.
Vladimir, congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah.
Wow, very nice job indeed. 3 out of 3. And Jennifer, if she saves this game,
I think she will.
She will be thrilled with what's going on.
Actually, right now, she has a chance to trade rooks. But that will mean that she actually loses that pawn on h2.
And that was the one ending that I was trying to get as black, right? Although, maybe...
I mean, I can go just...
Take...
Guys, should we move to a different game, though?
Of course.
Let us just finish this.
We just wanted to make sure what... No, the engine says it's still a draw.
Bach is just...
Yes, please.
He has a queen on the board. So things are moving very fast in that one. Maybe we can just check. He just promoted. So just a move ago, he played a7, g2, the pawn race, take on b8 with a queen, king b8. This is the position, but rook to d1 just finishes the job. I have the king and the rook to catch up with your pawns, which obviously are going to start marching. He played rook to d8. That makes a lot of sense as well.
Yeah, even more forceful because rook to g8.
So maybe we can see the handshake right now. I think the players are just going to, after rook to g8, shake the hands. And Bach is getting another victory, by the way. This is his second victory. Isn't he on 2
He will
and a half?
be two out of 3. I
so
think
he lost yesterday, yes.
Yeah. But for Kirk, this will be very painful. He had 2 whites to start the competition, 2 draws with the white pieces, but now losing, he'll be at -1 after a great result last year.
Yeah, he's my pick for the tournament.
Oh, no. Oh,
especially as one of the rating favorites coming into this
also.
one. This is not a pleasant situation, of course.
Not at all.
And to be honest, right now there's nothing to do. Your pawns are not going anywhere. I think Bach has this fully in the bag.
By the way, in that game between Liam and Brewington, Hardaway, you were telling us that there was a trick in the position.
Let's stay with this one just because I think we're going to see a handshake, right?
Because black cannot try to push the pawns forward.
Not
the
really
more you
sure
push
what,
the pawns, the easier it is for the white king to get them.
I really don't know what he's going to do outside of a handshake. And the other one still has plenty of time to develop. But let's stay 2 more minutes with this one. If he doesn't shake hands in 2 minutes, we can move on. Crickets.
Maybe we can expect king d7 and king e6. Try to help.
But king d7, king d5.
Well, then you would have a handshake only after a few more moves, right?
King d7, king d5. That's it. And you're not getting anywhere. Come on, Kirk. Show us understanding right now.
Take 20 minutes off the clock.
Don't want to miss the handshake. This is what we like to see. Again, very well played game by Bach, who I think it's the lowest rated player in the event. 23.81.
Right.
Compared to his opponent right now, 25.46. He won the first game. I'm trying to remember against who. Was it against Alice Lee? No.
It was against Nico Chasin.
Nico Chasin. Nico is having a horrendous tournament as well. 0 out of 3. After he will lose to Alice most likely. So. Kirk is really stubborn, not
Cristian, I don't think the handshake is coming soon.
I don't know why we're waiting for a handshake, but we'll make the players happy.
Okay, I mean, I guess we can move. This guy really doesn't want to. This guy really doesn't like resigning, I guess.
Nope. When did you see the players resign?
I think
Players
Bach
hate
is
to
also
resign.
like, what are we doing here?
Well, now he may actually.
Isn't it time?
I think he may shake the hands now.
Isn't it time? I mean, play a move or just.
His facial expression, Kirk is like, no, this is game over.
Well, the truth is he does have 17 minutes to ponder the shake of hands, but
That is the truth.
When you're generally in this mindset, you just want to get out of there. He might just like suffering. You know, a lot of these players, perhaps, they like suffering.
Well, while you guys are watching the handshake, if you don't mind, I will go and look at another game. That was the game between Liam and Brewington. Okay, let me see what happened. Because this...
And we can just kind of show everybody why we're expecting this handshake right now. Sure, if you take on G2, King to E6, you might be thinking, okay, I will be able to support my pawns. Problem is that I just keep connection, keep the opposition with King D5, and next I will collect the pawn on G2. It's just absolutely hopeless right now. If you try to start pushing the pawns, I'll catch them with my king. And if you try to go F5, I'll even give you a check first.
And
there
is
you
the
have it.
handshake.
There you have it.
So congratulations to Bach and Go for winning against Kirk Ghazarian.
Very, very nice. Very, very big victory. Wow. For Kirk, that really is painful. Alice Lee, by the way, is really winning. She's so many pawns ahead, and simultaneously Nico's pieces are all getting pinned. Alice has
This
a
looks fabulous.
dominating position with her queen in the center of the board, pinning the king. G5 is on tap. In addition, she also has rook c7 going after the open king. So Nico in this position.
And a handshake. He just resigned.
Has
So
actually
congratulations to Alice Lee for her first win in the Juniors Championships.
Absolutely.
Big victory, and it must feel like a relief for Alice.
Great relief, I would say. Definitely. After 2 losses, and for Nico, bad news as well. 2 losses for him, now 3.
Especially for him, because he's talked about this quite a few times. He's afraid of tilt. He knows that he's prone to tilting occasionally, and this is, I feel that this is what we're seeing right now. He's not the type of player that we're accustomed to. I mean, we know how strong Nico can be. In fact, he beat me a couple of times, so I know personally how strong he can be. Yes, he's a very strong player, but sometimes he's inconsistent. That's what we're seeing from him right now. His inconsistency in his decision-making as well, and that's affecting his results.
Wow.
Should we go to Liam versus Brewington?
Sure.
I think that's the endgame Yasser wanted to take a look, right?
That was the tricky one, and Liam didn't fall for
That A4 and the checkmate.
which it was a remarkable line, I must say. And I think a draw is now very inevitable here in this ending. It's 3 versus 3, rook ending, I mean. And in fact, after rook to c5. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a variation with king to d6, and then followed by b5. And you're just setting up for a perpetual check mechanism with rook c6 and rook c5. So I think that this game is going to be a draw very shortly.
And I think it's important to note that he actually spent about 20 plus minutes on that decision not to play a4. So he understood the gravitas of that moment. He was calculating a4. He really wanted to start pushing that pawn and get the promotion.
Yeah.
But he kept his cool and understood that king f5 was a big problem in that position. So he took on c6. Well played by Liam.
Just because Brewington is thinking of it at the moment, I thought he was playing king d7 a la tempo just to defend the pawn on c7. Oh, he finally did play king d7. I apologize. I was thinking, well, is he considering king f5, rook takes c7, and rook h3? What was he looking at? But no, he did play
c3.
king d7.
Okay. Not rook
Rook
c5.
c3. Okay, that's a surprise move.
Well, this one is
a draw.
Not going to go anywhere.
No.
Should we move to Onischuk?
Absolutely. Versus Alexander Goldin.
I think that's the most closest, let's say, to a result that we have.
Yeah, but everything about this position is just terrible for white. Superior king vis-a-vis one another, superior rook. Black's rook is much more active. Black has the beautiful passer. And finally, the bishops. The bishop on b5 does a lot more than the bishop on c2. So Black is thinking about rook c3, rook takes c5, but also d3 and king
just
d4.
Capturing the pawn with a king.
Exactly. And really, it almost feels like the position's resignable. Bishop b3, d3, king
Also
c3.
looking at some ideas with rook
Please.
a1 or bishop f1, if you play bishop b3.
Yeah, you can come around here, all right, bishop f1. Sorry, we do have a move. I'm not sure what Goldin played. He played bishop d1. Well, okay. I'm not sure exactly if that... I didn't think there was a way of preventing d3.
But wait, can we go rook c3?
Yes. That was...
And then if you go rook c2, I have bishop a4.
Oh. Want to win in style, do you? Eh? Are you sure you're winning that? I have a protected pass pawn on the e file. You know that.
Takes.
If you take on d1, I think you might be losing.
I thought it's winning, but if I have to go back bishop b5, then that's not really
but that might be winning. Bishop going back to b5, because then you can go king d4 and bishop f1. But
okay, but that's
if you take,
that's a luck.
Yeah, that's a good luck. If you take on d1, I think white's winning. No, it's a draw.
Well, I play king d4.
Okay, but again, I'm the one with the protected pass pawn, right?
Okay, king c4.
King c4. Ah, good move. Good move. I thought you may have to play king takes c5 and no. Okay, you're right. There you go. Okay, if I actually...
Okay, Alexander played rook d3.
Yeah, because of everything you just said, maybe we should start with rook d3 check and force the king
to go away
to a bad square. Yeah, that makes the most sense. King e1 on the board. Rook to c3 now. And I think Alexander Goldin knows this is terrible. Well, he knows, of course, it is terrible. Rook to c3, and away you go. Alex Fishbein and Jesse Kraai are also having winning positions. So a lot of decisive results in the seniors going on. And how about in the ladies? How is Beatrice doing against Angelina? Let's just drop in on that one. Beatrice, wait a minute.
Wait, so the pawn on h2 was captured?
Yeah, right. She took the pawn, dropped back with the queen.
So she didn't go for any kind of attacks on the white king. She went to b5, b8.
Right. So we have just switched over to the ladies, and we're looking at the game between Beatrice and Angelina, and queen went back to b8. Angelina obviously was fearful of b4, b5, but I thought she was going to hang around and try to make some kind of a perpetual check.
Because now I think we can reshuffle. We can play something like rook, maybe e4, and be looking at the back rank and also at potentially pushing the pawns.
Right, rook e4, maybe to even play for queen e5, right? If white could trade queens, then the two pawns will just whoosh up the board. So rook e4. There's one cheapo that you don't want to fall for. This would be egregiously bad. Queen g3, ooh, rook f6. But let me pause and throw it to you, Cristian, with a
Thank you, Yasser. We are indeed with Bach, who just defeated Kirk Ghazarian. Bach, first of all, congratulations. Welcome to the show. This is the big leagues, right? The U.S. juniors. You qualify to it, and you're putting on a performance. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you. I felt pretty happy about this game. It was an end game for quite some time, and I never felt like I was in any danger, really, and it was just a nice press.
Do you feel perhaps that he tried and he took too much unnecessary risk in this one? Yes,
I think he definitely overestimated his position and tried to create unnecessary imbalances because, this one where I get the two pawns on the queen side versus his one, it felt good for me.
That's your majority, and it's very mobile compared to his majority in the center, right? When did you feel like you're finally starting to take over? Obviously, he denied the repetition. He decided to go for king to f8, and suddenly you're starting to pick at his weaknesses. Did you feel like right now you're starting to have real chances to win this one?
Yes, for sure. At this moment, I thought I was in a pretty positive spot. Also, for the majority of the game, I was down on time, and here I'm 10 minutes ahead as well. So with only 8 moves left into the time control and him having only 14 minutes, it felt like a good opportunity for me to start advancing.
Absolutely, and it felt like he was getting a bit uncomfortable with his position. At this point, you did just that, but it was still quite a race, right? Nobody really knew exactly what's happening. Knight to d7, and finally we see this simplification. Did you realize that your a-pawn is going to be decisive right now?
Yes, I thought, when I saw this earlier, going king d1 and expecting rook c2, I thought that endgame would be winning. Of course, his 4 pawns looked a little bit scary because I have to be careful when I start exchanging so that black doesn't have too many chances to trade off my final h-pawn. But other than that, it felt pretty positive for me.
And I think you putting the finishing touches without much trouble, advancing the king, making sure that his pawns are not going anywhere, and finally the resignation came. Bach, you've defeated the Grandmaster. Obviously, this is a big scalp for you. What are your ambitions for this event?
Well, I was just hoping to, going into the event, I was just hoping to have some fun, play some nice games, and we're going to continue doing that.
Absolutely, and you're putting on a show for everybody at home. Your friends and family surely are watching your games as well. Congratulations, Bach, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well, Bach. I thought your king was the real hero of the game because your king from the opening, and then it came all the way around to the king side, and then all the way back to the queen side. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very, very nice. And let's take a look at our standings, Kate. Lots of results.
Yeah, and let's start with the juniors.
Yeah.
So we have Abhimanyu Mishra, who won today in style, and he's the clear first in the junior section with 2.5 out of 3, and then a three-way tie for a second place. Andy Woodward, Tani Adewumi, and Bach go.
The remaining game between Liam and Brewington, that appears to be drawn. And how about in the
girls section?
Girls section.
Yes. So here we have a sole leader. Rachel Lee just is having a fantastic performance. She's clear first, winning everything so far, even having 2 black pieces. And Zoe Tang, clear second after winning an important game today against Rochelle Wu. And then a two-way tie for the third place, Megan Paragua and Iris Moe.
Yeah, we can't leave this without saying, Iris, you played the game of the tournament. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. And then in the women's seniors?
So right now, Ivona Jezierska, she's tied for the first place with Jennifer Smith, who is still playing and might actually make a draw and remain clear first. But we will see. Meanwhile, Chochanik Irapetian, she won her game against Alexei Ruth.
And finally, the seniors.
And the seniors, we have one player who is having also a perfect tournament. Vladimir Akopian winning again today against your Rachels, who is 3 out of 3. And then a draw between Gregory Kaidanov and Alexander Shabalov.
We're expecting more decisive results, but Cristian with a very special guest.
Absolutely,
Hey,
a player that we know and we are accustomed with quite well here in St. Louis. Alice Lee is with us. Alice, first of all, I do want to ask you about your decision to play in the juniors section. You could have played the junior girls as well. How did you make that decision? What prompted you to do so?
Yeah, I mean, initially I actually got an invite to the junior girls, and of course, I think that it's a very good tournament to play in. Like, a lot of these girls have been improving quite a bit in the past few years, so I think it would be extremely difficult also. But I think
some of your teammates at the Olympiad are playing in the junior girls.
I believe. But yeah, I think like I wanted to actually, since I already played in the junior girls like 5 times, to maybe then play in a different field. Also because I did win it 2 times, I thought that like if I hadn't won before, I would obviously be playing in the junior girls and trying to get the title. But now I just like want to, I guess, switch up the fields a bit. And of course, this tournament is extremely strong, so I think it's very good practice.
It's a great challenge for you, and I commend you for doing so. Now, you started off quite painfully with 2 defeats. Today with the white pieces against Nico, I think Yasser was calling you this position easier to play with black, but then he started pushing his pawns in front of his king. F5, G5. Were you happy to see this expansion?
Yeah, I was quite surprised by F5, but I mean, I think it must have been because of like the tournament situation for him also, where like he really wants to win. Of course, it's the black pieces, and for him, I guess D5 or B5 might have been too liquidating, but
just keeping it dry.
Yeah, I was quite surprised with F5. I thought that that gave me very good chances because then his king started getting pretty exposed, but it wasn't so easy, I think. F4, yeah, knight of, I don't know why I did knight g2. Like, I was just questioning myself a lot after, because the knight on g2 is quite stupid. I think knight of 1 would have been probably much better to play, but...
I guess knight g2, you know, you're sort of going towards the king in case he goes for g4, which he did later on in the game. So it has its perks as well. And I think it was at this point, after queen to f6, you went for that a6 pawn. You had the opportunity to get the knight to f5. Why didn't you go for it?
Initially, I wanted to play knight f5, but I saw this like knight g5, and I got quite scared because, say, I guess I didn't see g takes f4, but I was thinking about like if I do queen f4 or something. But then I thought that he can do queen takes f5, queen takes c6, and then he just like takes on g3, or oh well, I guess entrance is queen e4. But I thought this was like quite dangerous, and
it's starting to look very dangerous.
Yeah. But because I saw also like rook f8 is coming, and I was scared of something on the f file, but I did spend a lot of time. I was mainly considering queen f5 and knight f5, but I ended up just like choosing this queen f4 after like spending a lot of time on the other two.
And at this point, it felt like the game will probably be going towards a draw. After queen takes f3, you have to go back, and at some point there will be some sort of a perpetual
But instead of that, he took with the G pawn, and suddenly you took the pawn and he needs to prove the compensation.
Yeah.
And he didn't. The only move seems to have been E4, which was not played. After rook to F8, you grab another pawn. At which point did you feel like you finally got it?
I mean, I saw here I should definitely be winning for sure. It's just if I can like convert, because he does still have the F pawn, but I thought I should be able to because I have a lot of time. Yeah, I actually didn't realize that it was equal, but it was like near time control when he had like no time, so he had to play very quickly. So I thought that after like queen takes c6, I was in very good shape. Like I thought I should probably be much better. And then of course when he played this move queen c2, then I just take off his pawns.
Yep, you take everything with tempo, and you deliver. I guess congratulations, Alice. I mean, this was not an easy start for you. How are you feeling after 3 rounds right now? Are you feeling like you're finding your form?
Hopefully, but you know, the thing with this tournament is that like after every game, like it doesn't get easier. Like the next round I'm playing Andy is black, so you know, I think I'll definitely have to like keep trying not to lose my games, and yeah, that's kind of my goal.
And we know that the juniors are getting stronger and stronger every year. How did you do your preparation for this event, knowing that this will probably be one of the strongest events you've played so far in your career?
I did a bit of preparation beforehand, but obviously it's a bit difficult because we don't know the colors. So I was also playing in several tournaments in July, so I think I was mainly focusing on those, and then when I got back, I tried to pick up some ideas against my opponents.
Well, still many games to go, right? And many challenges ahead. Guys, any questions for Alice?
First of all, Alice, welcome back. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
I notice in the girls' championships that the girls are all flocking together. They meet each other in the lobby, they hang out together, they go for ice cream, everybody's friendly. However, in the juniors, is that the case?
I think I'm on pretty good terms with like basically everybody here. So I have gone like dinner with like Brewington and Tani the other day, and also like Rachel. So I think like, at least for me, like I think there's like I have a lot of friends here, also in the junior girls. So, but I do think it's maybe more hostile compared to the girls, because there's obviously like a lot of competition, especially between the top guns.
I saw you, Alice, playing blitz games yesterday at the club. I think it was with Tani and somebody else. Were you preparing or just having fun?
Oh yeah, a couple of days ago, I was just having fun, not like actually preparing.
Well, good luck. We want you to be a more frequent guest.
Yeah, thank
Absolutely.
you.
Good luck, Alice. Very nice. And Alexander Onischuk is putting on the finishing touches in his game with Goldin. In fact,
I think
it's a done deal.
I think he just won his game against Alex Goldin.
Yeah, it was a really nice finish. This rook takes d1 check at the very end, because after the forced recapture, king takes d1, then the bishop comes to a4, king goes, you take a pawn, and the next thing you know, you got to go f3, d3, and one of the pawns is going to make a queen. And I think it was a comprehensive win from Onischuk. He had the advantage from literally start to finish. So good show by him.
And Yasser, switching to the women's championship,
Sure.
I think the game between Jennifer Smith and Natalia Tsarikova is going to be a draw, as it's simplified now. The rooks got exchanged, and now the pawns will get even exchanged, and then opposite colored bishops. That's a draw.
Yeah, it goes to show the drawing margins in these opposite color bishop, even with this pawn on the d2 square, 1 square away from promotion. The fortress, well, just the blockade with the light squares is enough to draw the game.
I mean, we have to say that Jennifer Smith, she has a nerve of steel. Yesterday, she won that game in the rook and king, losing, then making a draw, and then actually turning it around and winning. Today, her king was absolutely exposed. We thought she's going to get checkmated 7 different ways, and she survived again.
Wow, wow. 9 lives, I got to tell you. Bishop takes h2, bishop takes g4. We talked about this before. You get rid of you trade off that h2 pawn for the g4 pawn. I think that just absolutely secures the draw. And that's all she wrote. There's nothing more to say. That will be a draw, but we have another guest in studio, Cristian.
Thank you, guys. I'm with Shoshanic Arapetian. Shoshanic, welcome to the show. Welcome to St. Louis. First time here in St. Louis at the club?
Yes.
And how are you liking the club and the experience of playing?
Amazing people, wonderful organization, love it, love the hotel accommodations and services, amazing.
How would you say the tournament is going so far? We know we started off a little bit slower in the first round, but since then you stabilized, it feels.
Well, I played number one, so Angelina was resourceful. I made a couple mistakes, even at the end still was drawish. So comeback was hard. Yesterday game was tough. I don't know what I played. There was no chess, but it was some kind of opening. I'm pretty sure somewhere there. And then today I played my friend. Mm-hmm. It was tough from the beginning. Yeah. And then we had a rain coming down, very loud. They said it doesn't rain here, but I guess we got the wrong season.
It certainly rains in St. Louis. Yes, yes.
So it was a tough game. It was interesting. And I was totally shocked her a5 move, because my goal was to play a4, a5, a6. So that was I was aiming for.
We get tornadoes occasionally around here as well, so it definitely rains, yes. Where did you feel like you're,
I think
slowly,
if you go back a little bit,
taking over?
In my game was interesting. I wouldn't say I totally deserve winning, but at this point, she shouldn't move queen a8. She should have played h6, and I was thinking play h4 and still go knight g5, because all my pieces are just actively placed, and I'm not sure what the plan was, rook a7.
I like that idea. So, for example, if she goes rook e8, maybe you can even go for something like this.
Yes, and I'm going for f7 square. I was thinking to sacrifice both of the pieces there and try to queen h5, and or even after, let's say, bishop, if the a2, g8 diagonal gets overloaded, then I have rook d3, rook h3. I mean, she's playing rook and a bishop down. So
definitely looks compelling, yes. But she decided to go queen a8.
And queen a8 was a mistake, because then she lets me have knight g5. And then after that, it's no saving here. It's no.
Tactics just simply work in your favor after this one.
And then it was silly, because I was sitting in this position, and up to here, if you go back a move, I was so close even blundering. I was thinking to go queen e5, and then I said, oh wait, there's bishop d6, and then queen f5, and it's just everything's just getting very uncomfortable.
Bishop g4 maybe,
or bishop h1, and it's not looking so comfortable now. It's just very unappealing game. And then I said, okay, let's try some simple ideas, like queen e3, bishop e5, exchange bishop with a knight, and then play bishop e4, or even bishop e2. So I really want to get rid of the bishop and go to ending. That's what I was hoping
I think that's probably the right approach to this one. c5 and bishop e5.
And here was also a little bit, I had to think. I'm like, okay, go one move back, please. Like, which way to capture? Is it capture with the pawn, capture with the queen, capture with... There are so many options. And queen d4 might have been interesting, but then it allows rook d7, and like all the pieces just, again, looking very a little bit uncomfortable from my side. I have to worry about her attack, and I think she did pretty well.
I think taking with the pawn just makes the most sense. I like your decision, because this bishop on e5 right now looks so good.
Yeah, and also on bishop b4, I was thinking rook e c1, but then I said, no, I don't need that many materials. And all of a sudden, I'm just getting very uncomfortable there. So I was thinking bishop f6, and then rook takes e1, and a bishop back is a little bit inaccuracy. Oh, that one I calculated. It was so funny. It's actually gets checkmated by the bishop and the queen working together. Like f5, bishop takes, f6, bishop e6, rook f7, queen g6, and somewhere they're going to be made.
Of course, this one.
But she played well, so it's just that one inaccuracy, queen a8, didn't give her attack against the game.
Well, Shushat, thank you for joining us and showing us all these lines, and we'll let you go get ready for tomorrow's game, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow I don't have a game because one of our opponents dropped out. But I think tomorrow is a FIFA World Cup, the third and fourth isn't it?
Yeah.
I think you're right about that.
So I get to watch
Sunday.
soccer.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
That's
and our rest day we'll be watching the 19th July. That will
That's
be
the finals.
Finals.
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
Exciting days ahead.
Yep.
Thank you for joining us.
Argentina.
Argentina. Okay. There we go. We have an Argentina fan with us. Guys, any questions?
Just our congratulations. Well done. Well
Thank
done.
you. Thank you for having me.
For sure.
And looking forward more nice
coming
ideas.
here. Yes. Yes.
Hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for watching for us, everybody who's out there cheering for us.
Yes.
Good.
Thanks.
Just looking at the game of Liam and Brewington, is Liam playing this very well? He's playing it very passively, and probably.
I'm worried about Black suddenly kind of taking over.
Like King A4, Rook takes. I mean, I really should know these positions like the back of my hand, but I'm looking at this position and I'm saying, wait a minute. Have I done something wrong here? King D3, E3? I guess it's still a draw. Rook C5 check. And wow. Okay. Not ideal holding technique, I want to say, in this one. But again, we have a special guest. Not yet.
I think before we go to special guests, maybe let's check in with the women seniors, Beatrice Marinello and Angelina Belakovskaya.
For sure.
Because that's the end game that we thought. Maybe a draw, but White is kind of pushing.
Yeah, we like Beatrice's position. She's the one with the two connected pass pawns, after all. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Something is going on. Rook check. Oh. Have we been seeing? Yeah, we've been seeing a repetition. Yeah.
And a handshake. Wow. So we thought maybe Beatrice is playing for a win, but no, the ladies decided to make it a draw.
Exactly.
And they're just signing the score sheet.
I still like Beatrice's position at the time that they agreed to a draw. I'd love to play the move Rook E8 check, and therefore Queen to D4, so I can play Rook to E8 check. Still like Beatrice's chances, but a draw was agreed.
And now Cristian is with special guest. Cristian, over to you.
Absolutely. We are with Alex Onischuk after his first victory of his return championship. Congratulations, Alex. Tell us a bit about this game. Did you feel a little bit of pressure with Akopian winning game after game after game, and you need to keep pace with that?
Yeah, thank you, Cristian. Well, frankly, I needed to win a game. And yeah, I did it today, and it felt like old times, honestly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I played with some pressure, but still wasn't easy. It wasn't easy, but I kind of enjoyed the game. Not just the fact that I won, but also, like how the game was developing, and so I had to make some decisions, different pawn chains. We kind of were transferring from one position to another. And eventually I managed to convert.
It almost felt like this was your style of game that you wanted to get, right? And get that victory slowly but surely and in a very methodical way. Now, you looked at the engine, you saw that it was saying zeros, and you laughed at me.
Yeah. Honestly, Rook E2 was such a bad move. I should have maybe played Bishop F7, because Rook E2 clearly... any move like Queen F7, Queen E6, or Bishop F7 forces the Rook A1 go back. And I kind of relaxed here a little bit when I played Queen E6, which was not the most accurate move. And then I played Rook D7, that was my plan. And here he played Bishop C3, and all of a sudden I realized that it's not as easy. So I kind of, frankly, my plan was just to crush him here. Yeah. But
the question is how?
Yeah,
right?
Once he played Bishop C3 and he found this idea, and which I also didn't see. Yes, now A4 is on the table, and so I thought here for like 10 minutes or so, and I kind of decided, okay, we go to Plan B.
Mm-hmm.
So,
the end game.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm surprised that.
I think this is a very difficult defense for White.
And it's a nice idea that I put Bishop on A4. Without this idea, I think he would always have some counterplay, right? I mean, on that diagonal, sure, maybe Bishop D1 or Bishop A4, and now this position is quite unpleasant. I don't know if he could have done something better. Yeah, and I was happy that I found this F4 and rook d4 idea. Very important that we have 4 rooks.
Yeah.
If I seriously was considering like to play rook d2, rook a2, rook b2, and then I realized that no.
And that seems to be why h4 was mandatory for him.
I saw this move, but I just kind of thought that it's a little bit risky. Plus, I saw that he's playing very defensively. He's like so I didn't really consider. I saw h4, but I didn't believe he will play it.
It's not an easy decision, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you're changing the character of the game.
Yeah.
And it does feel like you still are lacking that final punch, right, in the position.
Exactly. But once I saw this e4, rook d4, I was quite confident that now I'm, yes, and this must be winning.
I think this transition back to e6 to support g4
because bishop on a4 is great, but at the same time, I don't want to have bishop stuck on a4.
You've achieved what you wanted with that
exactly,
bishop.
Exactly,
Yes.
And
And once this king goes in the center, a4.
Yeah, I just needed to be precise. I remember it again all days when you don't give your opponent any chances. And there were some tricks actually. If I could show maybe a little bit back, like somewhere. No, let's go back. Okay, at the moment when he played, somewhere here I wanted to play. I think we need to go a little bit back.
Even more?
Yeah. No. Next moves. Bishop c4, bishop c2. And I almost played d3 here. But then I realized that he has a b move.
Okay.
And apparently I'm still winning. But that's not what I wanted. Now I guess I need to play cb and I'm still winning.
CB,
yeah. But this ab... otherwise, d3 wins a spot, but here I wasn't sure. Maybe he plays something like bishop b1, and sure, king d4 still must be winning. Yeah, I mean, such a domination.
The c pawn, I guess, is still on the board.
But again,
right?
I don't want to give him any chances. And
you want to take back with the bishop, no c pawn running.
I mean, such a domination, you don't want any counterplay for your opponent.
Absolutely. How are you feeling after 3 rounds right now?
Yeah, no, I think I'm getting my form, so hopefully I can chase Vladimir. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, still many games to go, and we'll see you tomorrow, Alex.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, Alex. Just a quick question. I mean, you're playing against these very experienced opponent, and you're the junior in the field. It's not an intimidating feeling that you're having.
No, I mean, look, these guys, I'm going to give them credit, I mean, all of them, because when I was preparing for the tournament, and I looked at the games of senior championship from the last year, usually when I look at the games of my students, and they're good students, like 24, 50, IMs, but young ones, I could tell right away when they make mistakes, because most of their mistakes are positional mistakes. But these guys, I looked at all of their games, and their moves make sense to me. So I don't see mistakes.
The style is good.
If they make mistakes, it's mostly tactical.
Right.
Some miscalculation maybe, but positionally they play so well.
Yeah. Nice. Well, that's class showing, and they definitely have it. Thank you, Alex, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Absolutely. Kate, where would you like to take us?
So we can just go to the women's section, Jennifer Smith against Natalia Tsudikova, because I think we will see handshake very soon, which is Cristian's favorite. So
exactly.
We got to stay with the handshake.
Got to stay with the handshake. Any moment.
Because as you can see, the light square bishop keeps defending the pawn on a4.
Exactly.
King is blocking the pawn on d2, and there is simply nothing black can play for. So they've been playing king b2, bishop back. So I think we will see it one more time.
Sorry, so I'm just saying that up to now we've been seeing the king going to b2 and c3 and the bishop going back and forth between c2 and f5. Yeah, I think a draw. Both players looking at their score sheets.
I think Jennifer is checking if maybe she should write down her move first, because it may be move repetition, but
she plays.
Let's just play the move, repeat it a few more times.
Right, and I think Natalia has already given up her ambition of winning, and she's ready to agree to the draw. I believe we have the live position on my board. No, there's still going back and forth pretty fast.
Back.
Yeah. King
I think
C3
now
just played.
Jennifer will
Study
write
your
down
score
the
sheet.
move, pause the clock, call the arbiter, and that will be the last game actually in the women's section because Beatrice Marino drew against Angelina Belakovskaya.
There was a player back in my day, his name was Paul Benko. He easily had the worst handwriting ever. I've never met a player that had anywhere near as bad handwriting as Pal. The first move you could more or less understand. Before, after that, it got terrible. So he was trying to claim a 3 repetition with a score sheet that nobody on this earth could read. I mean, we had to bring in some hieroglyphics experts to decipher.
I think Jennifer
Pal's,
is also
score
struggling with seeing, but she's calling the arbiter.
Yeah, she
and
is.
I think
She's
she will
finally
reclaim
making the claim.
Threefold repetition.
Good for her, Jennifer. And by the way, securing her lead. That's very, very nice.
That's true. That will mean that
In
she's
the
in
meantime,
clear first.
Yeah.
Fishbein did defeat Joel Benjamin as well.
And we
so
have the
that
draw
game
here.
Yeah,
has
draw
finished.
agreed.
Cristian, your favorite part?
Handshake?
I think that's over. There's no more handshake. I think we missed the handshake with Fishbein versus Joel Benjamin.
Yeah, when we...
They already left the building by this point.
Ooh, very nice final move there in the game between Alexander Fishbein and Joel Benjamin, knight d5, with the intention of e6 check, setting up very, very nice checkmating patterns. Fine finish and a big result for a defending champion.
So that means we have only last 2 games remaining. Jessie Kraai against Igor Novikov and Liam Putnam against Brewington Hardaway. And probably both of the games will be a draw.
They seem very close to a draw, yes.
Beautiful.
But Jessie is pushing, so he has that extra pawn. Wow, but the question is for how long?
Yeah, no, I'm looking at rook f2 followed by knight takes f4, and that's just a draw. Because I'll go king e4 and take the pawn on d4. Well, let's just see what happened. Let me just refresh my board. Oh, lots of moves have been played. Sorry. I didn't get up. Apologies. A lot of moves. So rook f2 was played. Knight takes it. It's exactly as I thought it's happening. And I think a draw is about to be agreed.
Definitely a disappointing result for Jessie, who was putting on the pressure in this one, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So we can expect knight d3 back. You have to go to defend the bishop.
I'm actually curious if any single move with a knight would be a draw. Except knight c6. King c5.
Well, he likes the idea of just keeping a blockade.
Of course. Yeah.
On the d5 square. Let's see.
Bishop g7.
Bishop g7.
Probably going to see the repetition.
I thought
right
just
now.
knight c2 to grab the pawn.
Of course. That would finish the job,
But knight e5 also blocking.
Knight to e3, idea maybe even knight to f5.
Well, now that Jessie's not repeating the moves, just play knight f4 and finish the game.
Yeah, knight f4 looks...
Knight f4, knight
Knight
e6.
f4 is on the board.
That's nice.
And knight e6.
Threatening knight e6 check and hacking off the d4 pawn.
And after king d6, just go knight e2. Just grab the pawn.
Yeah.
King c4, okay.
King c4.
Well, you can certainly go knight e6. And d5 that pawn is not going to go anywhere.
What?
Knight e6 fork.
Knight e6.
And capture the bishop, you mean?
Yes.
Capture bishop or capture
I mean, that's the only way to keep the game going as white. To allow the capturing of the bishop and say that maybe I will promote my pawn, but that's not happening anytime soon.
Yeah, but then you get the moral victory of making a draw with an extra piece.
Okay, knight e6 is on the board.
Probably, yes.
And now
Jesse
you get a moral victory.
Yeah, Jesse did.
And a draw on the score sheet.
Exactly. Knight takes d4 and
Handshake.
draw agreed.
That leaves us with one.
And then there was one.
And that game is about to finish as well, because this is a rook endgame where Liam Putnam will just get his pawn back.
Well, what? What?
Some things have happened.
Liam's king was on e1, and it made a magical, mystical ride.
Okay, guys.
To the e5 square.
He does have 30 seconds. That d5 pawn will fall.
I'm just going to leave it on the live board. While the chess barometer has
truly not a big fan of allowing that king to d3.
Has not moved, but I'm wondering, why is this?
Yeah, I'm not so sure anymore. I mean, I really don't like what Liam did.
Is this the way you would have played it?
So rook a8 apparently is the only move.
Well,
in
for
the position.
sure. Well, you want to be able to play king takes d5.
But for
But
me,
you
rook
could play
a8 is
rook h8 for the same reason, right?
rook a8 is very, very tough for me. I don't understand
E3?
why that is the only
But
move.
don't
that
you
makes it
usually want to stay on the long side?
Yeah, this one we've made a draw.
Yeah, we already saw this draw.
So this is the sole remaining game, and
Wow, and 35 seconds on the clock, only one move that secures a draw for Liam Putnam.
Okay, he
But
finds
he found
it. Rook a8.
but why did he play it into a position where he left himself with only one move to draw the game? Wow, that was really crazy. So in case of e3, king takes d5, e2, the drawing move must be like rook e8 or something like that.
No, rook a1, right? Oh, but then you go king d2.
Right? Still some tricks.
Oh, but then maybe my pawn is just too far. So I go...
Not sure. Well, hold on. So e3, king takes d5, e2.
Rook a1.
Rook a1. King.
And then I'm promoting my pawn. So king e6, I would go.
King e6, you're promoting your pawn.
King d6.
Uh-huh.
Yes, takes.
Munch, munch.
d5. King c7.
Check.
Please make this work.
Please. But we're having fun. And while we're having fun, we're going to have to toss things over to Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are indeed with the defending champion, Alex Fishbein. Alex, somewhat of a crazy game, and Yasser was doing some acoustics as well.
Oh, yeah?
While you played this d4, all these pawn sacrifices, take,
I thought
take,
it was
b4.
I thought it was crushing.
Yes, he was very impressed
I thought
by
it was
that.
crushing. I mean, it seemed like normal move, just you want to play e6.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you are
Queen a2.
2 pawns down at this point.
Yeah, but I mean, who's counting?
Who's counting?
I was.
Well, now,
Yasser is counting.
No, b1, I was worried about queen c3 there.
Queen c3, okay.
Oh, bishop d2 and rook 2. Okay, yeah. So this was my technique was not very good. I didn't see a win here, so I decided to play it safe.
I think it's
just get the material back.
Perfectly fine,
but that was not the best way.
Yes.
And he put up a very good defense.
He did. He did.
Almost
He
got
did,
out.
Indeed. Did you feel like at any point he was almost out?
Yeah. I mean, in the ending, it was close. Yeah, no, I don't think I should have done that thing with the bishop takes e6. Oh, I guess it says I should. Okay, so what's the mistake? Oh, queen g4 instead of queen e8. Okay. Okay, yeah, keep the
Yes.
queens on the board. Yeah.
Yes, queen g4, go for
Okay.
h5, queen
Yeah,
f5.
makes sense, yeah. 41st move, you know.
Yeah.
I played it quickly.
You did, but still, you still have the advantage.
Now it's not so clear. Yeah. Okay.
2 versus 1. Okay, now you're starting to build up the advantage once again.
And here something went wrong, right? Somewhere. I don't know.
You still have 2
Yeah,
versus 1.
I couldn't tell if it was completely winning, but you know, what are you going to do? Can't see everything, right?
I think you kept control all the way until the end. Now, Alex, right now, this is your first victory, 2 out of 3. You have one Akopian who is trying to run away with the event, 3 out of 3.
He better not.
He better not. Onischuk is in the field as well.
He is really good.
Yes.
But I have them in the last rounds. I'm playing them in round 8 and 9.
How are you feeling about
So hopefully by
your prep for this event?
I mean, I'm just glad to be here. It's a great tournament to play in, and you know, whatever happens. I mean, obviously it's a very strong field. I'm just hoping to show that, you know, like you guys had me at 2.7% chance of winning.
Did we?
Yeah, and I
Not
saw
me.
That's
No, that's the
stats. You know,
stats.
like
Statistician.
I'm obviously not the favorite or even one of the favorites, but you got to give me at least 5%.
That's not no.
We try to fight statisticians. We're like defending champions.
No, your friends and family, at least 5%. you give friends and family 5%.
But no, it's very tough, obviously. I mean, of course, Akopian is playing. Remember last year I talked about how he's like, if he's in form, then it's over. And that fear is coming true right now. But we'll see.
Well, it's still 2 out of 3.
It's
still
still early,
close.
very
Still early
very
to call
Yeah,
it.
I mean, anything can happen. Any of the people could have either a very good or a very bad turn from here.
I think it's all about the shape. How are you feeling about your shape after 3 rounds? Do you feel like you're seeing things like the way you want it to look like?
Hard to say. I mean, the first game was not great, but the last 2 games I thought I played pretty well. But you know, who knows? I mean, I don't know.
Katerina?
So 6 more rounds to go. Do you have a favorite opponent to play? Somebody you have a very good score against?
Most of these guys have a pretty bad score against. My next game is against Stuart, but he's very good. I mean, I have a good score against him, but a lot of those games are a long time ago. I mean, these guys are all, you can't take anybody. All of these guys are legends in the true sense of the word. So, I mean, it's going to be, you know, after Stuart, I got Shabalov, and you know, that's tough, right? I've lost him like eight times.
Oh, my.
Gregory's beaten me, Goldin has beaten me, so, you know. Last year I managed to beat these guys, but who knows?
Well, best of luck with the last rounds.
Alex, I thought it was a sparkling tactical game when I was going, D4.
Yeah, it was a move 95 apparently, which I didn't even see.
I loved what you were doing.
I was surprised by his opening. I thought, like, I was expecting, because he's going into a line where I have a very good score. I beat Larry there last year. He's going into my strength. I was a little surprised by that.
Good luck and good form. Wishing you well.
Thank you.
You bet. And remember, it wasn't me with that 2%. I'm giving...
but it was you with the sound effects.
All the way. I'll take responsibility for that anytime. But our defending champion getting on the board, it's always a very, very nice feeling to get into the tournament.
Let's get back to the game, guys.
The last game, Putnam against Brewington and Hardaway. And we do have Rook A1 on the board, so we may be seeing that King D6, the line that or King E6, the line that we were looking at.
Right. I think we were looking at King... No, I thought we were going Rook E8 and King D2 and Rook E3. Or
no, I was looking Rook A1.
Okay.
You went King D2.
Right.
I went King E6.
Okay.
You gave check on E3.
Okay.
I went King D6.
That was right. Okay. And then we made a queen. And then somehow...
And then I hope my pawn is fast enough.
Right. And in this particular... Oops, sorry. That was a mouse slip. in this particular case, we don't have to worry about anything because we are in a table base and the engine is saying triple zeros.
Well,
And
he's
at a
definitely trying
moment-
to calculate that because, okay, rook on the bottom rank, rook c8. He's trying to
Okay.
give checks from the front. Let's see if that's going to be a viable strategy.
So what Brew did was rook. So he's looking at rook check and potentially. So we could play. Pardon me. Liam could play rook check, right, and just say, your turn.
But then king d2.
Check.
King d1. That's
King
going to force you to
D1.
take on e2.
And now.
No, you have to take on e2.
I have to go check. No,
No, you have to take on e2.
And that I didn't want, actually. Maybe that's still a draw, but that's not.
Because the black rook is not very active.
Exactly.
So you go king d6 after the rook.
Or, yeah, something like this.
Rook
right?
a3 is on the board.
Rook a3 check
So
on
we
the board.
might be seeing that, in fact.
This very line. Rook a3 check. Well, rook c3, rook a1 is just a transposition to the previous position. So,
But both players having
King
under
D2.
1 minute.
yeah, who was down to the 30 seconds?
It was Liam, but now Brewington caught up.
And, you know, when you're in the tournament hall and you see this precise moment where the player's looking at the clock, you just know that their minds are racing, you know, at 700 miles an hour. And like they're calculating the variations as furiously as they can. King d2. Only move. Rook a2 check. King d1. Rook takes e2, what we've calculated.
I mean, there's no other move, right? You start with
Right.
check, you have to give another check.
Exactly.
Unless
Probably
rook
rook a1
a1
is fine
works
as
as
well.
well.
Rook a1, rook c1.
And then
Yeah, the same.
then check.
Same. Rook
The
c2,
same.
rook
Yeah, so maybe
a1.
rook a1 works too. Oh,
Yeah.
10 seconds on the clock. Rook a1.
Rook a1. Scared me there for a moment. I thought, wait a minute. Don't I have rook c1? But no. There's still a check in the position to save white. He's
Rook
played
c1
rook
on the
c1.
board.
Rook c2. Only move to save the game.
Players
King
boosting
D1
their
now.
accuracy rate.
That's funny.
Let's go king d1.
King
Not sure what Brewington is trying to
Well,
achieve
Brewington
here.
knows if he
Rook
plays
C2,
rook
okay.
c2, his opponent's going to play rook a1 instantly, which Liam did.
Yeah, this didn't really make a lot of sense because you want to force white to take your pawn on e2 so that you're closer with your king. That's your only chance.
Exactly.
You don't want to
E1.
promote and then force white to give the rook there on e1. That's just one tempo less. for black.
Precisely.
So now just repeat the position, go back, rook to c1, and then go king d1.
You're right. He's done it. And rook a2 check.
But I think Liam just has this one calculated. In king d1, he's going to take that pawn on e2. And then with the king on e6, I think that's it. He has it calculated.
Rook a2 check, last move.
So king d1, we are expecting.
Yes, we're expecting king d2, d1 and rook takes e2.
Is there any way? Okay, let's... Gotta go king d1. Not really sure what he's thinking about. In fact, just to make sure, if he does go rook to c2, I think Liam might be able to claim twofold repetition.
King e3.
King e3.
So now if you give check.
Don't get cute. Don't get cute and give check, because king f4 will hurt your feelings. King e6.
And let's run with that pawn.
Absolutely.
Only move, by the way.
King e6, and let's...
only move.
Really?
Only move, but it makes sense. I mean, you don't want to place your king in front of that pawn, because then you will have to move it away. And you don't want to go to e4 or something that then the rook is then going to kind of cut you off. So
Sometimes you think about king e4 just to shoulder the black king, but king e6 is just
You're
too
encouraging rook c4 anyway.
Yes.
But king e4 I would think about, but rook c4, and I would say no.
Yes.
King e5 I would think about, but then after king e5, king d3, d5,
king c4.
I would be wondering why isn't my king
Why is my king on
e6?
e6 a bit more advanced?
Exactly.
It just makes much more sense to go for king e6.
So this is the current position. Key move for white, king e6, and that will be enough for white to draw the game. But any other move, and Brewington will win the game.
Well, the thing is, Liam did gain some extra time, so now he has the luxury of spending a bit more, making sure that king e6 just simply, by force, makes the draw.
But Liam found really difficult moves. I felt like rook a8, the only move that makes a draw, with the idea of rook a1, rook a2, and that was a difficult plan. This, I feel, is more straightforward.
Absolutely,
King
and he
e6
plays it
on the board.
You played that rather authoritatively and confidently. Just double-checked and triple-checked everything. As as the collegiate chess coach champion, do you drill your team in rook endings and knowing these? Well, I don't want to call them basic rook endings.
Absolutely no. Rook end games, I think, are some of the more unexplored, let's say, especially in training, because people just hate them. And they don't want to train rook end games.
No, really. I found them absolutely
You enjoyed them.
I did.
You are one of the lucky ones. Most of my students really don't like training rook end games, but they're so crucial.
Yeah.
So crucial.
They'll save you and win you.
Exactly.
Lots and lots of half a points and full points.
And they're so unusual. I mean, look, an expert in rook end games, Sam Shanklin, at some point, he wrote the book, and then he went on to lose like 3 rook end games in a row.
In a U.S. championship, right?
They're so difficult. They're just extremely, extremely difficult. And no matter how big of an expert you are, no matter how big you train them, it's actually very, very difficult
Is Brewington
to play them perfectly.
under 30 seconds? Sorry, Cristian.
Well, he gains 30 seconds every time. Yeah, he has 10 seconds.
But he runs his clock to under 10 seconds?
10 seconds, yes. 7 seconds.
Panic.
I'm in his 7 seconds.
I panic. 3?
Yeah, he...
No, wait a minute.
He
It
gave
said
a check.
he lost on time, according to my...
No,
he played with 2 seconds on
What
the
is
clock.
he thinking? That's crazy.
No, he's all good.
I'm sure his coach must have had a heart attack seeing king 2 seconds. So don't step in front of the pawn, because you want to be able to escort your pawn. So step to the side.
Let the pawn just go.
Let the pawn
can
just
do
go.
it on its
I
own.
think king f6 is probably good enough to draw as well. I think white actually has 2 moves, king f6 and king f7. Let me just put that on the board. Yep, that's a good enough to draw. And let me see if king f7 is good. Yep, both moves. So at one moment ago, there was only one move to draw. Now, king f6 or king f7. Whereas I'm absolutely sure king d6 would be a fatal move, and white would lose.
The extra tempo, king d4, and then
Absolutely.
the pawn is fast enough.
And Liam chose
the king is fast enough.
one of the 2 drawing moves, and he played king f6.
King c4, d6.
Yep.
And now it's becoming apparent and obvious that this is it.
This is it.
d7, and the rook will have to be traded for that marching pawn.
Exactly.
The pawn is not on the G file or B file, when we could struggle with some checkmating patterns.
Right. Not at all.
No, this is completely safe.
Rook to E8.
Very well played endgame by Liam. I mean, let's not forget, he was completely lost. Well, he was objectively lost when, as they went into that endgame, as he got outplayed in it, and then managed to come back from that.
Guys, I just have to say that we're seeing some fantastic, fierce, competitive games. I mean, in the Women's Senior Championship, Jennifer fighting really, really hard to save that position. Liam in this game. And wow, for those of you who have joined us late, that victory by Iris.
Iris, that's a brilliant surprise for this round, if there was one, maybe for the tournament.
Exactly. Wow, just great, great stuff here in round 3. As we're seeing, we just saw rook E1 check, and again, I think
King F6.
King F6 or F7 would have done. Both would have drawn, sorry. King F6 was chosen. So who was our best interview today? I thought it was Frank from yesterday. He liked your jacket. He liked the studio. I thought you were out of a job. I thought he was pulling rank on you there.
He's good. He's good. But my chess understanding might trump his just a little bit.
You're pulling
just
Elo.
Yes. Not by much, but
not by much. He was a wonderful
He was
guest.
great. He was great, yes.
Telling us about the gala that is coming up in August 15th. What do we have? Do we have moves?
Rook F1.
We do have a move. I apologize. I was kind of waiting for Rook F1, King.
Maybe let's go to the live.
Yeah, just do that. Go live. Rook F1, King E7.
King C5 on the board.
D7. And now if you had the king on C6, you would be all good and you would be winning the game. That's not the case. The king is not connected to the pawn, so right now you have to keep the rook connected to the pawn, which will allow me to support promotion. King E7. I think we're going to see the repetition right now. Or rook takes D7.
Or King C6.
The last full measure.
As long as you don't lose on time, that's pretty much the only way you can lose this one.
Yeah,
So
we're
I
seeing
think now
repetition.
One more time.
I would have played King to D1 to avoid the repetition. Whoa, King C4. Of the many, many moves.
We did not say that one.
That
We
could have
did
been
not say
played.
It's just easier than to claim 3/4
Right.
both repetition. And a handshake.
Hard-fought game between Liam and Brewington, and that makes it very clear that we have a single leader in the junior.
Yeah, Abhimanyu Mishra
all the
winning
way.
an important game today and taking the sole lead.
Exactly, as he beat Evan Park. And speaking of those final standings, let's have a look.
Let's take a look.
We'll start with the girls. I'm assuming.
So, Rachel, that's the story in the girls section. Perfect start, 3 out of 3, twice with black, just amazing. And then Zoe Tang today coming back with an important win against Rochelle Wu, being clear second. And then we have a two-way tie for the third place. Megan Paragua and Iris Small with 2 points.
Fantastic. And in the juniors?
As you mentioned in the juniors, we do have a sole leader as well. Abhimanyu Mishra, who won an important game, so he's 2.5 and then a three-way tie for the second place. Right behind him with 2 points, Andy Woodward, Tani Adewumi, and Bach and Go.
In the women's seniors.
In the women's seniors, we also have a sole leader. It's Jennifer Smith with 2.5 points out of 3. Sole second is Ivona Jezierska with important win today with 2 points, and then a four-way tie for the third place.
And finally, in the juniors.
In the seniors.
Sorry, I just went through the juniors. In
the seniors, we also have Vladimir Akopian, who is cruising through the tournament so far with perfect score, 3 points, winning again today, and then a two-way tie for the second place. Alexander Onischuk and Alexander Fishbein.
I think we were both losing our voice at the very end. I'm going to leave it to you, Cristian, to close the show and final thoughts of a very eventful round 3. Loved it.
Well, first, I think we should take a look at this,
okay,
which are the predictions.
Good.
Okay, 3.5 once again for me.
I'm getting the brilliancy prize for Iris Mo, right?
That was good.
I just want to point out the disrespect.
The
for
disrespect.
Mishra, I'm the only one that picked the rating favorite in this one.
Good point. Good point.
And
good point.
Yeah,
but I picked up
I'm a bit surprised by
points to 3.5 points today in my picks.
Nice.
That's good too.
Keeping pace.
Yeah.
Right?
But the Mishra was very nice. Nice pick.
Nice pick, a nice game by him today.
Yeah.
Really, with the black pieces, I mean, this was not easy.
He's feeling it.
And he's feeling it. He was playing a guy that was on 1.5 out of 2 as well, Evan Clark. And he got the preparation in. He handled the missteps by his opponents quite well. And then he delivered the goods when it mattered with precision. I mean, he never let his opponent back into the game. So I'm very impressed with that. Go, beating Ghazarian. Great game by him
result.
As well. And in the girls, we had quite a few. Fishbein came here, told us about the disrespect of the odds. Had him at 2%. Ben, come on. I mean, you need to put the defending champion at least 5%.
Right.
So we get that. Overall, just a very eventful round, and it bodes well for the rest of the tournament for us.
Yeah, expecting more of the good stuff tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and be sure to join us tomorrow. In the meanwhile, a good night from St. Louis, and Kate and Cristian. It's been wonderful.
It's been great.
Love it.
Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.